Cereal. It's the world's oldest breakfast food and the one with the richest history. For those of you who are cereal connoisseurs, you may remember the cereal battle of 1835. I know that your great-grandfather...
Yeah, he died in that.
Yes, he
Thanks
died.
for dredging that up.
But one of the interesting things about cereal, we always use it with milk.
I'll tell you why. Because Big Milk has a grip on the economy.
The motherfucking suits it, Big Milk.
And they've told us that it's not even acceptable, not even socially acceptable to drink milk with anything else.
They've got the blue-collar worker by their balls, and they're squeezing it for all the milk they can get. Even though I'm the milkman, Schlatt and I are a little bit unconvinced that milk is the only option when it comes to consuming cereal. So right now, Schlatt and I, we're gonna head off to the supermarket and acquire a plethora of various liquids that we will now be trying with cereal. Schlatt? I will tell you.
But they kind of make you want to kill yourself.
We need something with a mascot that reminds you of Jerry Seinfeld. So we're gonna begin with our first liquid of the day, milk.
El Clasico.
Just a tiny bit.
Just a smidge. That's pleasant.
It's pleasant, it's nice, it sits in the mouth well, the flavor gets in the milk. It's hard to deny the boys at Big Milk.
They could have chose something a lot worse.
They could have chose, you know, piss. I don't know how successful that would have been. I personally don't really think that lactose intolerance exists.
Just power through it.
Just do it. What, you're gonna have some diarrhea later? Everybody poops.
Sack up.
Next up in our series of liquids, we've got water. I've heard that people do use water.
My mom uses water.
As a cereal,
Sometimes,
a cereal base?
She'll put water in her Frosted Flakes because it moistens it. This one relies heavily on the base cereal.
Yeah, it does.
I could do it. I wouldn't want to, though.
It's honestly not that bad.
The water also turns brown, which is fucking disgusting.
There's some view of the brown water.
It's like the LA tap water.
That's just, okay, what would you rate water?
Out of 10?
Oh yeah.
Maybe a 5.
Yeah, like a 5.5. Okay.
Oh, you going decimals on me?
Yeah.
You think you're fucking smart?
Next up, an interesting change in course. A Jose Cuervo margarita.
I'm gonna like this. He is weak-minded. He just follows everything I say.
This is my fucking channel, all right? Don't let me get... You want me to get the big guy? We're moving on. Get your fucking cereal.
We've got Capri Sun next.
Dude, that is like a squirrel pissing. Does it work? Let's find out. Same thing as apple juice.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the creaminess of the milk. That's what's missing from this whole situation. And I feel like it's been years since I've had that feeling.
You know what that is?
What
That's
is that?
Big Milk. He's got you by the balls and he's milking you.
And he's twisted.
He's twisting you. He's giving you that CBT, that sweet, juicy, hot cocksucker. I'll give this one a 6.
I'm gonna give it a 5.9. We're moving on from the juice section of this review of various liquids. Maybe you could have this in the morning. Coffee. This is a cold brew black coffee. There's a very small amount of people in the world.
Ooh.
A very small percentage of people in the world, I think, that like black coffee. And having it with cereal, I don't know if that's gonna be necessarily an improvement.
No.
It's like staring into the depths of hell. Ooh, it smells
good.
good. It smells good. Oh.
Oh.
It had a good start. It had a good start.
It felt good going in. I was surprised.
I was like, oh man, this is gonna be, oh no. And all of the bitterness hit you at once.
But it still is just black coffee, which sucks. I will give that a 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I'm gonna give this like a 3.5. We have now entered what I like to call the danger section of the video. On this side was the intro drinks. Besides the margarita, I don't think we had anything really crazy going on there. But now we're sort of entered into the chaos zone. Are you moaning while you...
Huh?
How do you feel about this upcoming one?
Sexy. No, never mind. It's Coca-Cola, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Coca-Cola. We're gonna be having cereal with Coca-Cola. Oh no.
Okay. Holy shit, that's weird looking. Bombs away.
Bombs away.
God, no.
The fizziness should not be going on while you're crunching.
No. When you have things to eat, there shouldn't be bubbles.
Yeah. That's a fucking 2 out of 10 for me.
I'll give that a 3. It sucked going in, but towards the end it got a little better.
It's olive oil, guys. We're doing olive oil. Anything you want to say to the people at home?
It's highly caloric
Is it?
1 tablespoon is 130 calories. That's because you cook things with it, and it enhances the flavor once it's sizzled into the food.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Just the essence of it
Just
is all
the
you
essence
need.
of it.
I don't think I've ever had a tablespoon on its own.
No. Red Bull. Ted, you ever wanted to fly?
I've always wanted to fly.
Really? You don't even need to drink Red Bull to fly.
Oh yeah?
You just walk outside into Los Angeles, go down fucking Hollywood Boulevard, and get some homeless person to shoot a fucking needle in your arm. Then you're flying. What you know
About rolling down.
It looks like motor oil.
It does look like motor oil. Cheers to getting high. Oh, no.
I just think I don't like Red Bull.
Red Bull has a very specific type of flavor.
It's not good. It is not the fucking war crime that
That
olive oil
was, yeah. I give it a 3.5.
I give it a 4.
Really?
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's
Wow,
not too bad.
okay. Of course, we've got this energy drink here, but do you know what else other energy drink exists? Schlatt?
What?
Bang! Bang energy
Bang.
is the next thing we're drinking.
Ted, we're almost done.
Shut your fucking mouth. This is the Sour Heads flavor. I'm a bit of a sour head.
Oh yeah?
I had no follow-up joke
You
to
got
that.
a big head, that's for sure.
Oh, that's so fucking mean.
It's not good, but it's not terrible.
Oh, it's not good.
You don't like it that much?
No, I fucking hate that. I think it at a base level, I think I just don't like Bang. No!
Bang! 5.
A 5? A
5.
5?
I like it.
I give this a 3. Definitely worse than the Red Bull. I don't know what I gave the Red Bull. Next up, we've got the essence of water, Raz Cranberry LaCroix.
LaCroix sucks. LaCroix doesn't taste good. This is not as bad as many of the other drinks we've had. 4.5. Fuck LaCroix.
Frat bros of the world. Today's your day to shine, my friends.
Time, boys, because today we're drinking Natty Light.
My dad's a big lawyer, and he's gonna get you for beating me up, Trend.
Trend?
Trend.
Trend?
His name is Trend.
He was beaten up by a guy named Trend.
Yeah, because his name is
Bertram.
Yeah.
Bertram.
Yeah. Putting beer in cereal. Oh.
Rich.
Cha-ching.
Mommy. Mommy. Mommy.
Oh my God. 2 crisp 20s, baby, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't do it.
You can't do it? Yeah, wash it down with some tequila. Don't know why Schlatt chose this one, but the next liquid, it's not really a liquid. It's mayonnaise, guys. Schlatt wanted to do mayonnaise, and here it is.
Oh, Ted, you don't have to do it from that far up. Ted! It will certainly taste moist. Oh my fucking God. I cannot do that shit. There's no fucking way, Ted. That's worse than the thick water.
You're the one, you brought the...
That's worse than the fucking thick water. Okay, man? That's worse than the fucking olive oil, bro.
That's a
Point one.
That's a
Point one.
Yeah,
Point
that's
one.
a .1.
That is the worst one by far.
That's really bad.
That is gross.
We're going down a dark path, guys. Pickle juice.
Why do we do all these at the end, bro? Why didn't we just...
I don't know. It's got a lot of stuff swimming around in it.
You got to just focus on the Honey Nut Cheerios. Just focus on the Honey Nut.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God. Better than mayo.
Way better than
Better than mayo.
But still,
One.
one of the hardest.
One.
One. But you know what will be worse, Schlatt?
What's that?
Liquid dish soap is the answer to that, Schlatt.
Yep. Yeah.
If product gets into eyes, flush thoroughly with water. If swallowed, drink a glass full of water. Here we go. This is the final one, Schlatt, for all the marbles.
It smells pleasant.
Oh no, it's a mixture between thick water, but it's not edible. It's not edible. Why are we doing this? Are you gonna swallow this?
It's cereal. But you have to swallow it.
It's literal soap.
How are you not going to swallow it? How are you going to know what it tastes like? I actually picked this because I knew I'd be better at it than you. The amount of times I've said bad words in front of my mommy, and she took me to the sink and put a bar of Dial in my mouth. She called it cleaning my mouth out because some dirty words were in it.
Holy fucking shit. All right.
Well, you can't actually swallow that. That's not swallow. I was confident, like, until 5 seconds in. Ah! Ah! Fuck!
I actually thought you were gonna swallow. I thought you were.
I was ready to.
Yeah.
I was ready to until I realized, oh, this will be physically impossible. Like, I subconsciously rejected it. 6 out of 10.
That's a little low in my opinion. I'd probably
Really?
give it a 7 out of 10.
And thanks for watching.
Thanks so much, ladies and germs, for watching this video. If you liked me and Schlatt interacting in this video, then you may like the Chuckle Sandwich Podcast, which is a podcast we have together with our buddy Charlie Slimesicle that is available on Spotify and on the Chuckle Sandwich YouTube channel. Like the video. Peace out.
Bye.
Hey folks, just letting you know that this video is sponsored by NordVPN. If you haven't heard of NordVPN, perhaps you've been living under a rock, because NordVPN is the premier VPN service that is gosh darn criminally easy to use, my guy. You may be asking yourself, well Ted, what's a VPN? What's in it for me? Show me the goods. Well, calm down for a second, let me tell you. VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. It's a service that protects your internet connection and privacy online. It creates an encrypted tunnel for your data and protects your online identity by hiding your IP address. And it allows you to use public Wi-Fi hotspots safely. NordVPN is available on every major platform. We're talking Windows, we're talking Android, we're talking iOS, we're talking Mac OS, and we're talking Linux. Even your Android TV supports NordVPN. Thank you very much. NordVPN encrypts all of your traffic so your internet provider can't slow down your streaming speed. Because if I'm gonna watch 150 episodes of Naruto without stopping, I'm gonna do it without bandwidth throttling. Get that out of here. If you're interested in getting NordVPN for yourself, then you can go to nordvpn.com/Nivison and use the code Nivison. Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video, and have a fantastic...
Vinny, you stole my daughter's Minecraft account. Now you gotta pay. Here's what family does to pieces of shit like you. Yeah!
Whoa. Let me just start off by saying that this entire video is sponsored by Universal Pictures for the new movie Nobody, starring Bob Odenkirk, that came out on March 26th. Which is crazy. In this video, I was challenged by Universal to recreate some scenes from this new movie, where I worked with a 30-year veteran stunt coordinator that actually worked on the film, and they gave me pretty much 30 days to figure out how I was gonna pull all of this together. This project was probably one of the most nerve-wracking and daunting projects that I have ever taken on with this channel. I mean, I went to film school. This is my degree, and this is Universal Pictures that's knocking on my door right now. You know, I mean, you get what I'm talking about. You best believe that I'm gonna welcome them in and put on a hot pot of coffee with a side of intense anxiety. God damn. So without further ado, follow me on my journey as I train to be a Hollywood action star in just about 30 days. Here we go. Okay, so the journey of being able to convincingly recreate a scene from this film Nobody began with being introduced to the stunt coordinator that worked on this film, Daniel Bernhardt. Daniel is pretty much as legit as they come when it comes to creating stunt scenes and just action films in general. One movie that he worked on that would be especially convincing to those of you who are not convinced would be goddamn John Wick. Dude, I mean, look at him go. He's right here in a fight scene in this new movie, and he gets to get his teeth knocked out by Bob Odenkirk himself. What a dream, right? These aren't some ho-dunk shenanigans that are going on here. I will actually be learning how to fight in a movie from the pros. And then suddenly they showed me a message that was directed to me from Bob Odenkirk himself.
Hey, Ted. Hey, so you went to film school, huh? Wow, that's great. So you think you can perform some movie magic and then that'll make you look like a badass? You might want to think again, buddy.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys right now. This is when the entire goal of the video changed for me a little bit. Okay, sure, I want to make a quality action scene to fulfill the inner filmmaker demons that are constantly clawing to burst out of my chest like some sort of passion-based xenomorph. But I was told that Bob Odenkirk himself will be seeing this video, the big man. Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad, apparently he was in How I Met Your Mother, but let me ask you this, Bob, have you met Ted? So my goals have now changed from impressing a transnational multimedia conglomerate to Bob Odenkirk himself. The individual. So Bob, come on, man. I'm doing this for you. You don't believe me? Check this out. Sweet old Bob. This one's for you. About several weeks later, after practicing some moves that Daniel had taught to me over Zoom, I was ready to meet up with Daniel in person. So after getting COVID tested, I headed to 87 North's training facility to train with Daniel and learn the ropes on being an action star. All right, folks, here we are at 87 North with Mr. Daniel Bernhardt, the master stuntman from the stars. Some say that he came from space.
Sometimes I wonder myself if I'm coming from space.
From the mouth of the man himself. I'm here to learn how to...
That's really good. That was actually really good because he's actually extremely strong. In our world, everything is about turning your hip. Anytime you throw a punch, it's my hip that turns, right?
One could say the hips don't lie.
Exactly.
He's training me to be an action star. Daniel's training me to be an action star. I'm doing it for the glory of Bob Odenkirk. I'm doing it to impress goddamn Bob Odenkirk.
Good.
Yeah, it's no problem. Yeah, I do this all the time. Me and my buddy Daniel, we get down to the gym too. Quick punches and hooks. My favorite thing to do.
Very good. So this is what you're doing right now. You're doing this great. Now you're doing this. You're going up like that, right?
Yeah, I have trouble with that.
Now as he ducks, do this. Nice
Okay,
reaction.
here we go.
Do it one more
I'm
time.
so sorry. Give me back my Bionicle. Fuck you. That's my Nerds rope. I like Cool Ranch Doritos.
Weirdly enough, that was the best.
Really? So what Daniel and the rest of the guys were teaching me were the move sets for 2 action scenes that they wanted me to recreate from the film. The first one was a shortened version of the bus scene. This is a scene where Bob Odenkirk's character Hutch Mansell is fighting a bunch of ruffians in a bus, and it's just brutal. He just beats the crap out of them, and it's crazy.
We're gonna do our bus scene. Now obviously you don't have a bus at home, so you have to create this in your house.
Okay.
You know?
This is Ted right on the scene for the bus scene. Things are getting pretty crazy here. Dude's taking off his jacket. He's looking pretty buff. He is shredded and he's got a gun. That's never a good combination.
Super slow, super slow. Nice. Nice. Now, usually when we do this, like we know exactly what camera's gonna do. So let's say if camera's right there, I know I cannot punch here. I know I'm gonna punch here.
Right. Here's a question for you. What sort of stuff do you put in your hair? I put stuff in my hair and I'm sweating, but your hair, it's like...
It's an absolute secret, which I shared with Jeremy. It's called...
Are you sure it's not like Gorilla Glue? Very interesting to be in a place where I'm surrounded by 100% people that are far more athletic than me in practically every way.
But there's only one milkman.
That is so true.
There
Thank
you
you
go.
for mentioning that.
There's only one
milkman.
Whoa. Stumble back. You come back. Turn the other way. It's easier for you.
You think so?
Because look, if you turn this way and then you have to punch that way, it's
Yeah,
not
it is a
good.
little goofy,
so
isn't it?
come back this way, then you can punch with your wrist.
Somebody stole my Cheez-Its.
I stole this Jesus.
No!
Slow down, slow down, slow down. Yeah. Slow down, slow
You
down.
son of a...
Slow down. Nice.
Somebody stole my Minecraft account.
Who plays Minecraft anymore?
Actually, I do! And then you've got the house invasion scene, which is a scene where a bunch of armed members of the Russian mob are invading Hutch's home, and he has to fight them off with stuff that he finds around his house. We're moving on now from the bus scene to the indoor scene, so I'm gonna learn how to fight the guys with the guns. That should be pretty good. I'm exhausted.
The first hit to the face. Boom. Second, you hit the gun down. Super slow, slower, slower. He comes back. You knock the gun out of his hand to the face. Double hit to the face.
Wow.
Hey, Vinny, you stole my daughter's Minecraft account. Now you gotta pay. Here's what family does to pieces of shit like you.
Yeah! So I just finished my training session here at 87 North with all of these wonderful magical boys, Stuntmen Deluxe. We've got Mr. Daniel, Alec, Anthony, Dave, and Jeremy on the camera.
That's me!
So thank you guys so much. This was actually really, really cool. I had a fantastic time, so thank you guys so much. Boom. So now that I had finished my training with Daniel, all of the pressure was on me to actually put this thing together. Luckily for me, Universal provided me with a care package of a bunch of things that would help me recreate the scene. Let's see what we got. A completely rubber AR-15. Like, this is the magazine for it. And it looks pretty damn realistic too. Bam! They also gave me a rubber Uzi and rubber pistol. They gave me 2 of these breakaway bats, a fake knife, and a rubber cast iron pan. Check this out. If you didn't know any better, you would definitely think that this is a pan. However, one of the problems was I had to be fighting the bad guys, so I couldn't also play the bad guys myself. What do I look like, Mr. Million Hands? Yeah, what do I look like? Like I have 1 million hands? I had to assemble a team. And at this point, I pretty much had less than a week to throw this all together. So I contacted my buddy Ryan Leader. He's a fantastic YouTuber. He does a bunch of sketches online. And I asked him if he wanted to be part of this action scene. And he did me a total solid and brought on fellow sketch comedians Sir Spence and their friend Hunter to help me complete the trio for this action scene. I had to teach them the entire choreography of the scene in less than 2 days. It was like action boot camp. And honestly, these guys did a fantastic job learning quickly. While action scenes may not necessarily be these guys' main line of work, they were super down the whole time. And we actually managed to learn the entire bus scene in like a matter of a couple of hours. At the same time that I was working with my 3 beautiful stunt boys, I also had to figure out who was going to shoot it. Who was going to shoot this action scene that I was acting in? If I wanted to impress Bob Odenkirk, then I had to put a whole film crew together. That was the only way. I was able to contact an old film friend of mine, Christina Shing, who has directed a slew of these incredible music videos and films, and she was able to put me in contact with her main man for director of photography, Shane Bagwell. And through him, we were able to get a sound guy, a gaffer, a grip, a first assistant camera, and an assistant director. And if we're getting this whole film crew together, I mean, we might as well shoot on an Arri Alexa cinema camera. I mean, why not? One of the things that was really important for the house scene was to make it look like it was very similar to the film, and that it hit all of the beats with Daniel's choreography that he made for me, but also worked within the space that I already had. And obviously, I'm not going to be able to have the same set that Bob Odenkirk worked with for this fucking YouTube video that I'm doing. So I had to be really creative on how I went about blocking the scene so it worked and made sense. Finally, I had to add that extra pizzazz to make this scene truly my own. Some piece of my YouTube channel that was undeniably me. So I decided to bring in a little blast from the past from my YouTube channel lore, the Milkman. The Milkman is one of the most powerful characters in the Ted Nivison universe, as far as we know, and there is no other character that I would want to represent my power as an action star, for the glory of Bob Odenkirk. So after training with Daniel, teaching the moves to my stuntmen, hiring all of the crew, planning out every shot and making sure the blocking was perfect, a 12-hour day of shooting action scenes non-stop, and editing this scene to be as brutal and ridiculous as possible. Without further ado, I present to you my recreation of these scenes from Nobody. Enjoy.
What are you doing here, Milkman?
I'm gonna fuck you up.
I got this. Oh!
Who are you?
Me? I'm the milkman. Wait, look! It's Bob Odenkirk in a giant TV in the sky!
All right, I gotta admit, you proved yourself to be a worthy student. Very nice.
Oh, thank you, Bob Odenkirk. I appreciate that.
Some might have doubted you,
I mean, that was you, so.
but you were able to find and unleash your inner rage.
Oh, thank you. I'm angry all the time.
Congrats on becoming a nobody.
Thank you, Bob. I did it for you. I did it for you, Bob. I did it for you! And there he goes. Sweet old Bob. Always on another adventure.
So there you have it, folks. That was how I recreated these scenes from Nobody. This was probably one of the coolest projects that I have ever worked on this channel, as I've said. And it was really cool to be able to combine my interest as a filmmaker with my YouTube channel and just make something ridiculous. So I really hope that you guys found this video interesting. Make sure to check out Universal's new film, Nobody, starring Bob Odenkirk. It's going to be available on paid video on demand starting April 16th. I really do recommend it. It's a fun ride. So yeah. Thanks for watching this video.
Pushing the lead, focus and speed, I'm in the mode. Over the hill, icy green, go for the gold. I gotta build all that I be, watch it unfold. 5, 4, 3, set, ready, turn up and go. Give it some gas, you know I'm hitting the road. Ain't got no time to look back and get all in the emotions. When you come from a loss, gotta be so devoted. Forward motion, and I gotta give them a show. 1, 2, whatever I do, watch your head spin. I come through and prove I deserve this win. Yes, the pressure, the force can push the best off course. So watch your step in the door, come from the depths and soar.
I burned everything. Besides the eggs. I didn't burn the eggs. Turns out when you're trying to film a little montage, you forget to turn things over and then they end up like this. Hey man, bacon is bacon though. This is what I was looking forward to all day. And now for the piece de resistance of this meal. The Mike's Hot Honey over the eggs. Oh. Okay. I bought these avocados yesterday, so a little bit lacking in ripeness. Sort of a strange flavor profile for eggs. I'm with it a little bit. I'm kind of with it. I haven't eaten any food today. It has been like 7 hours. Basically fasted most of the day. And I've only pretty much been working out or putting myself in cold situations. I mean, this is a good breakfast. I'm enjoying myself deeply. I think the most exhausting thing out of anything today, though, is the thought in my head that I have to do this 6 more times. I bodied that meal. Ashton Hall does this final ice dunk bath while he's fully dressed. Here we go. Into the fray. That's so painful. All right, give me another one. Why did I do this? I could die. Wow. The first one, it's surprising, but it feels kind of good. When I go for the second one, it hurts. Final time, 11:58 a.m. So not quite as fast. Here's the time split that we need to make up for. Accounting for the hour off that we were at because my gym wasn't open yet, I would say that we pretty much were only behind by an hour. That's pretty good. Day 1 complete. I'm exhausted. So if you didn't realize at this point, Ashton Hall's morning routines are probably a lie. They're probably false. And at the very least, Ashton's filming process surely takes longer than he says it does. I know this because I had to directly set up each of these shots. It's taken me longer than I'd expected to, and I'm not doing it on a camera where I'm gonna get lens blur. I'm doing it on this little thing because it's super light and I can move it around really easily and not this camera setup I filmed the beginning of the video on because that would be ridiculous. Like, look at him doing those push-ups in the morning before he knocks over the Saratoga water. That's a match cut. Are we doing cinematic editing here? Look at him when he's journaling. That's a shot reverse shot. He's making a movie. The actual action that Ashton Hall is doing here is creating viral content by portraying something so ridiculous that it's shared across the internet and everyone has something to say about it, including me. I'd be foolish if I didn't recognize that me making this very video is playing into the hand of his viral marketing strategy. At the same time though, it's clear to a certain degree that he takes himself quite seriously. Previously, he had simply been creating gym workout content, where it was just him showing off various workouts he'd do for people to see online online. And this is also Ashton can create an image of himself as an authority on health and wellness so he can funnel people into his main job, which primarily from my research is that he is a fitness coach that coaches other fitness coaches, which if I'm following the hierarchy correctly, that would make him the fitness coach Pope. But on his official website, he also offers services to the lowly small bicep peasant class, which is one-on-one personal fitness coaching. It starts at $3,300 for the base plan, and it expands all the way to almost $10,000 for 1 year of remote coaching, which interestingly enough is the only program in which you'd actually get one-on-one coaching from Ashton. Which makes it kind of silly that all of them are titled Train With Me. Right? But if you're worried about whether or not it'll work for you, the 10K program also comes with motivational support from Ashton. I like to imagine it's just a text message every other week that's just like, bro, lock in. While Ashton has this entire business that's centered around being this serious workout coach persona, he also surprisingly plays into the memes that he unintentionally created. Like the first time that he said,
Looking at it, bro, we gotta go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
that was a serious attempt by Ashton to act. But later on in his content, you'll start to see him reference it more.
You've made your first 10,000. Congratulations. We gotta do at least 20, bro.
Tomorrow, we gotta do at least 10,000.
And then what you start to see is this intentional attempt to create moments that will create engagement for him. One is by creating strange moments that go unaddressed. Like there's an increasing amount of moments where things are just getting shattered all the time. I don't know what sort of reaction Ashton is trying to get from this, but it's coming off like he's a big toddler that hasn't figured out motor skills yet. He seems to have a fixation on wearing socks when people normally wouldn't, like taking a bath. Brother's just walking around with soggy socks. But then he doesn't wear socks in scenarios he should, like wearing shoes. It drives people in the comments crazy, so that means it's working. As his virality has waned over the last month, he's been introducing new steps into his routine to keep people interested. My personal favorite he posted on May 12th, where now he's introducing a red light mask at 4 a.m. He's just sitting there looking like Dr. Doom as this woman pours water for him. What could he be scheming about? And at 8 a.m., he engages in the strangest thing I've ever seen. He puts his nose tape and his mouth tape back on and then begins to saran wrap onions to the bottom of his feet, puts socks on, and then takes a 15-minute nap. Then takes it all off and continues on with his day. What the hell was that? Did he run out of routine ideas and now he's taking inspiration from the Brothers Grimm? This looks like something I'd be told to do by a witch doctor to cure my plague. And amongst all of this nonsense that Ashton is posting to his social media, at the same time he posted a video, The Truth About Stealing Content, where he decides to address all of the people copying his video.
I came here to address the nonsense. So many videos are being sent to me, duplicates of my videos. This is for the creators that are sick and tired of their work being copied.
This video has been perceived in two ways by the public. The first is that Ashton is seeing all of these people making joke versions of his viral routine and being upset that they're copying his lifestyle, which is what the majority of the comments think that he's doing. On the other hand, some people think he's referencing this other content creator, Marvin Achi. This guy is another fitness coach content creator. He's got a website, he's got an app to sell. And when Ashton started blowing up, this guy started doing the same thing, but to like a cartoonish degree. He's also trying to start a little bit of a water war between him and Ashton by only using Voss water instead of Saratoga. This is the type of person I think Ashton is talking about, but the way that he frames this problem is that he used to care about this stuff, but he doesn't now.
I used to get pissed off. The running videos, the ASMR with workouts, I'm not gonna act like I'm a saint. I used to block anybody who was doing anything similar to me.
And then he somehow works in a way to compare himself to Jesus Christ.
Then I realized, bro, like, people follow Jesus. Why? Because he was great. As a Christian man, why are you angry if they're following you?
Ashton, you're right. That dude is copying you. Totally fair. He is definitely copying you. That doesn't make you Jesus, though. Overall, what's strange to me about this whole situation is that Ashton doesn't really seem to know what the tone of his content is. Because you can't market yourself as this serious, God-fearing fitness coach that's gonna make you shed all that fat if you follow this simple routine, but then be saran wrapping onions to your feet for a 15-minute nap as part of that process. It kind of takes away from any chance that people were gonna take you seriously, doesn't it?
Okay, it is bedtime number 2. I can't believe that we're already here.
But there's been an update.
Look at that. I got the real thing now.
Glass bottle. I've never actually had Saratoga water before, but goddamn was it expensive. Tastes like water, Moses. This time around I'm doing a little bit better than last time. It's actually 8:30 right now. I found myself getting exhausted pretty much around like 4 p.m. So I'm hoping that that won't happen tomorrow.
It's time to tape up.
So I mummified myself and it was time for day 2. Welcome to day 2. First problem today, the mouth tape had fused with my mustache. I couldn't get it off. This is gonna hurt.
That's pulling my mustache hairs out. I'm having a bit of a slower start this morning already. I'm already behind the Ashton schedule, so I gotta get moving immediately.
I made a couple mistakes last time I did this morning routine. I didn't do the banana scenario.
I think I was stressed and trying to keep track of so many parts of his routine that the banana wipe somehow slipped my mind. But never again. So I brushed my teeth.
And today's a special day. We're going pure Saratoga. God, that got water everywhere.
Привет, comrades.
These push-ups once again were a pain in the ass. And then I assumed maybe Ashton Hall did other workouts on the balcony, so I tried doing sit-ups, and that was just as miserable.
I just don't want to do this. I just woke up. I don't want to do this.
But I pounded some Saratoga, and I did even more push-ups until my misery hit a peak and I moved on.
Fuck this. I gotta say, I definitely feel a lot better than I initially felt. Yesterday morning, it's probably because I have more sleep in my system because I went to bed at 8. Nobody's going to bed at 8 p.m. unless you're a regular at bingo night. What's crazy about this morning schedule, the motherfucker doesn't take off this nose strip until like 6 a.m. He keeps this thing on for an extra 2 hours. Why? Why do I have to keep this on, Ashton?
Then instead of meditating, I decided to use the time to instead call my parents, who I hadn't spoken to in a while.
I woke up at 3:50 in the morning.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've been going to sleep at like 8 p.m. because I'm doing this morning routine thing for a YouTube video.
They live on the East Coast, so they were awake, and it just seemed like a better usage of my time.
And of course, I have to watch my daily sermon.
Adam and Eve were caught on camera.
Then I did the journaling.
5:49, it's time to move on to the next part of the routine. Here we go. Doesn't get any easier. Man, fuck that.
So I got dressed, made sure to bring some Saratoga with me, and headed off to the gym.
I'm so excited to go to the gym. I'm not. Okay, I made it to the gym now. Today I'm gonna be doing my cardio here. Okay. I'm ready to go home again.
Then it was time for my favorite part of this routine.
This is gonna suck. No one, why have you forsaken me?
I gotta say, I am not a fan of that. Least favorite part of this journey. It is now time to do the banana skincare. I thought I was filming myself, but I wasn't. I ate this whole banana. How does he do this specifically? Okay, so he wipes it on like his cheek. Okay, this feels counterintuitive. I'm making myself dirty again after having just showered. Appreciate that, Ashton. Get it on the forehead, of course. I feel like I just did something dirty. I feel like a new man already. This isn't the last time that my face is getting wet though, because I have to do another water thing. It hurts every time. Ow. Some of you might be wondering, Ted, is there a difference between submerging your face in Mountain Valley water versus Saratoga water? No. Next on the docket, make some food.
This time I focused entirely on cooking this well, because I don't think I could handle the embarrassment of burning everything twice.
I did not burn it this time. I think it actually looks pretty good.
Then I pounded the food to finish off the routine.
With this meal finished, that is my morning routine. All I gotta do now is just walk into my office and the morning routine will be done. It's 10:05 right now. With this, I'm only 50 minutes behind him. Yesterday was like 3 hours behind.
So we got a little bit closer to Ashton's time. Let's keep going. Ashton Hall is obviously the first person in a while that's gone very viral for his specific morning routine, but what he does is not new.
Ridiculous morning routines have always been a part of the online space, and as is law in the ecosystem of commentary, it is our job to point out why it's ridiculous.
This pandemic, it's gonna weed out the weak.
But the reality is, Ashton Hall's content is a much more packaged and mainstream-friendly version of what people generally call manosphere content. There are so many versions of what this looks like, ranging from the most extreme examples that would come to mind, such as like Andrew Tate.
Next time your girlfriend says, let's go movies, say, no movies. I'm locked in, I'm in the trenches, I'm getting rich. Stand by me and enjoy the fruits of my labor, or be gone.
To others who are just obsessed with constantly behaving like they're in a state of like berserker rage.
Ashton Hall signals similar themes as these other content creators, but in his most popular content, it's done in a much quieter way. He's refined this sense of alpha male grind set into like a chic aesthetic, something seemingly peaceful and satisfying with these ASMR-esque sounds edited into his content. as if engaging in this world is in itself a form of meditation. What's ironic about this is that very similar imagery was used in the movie American Psycho,
with the character Patrick Bateman doing an extensive morning routine where he points out every little detail and facet on how he gets ready for his day.
After I remove the ice pack, I use a deep pore cleanser lotion.
In that movie, it was meant to help illustrate an obsessive and unnatural fixation with the superficial, and helps build out the character of Patrick Bateman, the murdering psychopath.
I don't think that Ashton Hall is a psychopath. I'm sure that he's probably a nice guy. But it's interesting how this sort of community of online personalities has shifted into behaving this way. In the modern era, there's clearly some level of desire by some men to somehow reactivate a hunter-gatherer context in their life. And if I'm having a bad week in terms of motivation, I would be lying if I said that listening to one of these guys tell me that working at my computer every day was the same thing as killing a fucking wildebeest with my bare hands didn't hype me up like a little bit, because it does. I've got testosterone flowing through my veins. I do. And yeah, he's speaking at a specific frequency that when I hear that, I'm like,
you must learn how to by yourself. No movies!
I might transform. If you asked me unprompted if I could land a commercial airliner if both of the pilots passed out, I'd give you an optimistic answer. I would! I know it isn't realistic, but my soul wants it to be true. There's this one guy that's been memed on to hell where he worked like one double shift and now he's acting like he can manipulate time.
So I over a year, you're toast.
Stack that up over 10 years, I got a higher GDP than some developing nations. Stack that over 20 years, you're donezo. I'm already hunting humans for sport. Stack that over 40 years, I'm way ahead. I don't have a body anymore. I'm fully bionic. I don't need to sleep. I've tripled my tripled weight. Stack that over 80 years, I've bought the sun. I'm selling people light. Stack that over 160 years.
Also, a guy living in a cave 300 years ago? Who was living in a cave in 1725? These guys are always going on podcasts and making content talking about how this is the ideal lifestyle to get what you want out of life. But when I listen to these people speak and talk about their lifestyles, it seems more like a really roundabout and complicated projection of their own ego. We don't necessarily need to know or have proof that these guys are waking up at 4 a.m. every day, grabbing Loki by the nutsack and manipulating the time stream. All they really care about is being able to say that they wake up at 4 a.m. every day, so that they can fabricate a hierarchy where they're above the average person. Because what authority do they really have to speak on these things other than being an early riser, having suspiciously large deltoids, and speaking like they're mad?
Now, for me, $250,000 is not much money. As you guys could understand, $250,000 is not much money.
Well, a lot of the time it's the appearance of being rich.
Ashton Hall's entire brand is drenched in this thick outer coating of luxury that's very hard to ignore. We'll see him looking out from the balcony of his luxury apartment, sipping his needlessly expensive bottled water. Bottled water that has less in common with a 30-pack of Poland Spring you'd pick up at the grocery store than it does with a luxury vodka you'd see at a Miami club. He casually will put on a $5,000 bracelet just to run on a treadmill at the gym, or make it quite clear that he has money to spare in any circumstance he realistically can.
As a result, there's this weird hypocrisy mixed into this entire alpha male persona that Ashton has cultivated. Because a lot of his thesis is work hard, wake up early, lock in sort of messaging. But then a lot of the stuff in Ashton's life is done for him. He has assistants preparing his meals, men in suits carrying his bags and driving him places. And many of these things that are done for him, I know from firsthand experience that he is perfectly capable of doing in the time frame he's given himself. So this image of having a hired person to take care of anything he might need is meant to give an essence of authority and power. There's even this one video that Ashton did where he engaged in his entire morning routine to eventually go on a helicopter ride to somewhere. The video ends before he gets anywhere. I'm assuming that this was probably one of those like helicopter tours you can do around a city. Let me look it up. Yeah, so looking for like 2 seconds, I found a helicopter tour in Miami that looks exactly like the helicopter that Ashton Hall was in. But he's clearly framing it like, oh, I gotta take a helicopter tour to go meet with some business partners somewhere on a yacht somewhere, maybe. He also makes very sure to keep his Saratoga bottle in frame and makes gestures like he's telling the pilot where to go. It's ridiculous. And finally, probably the strangest aspect of Ashton's videos are the various women that we don't even see the faces of, but they do everything for Ashton. They cook his meals, they draw him his bath and light his candles. Whenever Ashton has a broken glass bottle, they are there picking it up after him. They even dress him sometimes. So there's this underlying sort of misogynistic tone that's happening happening here in like a domestic sense. These women exist as a prop for Ashton to support his image of power, luxury, and masculinity. And we know this because the bodyguard characters are given a totally different frame. They stand like bouncers at his door ready to work for him, but they're on the same level, in lockstep as they move down the hallway to drive Ashton to his helicopter tour, while the women are on the floor, picking up after him, cooking his meals, essentially tending to him hand and foot. This fulfills a traditional view of masculinity that gives a lot of these alpha male content creators and a lot of the people that genuinely believe in this content a big, fat, fucking boner. That's all I've got to say for now. Let's move on to day 3.
My lip fell out, and I don't know how that happened. I'm up way too late. I'm like an hour and 40 minutes late. I probably got my alarm off by 4:20. I'll be honest. I've been sitting in bed for like an hour, knowing full well that I would have to face the music in my video, but I still did. And honestly, it felt good to just be able to rock for a second. Maybe that's like a little bit of rebellion in me. Can't control it. It's just a part of my fighting spirit.
Nevertheless, I started the day trying to catch up and invigorate my heart with the power of the grind.
Grinding, having so much fun.
I hit some balcony push-ups and then continued to cope with not going the full 13 minutes.
Like he goes out there and he goes like, and then that's it. And then he's just like hanging out on the balcony. I think that counts.
2 minutes of meditation.
Yeah, I nailed it. I nailed that.
Journaling. Then it was
time to put my face in water. Let it be known, Ashton, I don't want this.
Then I hit my sermons.
Like I said, Jesus is the epitome of everything good.
And headed straight to the gym.
It's 6:57 right now. I'm technically an hour behind again. I'm always an hour behind Ashton. I ended up working out too good. I only got like a half an hour in before I was like, oh shit, I'm getting a little dizzy. I should move on to basketball. Seems like a really good idea.
This day of basketball would be different than last time though, as it would be a 1v1 between Hassan and I. After my deeply embarrassing performance on day 1, I knew that if I wanted to succeed in an Ashton Hall grind set, I had to defeat him. And lucky for me, I was showing up to the court early. If I was gonna beat Hassan, I had to train.
Hustle, I gotta make plays, try to keep up with the pace, I should just shot, I got range, ends on the winning the game. We finna lock in, we finna lock in, we finna lock in. Lock in, we finna lock in, we finna lock in.
At first I thought this was a fun little exercise for you, but now I'm a little worried that you're like legitimately becoming this person.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I lived for the grind before. I clearly live for the grind right now.
You make 3 YouTube videos a year. You do not live for the grind.
But enough small talk. It was time to shoot for starting possession.
All right, shoot for it.
For the 3?
Sure, wherever you want to shoot from.
Lock in.
This might go differently than I thought it would.
That was crazy.
This was false hope because what preceded was me getting my absolute ass handed to me by Hassan.
Okay.
I was missing basket after basket, only having some lucky moments which I took full advantage to gloat about.
I just fucking drove you into the grave.
So good.
But Hassan's score was quickly growing. Times became so desperate that I had to use the only thing that could distract a leftist commentator like Hassan from the game. Conservative talking points.
I don't like socialism. Yes!
No, you cursed me. What the hell was that?
All right, before we go into this, I just want to tell you that bird that landed on Bernie Sanders' podium.
You watch your mouth right now.
In that one rally, I'm just saying.
Was it fake? Is that what you're gonna say?
Well, hand it to me. It was a crisis actor.
What the fuck then?
My curse was working. Hassan began to miss shot after shot.
Oh my God, what is happening?
The president should become the Pope. Yes.
What?
You know the Department of Education?
Yeah, it's good.
I don't even know what that is.
No!
Unfortunately, this strategy only works if I myself could make a basket, which was not happening. So it ended with Hassan making his final shot, and I had lost once more. Damn it.
I blocked you a bunch of coping.
And with that, Hassan, thank you for joining me on this journey. On to cold shower time now.
Always miserable, never good, always pain.
Banana time. Oh, God, this is so weird. This is so weird.
And I gotta say, I'm getting pretty good at making this breakfast. Probably the only thing I'm getting better at.
It's 11:23 right now. I put this together in like 15 minutes, so that was pretty cool. I felt like a fucking demon in the kitchen just now. I would say that this is the best version of the eggs I've made too. Now it's time to do the ice facial. I just gotta go for it. Is it bad that I feel like I'm getting better at this? And with that, our routine for day 3 is done. It's 11:34 right now. Here's the split. Time to start the day.
And things got even worse for day 4.
I lose a little bit of my mustache every time I do this. I'm losing energy for this challenge, the skill and the excitement. I don't know if that speaks to my ability to keep with a routine or the feasibility of doing a routine like this. It's like 5:20 right now. I did wake up at 3:50. I've just been sitting and laying in bed and I've just been like, I don't want to do it.
It seemed like each day the mouth tape left more and more residue on my face after taking it off.
I don't want to have to remove adhesive from my face every morning. It's kind of a pain in the ass.
I was struggling a lot this morning. My vibes were not good.
I'm so sick of this.
The push-ups were worse when the sun had risen because now I was worried I was being perceived by my neighbors as a crazy person, but I had very little fucks to give at this point.
I have to journal, so journaling time.
That stomach flu, it needs to go in the name of Jesus Christ.
Loki, I'm kind of looking forward to this to wake me up right now. Why is my ear ringing? I did that and then my ear started ringing. Rise and grind, ladies and gentlemen. Rise and grind.
If you can't tell, I'm starting to slip a little bit.
That's all we do. We rise and grind every day.
I had never done something like this 4 days in a row.
And let me tell you, it is taking a toll on my body. I'm going to bed at 10 p.m. at the latest, and I'm still getting fucked.
Then I had some work stuff come up that slowed me down even more.
It is 7:45. I'm pretty sure this one is not going to be very, very close. Gotta take the nose thing off. That was more painful than I expected it to be.
So I headed to the gym.
All right, we're at the gym now.
And I continued to make mistakes from there.
I worked out too hard again. For some reason, I thought it was a good idea to run like a mile at a 10% incline. That sucked. I don't know how to go to the gym consistently every day. Going to the gym is like a once in a while thing where I go as hard as possible, I get sore, and then I don't go for like a month because I'm traumatized.
This day was truly my lowest point. At every turn, things were weird for me.
I do wonder after all of this is done, that's a naked man walking on the highway. Fully naked man walking on the highway just then.
The shower was as fun as usual.
No! Time for the banana.
And somehow even the banana part got worse.
Got banana in my eyebrow. I hate it when I get banana in my eyebrow.
At least I got to have a meal that could potentially lift my spirits.
Today was a bit of a disappointment to say the least. No! No!
Did I piss off a witch in a past life or something?
Today's second ice bath. Here I go. Ashton. And at 12:03, it's time to start work. A whopping almost 3 hours behind Ashton's schedule. And that's the end of day 4.
I'm not done talking about the Saratoga water either, because Ashton's obsession with it is a little bit ridiculous. With all the product placement and the specific intention to have the Saratoga brand in frame, you'd think that Ashton Hall is sponsored by Saratoga. But he's not. The CEO of Saratoga's parent company, Primo Brands, specifically pointed out that they don't work with Ashton Hall in an interview with Business Insider. But at the very least, I hope that Ashton has stock in Saratoga, because at the peak of his virality in March, the parent company's stock went up by like 16%. Also at this point, because I had only been drinking Saratoga water on and off camera, I had a pretty good idea of how much water Ashton Hall would consume in a month. I have gone through 12 bottles of Saratoga water in 4 days. And since I'm following Ashton's routine directly, and we're supposed to assume that he does this every single day, that would mean that he spends probably more than $300 a month on Saratoga water. That's ridiculous. You're paying for a second water bill every month? Either way, let's move on to day 5. Things had clearly hit a low for me on day 4, but I was determined to change my future, and I had 2 motivating factors to do so. The first was that at 9 a.m. on day 5, I had an appointment with my therapist. This appointment was in person, so I had to finish my entire morning routine in order to make it there on time. And in doing so, complete the routine faster than Ashton does his. Also, I had finally secured an opportunity to do Ashton's most famous move, the time dive. That's right. Finally, I had access to a pool and the motivating need to do this routine as quickly as possible. So I went to bed that night with a fire in my heart, because I was going to change my destiny on day 5. Starting off the morning, my timing was impeccable. Let's do this thing. I knew if I wanted a pure Ashton routine, it would be this morning. The push-ups were miserable as usual, but I had to push through. I could feel a new dawn for me was soon to be unearthed. As I meditated, I imagined perfecting this routine, visualizing myself as various apex predators, like the tiger or the grizzly bear. I then used my journal time to chronicle these revelations.
You'll never believe what they say about Dubai.
The ice facial would be elevated too, as I was now involving lemons into the water. And I opened not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 mini bottles of Saratoga for it.
Lemon time. I have no idea if this is going to improve the feeling of the cold water on my face. Definitely smells better. Before it was
stinky water. Oh shit, it kind of burns my eyes.
Oh shit, water got everywhere too.
If anybody asks you guys, I definitely did not pee my pants.
Then I thought for sake of accuracy, I would do a little bit of grooming like Ashton does, but I made an unbelievable mistake.
Whoops.
Yeah, I messed up. I put on the length guard wrong.
Well, I don't have a mustache anymore. Surprise.
Guess that's how things are going this week.
But we gotta keep going. I suppose now that I don't have a mustache, I won't be like ripping hairs out when I have to put on the mouth tape. Otherwise, I've kind of screwed myself. I've been working on that. It's 6:14 right now. Time to go to the gym. Okay, I ran a mile. That's what I assume Ashton does in his official routine. It's 7:06 right now. All right, let's move. Because it's almost 7:36.
Our trip to the pool was upon us to see if Ashton was telling the truth. And it seemed like I'd have the perfect timing. When I got to the pool though, one thing became quite obvious to me. This was not a pool for diving. They made it very clear this was a 4-foot deep pool. If I dove like Ashton did, I would knock myself out on the bottom and drown. But I had no choice. This was my one chance to understand what Ashton was smoking. So I positioned myself for a mini dive. Basically all of the factors necessary in my opinion to count as a dive, but I won't kill myself. The clock struck 7:36. The stars had aligned, and I began my dive. And I thought I would surely be underwater soon. But no. Suddenly I felt a silence around me. And it was then that I realized that everything was moving slowly. Yet at the same time, time was moving fast. I was in it. I was time diving. In my mind I saw visions of glory, of grind, of the horrors that waited for me past 10 p.m., of the sin that lives late at night. And I saw what had to be at least 10,000 possibilities of where my life could take me. But as I soared above the water like an eagle in what felt like specifically 4 minutes, only one seemed to make sense. The Alpha Way. As I emerged from the waters, I felt born anew, ready to take on the rest of this challenge, knowing just maybe Ashton isn't crazy. So I headed home, right on schedule. I cold showered without fear.
You know, not as bad as it has been in the past.
And with very little time before I had to leave for therapy, I built my meal faster than ever before.
If I can finish this in like fucking 7 minutes and do the ice bath, I will have completed Ashton's routine in the same time that he does it.
And I housed it like an animal. And with minutes to go, I reached my final step.
Here we go. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, starting at 3:50 in the morning and ending at 8:56 a.m., I have completed Ashton Hall's routine in a faster split time than Ashton.
So I went into day 6 with a newfound glorious perspective. It was all about the routine, baby. But seriously, after having done this routine for 5 days, things were kinda getting easier to do. Maybe Ashton wasn't crazy. Yeah, sure, my bedtime is now absurdly earlier than the average person, but I felt like I was getting a lot done. Then I tested out Ashton's next ice facial variation, this time with cucumbers. And I still haven't gained a resistance to the cold, but for the first time in a while, I think I might be going for a second hit. Nope, yeah, second one's always painful. That didn't change. And I went to the gym.
It's 7:58 right now. I just finished at the gym. Got a good pump in, got a good run in. It has gotten surprisingly easy at this point to keep going to the gym over and over again. I used to dread it, and then I kind of came over a hill or into a pool of knowledge, perhaps. I'm feeling good.
Also, at this point, Tucker and his wife Emma had arrived last night for a weekend of filming our podcast, but they arrived after I had gone to sleep. So when I would return from the gym, I'd be seeing them for the first time.
I'm returning home, and Tucker's waiting for me there, and I bet he's gonna have something to say.
Oh, I'm here.
Why are you wet?
Oh, my allergies is terrible.
The cold showers don't scare me anymore. Honestly, not bad this time. Then all there was to do was do my completely reasonable banana step, cook my breakfast, consume it once more, and then just one final ice facial and I was done with day 6.
Morning routine number 6 is now complete.
And with one final day left of my morning routine, it seemed appropriate to attempt to recruit another to Ashton's Legion.
It's got cucumbers in it. What's your first thoughts?
I thought those were pickles.
Why would you think that they're pickles?
I'm really nervous. Am I going?
Yeah, go for it.
I feel great.
Give it a second hit.
Okay. Oh, that second one hurts.
Yeah, second one hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Second one hurts.
Then I explained to Tucker I'd be pouring this bowl out.
Oh, I wish I'd known. I would have blown my nose in there. Can I go back in and blow?
If you want. I've never witnessed a 3-time. Get in there.
3-time ice bucket champion here. I couldn't even blow out of my nose.
Evan and I both witnessed you go like.
I couldn't do it.
That's incredibly cold.
It's incredibly cold. I bet that's 33 degrees.
At this point, I don't know what had shifted in me mentally after that pool dive, but kind of like I always get, I was radicalized. I had the spirit of the grind tiger, or the alpha lion in me now, and all I had to do was one more day in Ashton Hall's routine on day 7. And my God, was the grind paying off. Waking up early was a breeze for me now. Thinking of thoughts nobody had thought of before. I truly had manipulated time to my liking. Crack open that bottle of Saratoga. We're doing at least 10,000 a day, 10,000 brushes, 10,000 swishes, 10,000 gargles. You didn't see that. Man, I was looking good. I was looking strong, looking hotter than anyone's looked, probably. And I'm definitely not lonely. My push-ups were perfect now, and I definitely did like 200 of them. My journaling was pristine, Shakespearean even. The sermons inspired me beyond belief. And the ice facial, I was taking it to the next level. We weren't just doing cucumbers or lemons, we were doing both. Lemon and cucumber water. Fight me now. I was obsessed with grind, with routine. One ice facial wasn't enough. I was doubling up with no problem. No pain actually at all. No, zero. I don't even know what pain is. Not only that, I had a disciple to teach. So we're headed to the gym. We're discussing high-level business strategy. And once we arrive, yeah, we're getting a juicy pump in. But the gym doesn't stop on weights. Oh no. We had to hit the courts. We're addicted to growth, baby.
The people call me your source. From a G to a Don. You lot are all talk. I'm just keeping it strong. And setting trends takes precedence. I make a lasting impression when I'm basking in my decadence. From my Genesis to Exodus, I'm turning heads. I'm rocking certain threads. It's cause I'm earning bread, calm and collected. My charm is perfected, and that's why the woman on my arm is respected.
The grind was flowing through my veins. I had perfected every facet of Ashton's routine. I was reaching heights I never thought possible. I hadn't just learned to be Ashton Hall, I had become him.
I was destined to shine, I was born great. I'm truly gifted, I've learned to control my fate. I never stick to the script or the guidelines. It's my life, it's my world, it's my time. It's my life, it's my world, it's my time. It's my life, it's my world, it's my time. It's my life, it's my world, it's my time. It's my life, it's my world, it's my time. We were destined to shine, we were born great. We're truly gifted, we've learned to control our fate. We never stick to the script or the guidelines. It's our life, it's our world, it's our time. It's our life, it's our world, it's our time. It's our life, it's our world, it's our time. It's our life, it's our world, it's our time. It's our life, it's our world, it's our time.
Fuck. What the hell just happened to me? What the hell just happened to me? Then I remembered I'm not Ashton Hall and I'm making a YouTube video.
Oh, right. Okay. So I just completed 7 days living as a morning routine influencer.
It's been about 2 weeks since I finished living like a morning routine influencer. I suppose I should start off by answering the question, did I continue doing this routine? Of course I didn't. It's a ridiculous routine. I was starting to get a little brainwashed there, but no, I snapped out of it right at the end. And yeah, maybe the pool dive went something more like this. And yeah, maybe the timing was like fully inaccurate on day 7. There were some pretty clearly defined positives and negatives from this experience, and I'm gonna be genuinely honest about what I thought here. The first very clear positive that I felt during my week was an improvement in my overall mood. This is something that should be expected from doing a challenge like this. I work at my desk for the majority of my job. Whether it's writing or editing or filming right now, I also play a lot of video games, and while I like to get out and do things, I generally lean towards a sedentary lifestyle. I'm on my ass a lot. So being able to get up every day and move my body and go to the gym had very clear benefits for me. These are benefits that are very well documented as well. Pretty much everybody knows that if you work out on a consistent basis, you will feel better. But it still blew me away. Part of me was also feeling like I was being more effective and getting more done in my day. But when I thought about it for a little bit more, the only reason I was feeling that way is because the routine itself was me doing my job. Making this video about the routine was me working. Here's a weirder one. I'm kinda not too mad about the mouth tape. And I've genuinely used it a few times after the experiment was over. I actually used it last night. I can't tell if it's placebo or not, but I feel like I'm seeing some of the improved sleep quality claims that the mouth tape advertises. That being said, don't go out and buy mouth tape because of that. Where things stand right now, I don't think I could see myself buying another package of it, especially because the main way I see mouth tape being advertised on platforms like TikTok is creators shilling themselves out by saying that wearing mouth tape will improve your jawline, which it doesn't. Wearing mouth tape is in no way related to one's jawline. And if you're seeing those advertisements and they're showing you before and after evidence, they're lying. They lost weight and that's it. The final advantage I found from the morning morning routine was just being up in the morning. I said this earlier in the video, but I do genuinely like the idea of being able to wake up earlier in the morning than I do now. Maybe not 3:50 a.m., but if I get enough sleep, 6 a.m. does make me feel better about myself. That's just a personal reason because I find I can't really get anything productive done once I can tell that the sun is setting. My brain starts telling me, well, you're not gonna get anything else done today, so you might as well just boot up Helldivers. Now, onto the negatives. This incredibly strict routine, even done by me for only a week, started to make me feel pretty antisocial. In order for the routine to be feasible so that I wasn't suffering from extreme sleep deprivation, I had to be going to bed by around 8 or 9 p.m. It turned into this situation for a lot of the time that I was awake, nobody in my time zone was. And when those people were awake, I was asleep. It was this growing sense of isolation I started to feel during this routine. And I'm sure that if Tucker and Emma hadn't been visiting towards the end of my week, these feelings would have continued to grow. I started having feelings of not having time for anyone else. Because once I had done my work for the day, I had to start thinking about getting ready for bed. Let's say you do Ashton's routine to a T. From the time that you finished his morning routine to when you need to start his night routine, you've got about 7 to 8 hours. And for most people, that's the work day, sometimes more if you're factoring in commuting, not to mention all of the people that work longer hours. When are you gonna do everything else you'd wanna do in your life? His routine doesn't take weekends off, and I'm sure that Ashton would say that he doesn't either. Something as simple as playing a video game or spending time with friends and family. All of these things become an afterthought.
Hot showers, staying up late at night to play the latest video game, sleeping in. I love all of these things. In excess, nothing is good, but being able to do them once in a while is a gift. A gift you are depriving yourself of because of this self-imposed perception of weakness in pleasure.
And yeah, sure, while there are certainly aspects of this routine which, if done in continuation, would objectively improve my health or working life, what is the point if I have no life? What is the point of spending all of this time preparing for my day, doing my work, and then preparing for the next, if the fruits of my labor are never seen? I'm under the impression that the meaning of life is somewhere close to finding a truthful happiness for yourself. And that happiness does not exist at the gym at 6 in the morning. It does not exist in that banana you wipe on your face. And it certainly does not exist in the cucumber ice facial. These routines should be investments in yourself, so you can enhance your existence when you're doing the things that you actually want to do. You don't go to the gym so you can continue going to the gym, unless the gym's your favorite thing in the world. You go to the gym to keep yourself in shape so you can experience life longer and do the things that you love longer with the people you love. These behaviors and routines are all a means to an end. But if your life is all about getting ready, when does it start? $10 or more, and SoFi will give you a $30 cash bonus. Setting up direct deposit, for example, if you get a regular paycheck, also unlocks some great benefits. You can get paid up to 2 days early and earn up to $300. And another great feature of SoFi is their Vault feature, where you can save and track your progress towards different goals. For instance, I don't know, go into a road trip to every Bubba Gump in the United States and Canada, which we are not doing, by the way. Everyone keeps asking us that we're not going to do that. Eddie and I don't want to eat that much shrimp. You could do it. You can do that if you want, and you should save up for it with SoFi. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen to get up to a $30 cash bonus when you sign up with a .edu email and fund your SoFi account with $10 or more. Thank you to SoFi for sponsoring this video, and let's get back to it, baby. Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah. Next up, the Gamma of the pack, Seth, returns home for the first time, and he's instated as basically Ashira's bodyguard. So later on, Ashira and Seth head over to this guy Titus's house. He's the head guard of the Prime Pack, and he's getting blamed for letting the 6 members die in the attack because he was, and I quote, too distracted to fight back.
His negligence. He was too distracted to fight back.
They don't explain what he was, like, what was he distracted by? Was he just on his phone? We also learned that Titus's wife died in the attack too, which is a problem for Ashira because she knows that he'll be attracted to her because she's a stealer. And she is absolutely right because Titus immediately tries to kiss her.
This is incredible.
Dude, give yourself some time to grief, man. That's like hitting on someone at a funeral, but a funeral for your wife. This is like the day after his wife died. And then Titus gets like mad and totally flips the script and starts blackmailing Ashira because now he knows she's a stealer and tries to get her to go to Aiden so that he can get his job back. So Ashira tries to convince Aiden to forgive Titus, but Aiden is super stubborn, but also keeps asking if she's asking what she's asking, like over and over again.
I think you should give Titus another chance.
Another chance?
Yeah.
Think I should give him another chance?
Yeah, that's why she brought it up.
What, you think I should give him a second chance?
Yes. And then he just says no.
You thought wrong.
Because I'm the alpha. I make the rules around here.
I'm the alpha, I'm the leader. And the next day he apologizes to Ashira for going all alpha on her, but also says that she should never question him again.
Ashira, sorry. Don't question my decision next time.
Very soon after, Aiden finds out that Ashira is a stealer and confronts her about it, and then Aiden and Nick beat up Seth for hiding this information from Aiden. While Ashira secretly watches, for someone who has alpha powers and the sense of a wolf, Aiden is incredibly unaware of Ashira's presence. Wouldn't he be able to at least smell her if he wasn't directly sitting in her line of sight? Maybe he's getting those old dog cataracts. So Aiden's really pissed about Ashira's lie of omission, but they end up banging anyways. They still bang.
You hungry?
How could I be hungry when I just need you?
Ooh, banned, jail, right to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Am I allowed to take the writers to criminal court for this? So another thing I start beginning to think about at this point in the movie is like, what do these people do for work? Obviously at one point Ashira is at a clothing store, so there's some level of economy going on, but nobody's going into detail of what their work entails. Even later on in the movie, Nick says this to Ashira.
You see, your alpha here has been delegating his work to me ever since he met you.
And Aiden also says,
you know, Nick was always good with the paperwork.
The paperwork? What are you talking about? What paperwork? Are they keeping records? For what purpose? Why are they doing that? Is there a larger governmental body that audits the packs? Is there a wolf IRS? What a strange piece of lore to drop in here. Anyways, at this point, for some reason, we've got Alpha Jacob from the Shadow Pack visiting the Prime Pack, and he's brought his Luna, who also happens to be Ashira's friend Lucy. Lucy immediately reveals to Ashira that this dude's been cheating on her all the time. And then she drops some kind of unnecessary and strange lore on what happens to female mates when the male wolf cheats on them.
I'm feeling cramps in my belly, and all of a sudden these bruises started showing up on my chest and stomach. You probably don't know this, but if your mate begins having sex with others, those awful things will happen to your body.
Just seems like it sucks more than anything to be a female wolf in this world. You go catatonic when you're horny, men have to claim you in order to get anything done, and Ashira, even though she's the protagonist, doesn't really make a single choice for herself. Pretty much all of the events of this story kind of happen to her, with whether she likes it or not. She's kind of just like a bucket floating down a river. Lucy then enlists the help of Ashira to help her go escape to the north. So they go do that. But then during that ordeal, she runs back into Zeke. And while she's missing, Aiden and Nick are running around Twilight style all over the forest. And it turns out that Zeke needs Aiden to give his mother some of his blood in order to save her life. That's the entire reason Zeke came to the Prime Pack in the first place, I think. Gotta say, doesn't totally explain why they had to kill 6 people to get that point across. I guess they just got carried away. Aiden agrees to this. And we cut to a scene with Zeke's mom, who is for some reason wearing like fucking 9-inch heels while she's essentially on her deathbed.
Oh. How are you feeling today?
Not good.
So Aiden cuts his hand open and she just kind of nuzzles up to his hand and instantly recovers.
Thank you, Alpha Aiden. I feel fully recovered already.
Okay, so next up, we're introduced to the leader of the Ravenous Pack, Elon. They're supposed to be signing a treaty, but they also just attacked the Prime Pack, like maybe 4 minutes before this scene.
The Ravenous Pack has attacked. They're declaring war.
What?
But Elon is like, I didn't tell those shitheads to do that. And Aiden's like, well, you represent them, so it's kind of still your fault. And Elon's like, okay, still signing that treaty though, right? And Aiden's like, fine, but I'm pissed. Then Ashira and Aiden bang again, and then reflect on that bang in completely different clothing. And we actually see their wolves for the first time in like an hour, where they're just marveling at the beauty of their wolves in the pond.
Oh my god, your wolf is so beautiful. So colorful. That's really amazing.
If they reveal at the end that this is just a community of people acting out a long-term LARP scenario, I would believe it almost immediately. Then all of a sudden, Ashira gets kidnapped by Elon out of nowhere. He's got Ashira in a fucking dungeon like an asshole.
You're mine now, kitten. I can do anything. And you can't do anything but cry.
Was this script written by an 8-year-old? I'm a super duper freaking cool alpha wolf, and all you can do is cry and wee-wee in your diaper, which is actually a thing that babies do. And also something I do not do, because I'm the alpha. Also, the stakes are super high because Ashira's pregnant now. And also, Elon gets a potion from his mom that lets him steal a stealer, because he's trying to steal Ashira for some fucking reason. So he gives her this curse that brainwashes her and causes her to lose her memories. The next episode, which is 10 seconds later, we're cutting to Aiden saving Ashira. Apparently, he killed Elon, the largest antagonist of this story, off screen, which is so wild because they spend like a half an hour hyping up how conniving and evil this Elon guy was. And he's kidnapped Ashira and he's poisoning her and then he's gone, never to show up again. So now Ashira thinks that Elon is the father of her child and she doesn't recognize Aiden. So Aiden, the cool-headed leader that he is and being fully aware of Ashira's condition, decides to reason with her.
How dare you come into my room?
It's my pack. I make the rules around here.
You are heartless.
You're the heartless one. You know nothing. I killed that guy behind the store. Don't you ever forget that.
Stop being brainwashed. Don't you know you're not supposed to do that? I didn't tell you could do that. I'm the alpha. Lucy has to come in and be like, dude, you're escalating things right now. And also, forgot to mention this one. When did Ashira get to a 3rd trimester pregnancy? Is she gonna give birth to the Antichrist? Is that what's going on here? Eventually things cool down a bit and Ashira and Aiden are in the backyard. And out of nowhere, in comes the Alpha King.
Alpha Aiden, the Prime Pack. This is your king. No need to worry. I came to help.
He's the king of all of the packs, and he just kind of shows up unprompted. Looking for me? The king of all the packs? Did somebody say Alpha King? This is like the king of England popping into someone's backyard. Where the fuck did he come from? He's also kind of like a genie because he says he can remove Ashira's curse, but their baby is not going to have like wolf powers. But Aiden ultimately decides to follow through with the ceremony.
Alpha King. Is this
Dang, dude. Alpha King does not give a single shit. But now everything is good. Ashira is cured, and now they have to decide on a name for their baby. Of course, as the Alpha, Aiden gets to decide on this name.
I should name him Quillian.
Quillian? Quillian. Where the fuck did that come from? As far as I know, this is just a random name. I think he just likes the way it sounds, or he just made it up on the spot. That sounds like a name that you would make up on the spot. But she gives birth to Quillian, everything is all in good, and there's a party at the end where Beta Nick is dancing like this.
Yeah, he really went all out for this.
Yeah, and how's your hunt going?
And I'm about 95% sure that this is one of the final takes of the film shoot, because that is the behavior of an actor that has totally checked out of their character. Either way, that was Call Me Alpha. Now, I told you guys at the beginning of this video that there was a very specific way that I found this movie. So finally, I get to reveal to you how I did. Ashira, would you come in here? This is my friend Mia, who also happens to be the actress that plays Ashira in Call Me Alpha.
Hello, people of the world.
So this is how I found out about this film, because she was working on this film, and the whole time she was saying, you gotta make a video on this. How did you find out about this role for Call Me Alpha in the first place?
Actually, I got asked, I think like 4 days before the production, I got an email that was like, hey, take a little read over the script and let us know what you think. It starts shooting in 4 days. And I was like, I gotta make rent for these. And I've done a few of these short series, but for this one specifically, it was 10 days straight.
Oh my
12
God.
hours a day. About anywhere
just
between,
wolfing it up.
Yeah, when
like,
I got the pitch, it was like photos of Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey.
oh, so this is like exactly what I thought, exactly what they were trying to go for.
Oh yeah, you hit the nail on the
It
head.
seemed like they were trying to go for like Bella and Edward kind of relationship.
Yeah,
with,
yeah, it's like if you took Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey and then fan fiction.
and then told it to a person and then hit them with a bus. And then they were like, write what you remember of that story. What was the script like when you first got it for this movie?
Uncompleted.
What does that mean?
To no fault of the production, because we were all employees. Like the producers and the crew were like amazing. The script when we got it was not the final script, nor was it really in English.
Oh.
I mean, no, it was in English, but it wasn't. Let's just say that there was a lot of improv work. There were several moments that I do remember where we all kind of just looked at each other and were like, yeah, we're gonna change that. Yeah.
Was this the first type of vertically shot
Yeah.
project you had done before?
This was my first one.
Really?
It led to many more.
Because there's this one portion at the beginning of the movie, beginning at the mating party, which is, by the way, I think a crazy name.
It's a sex party intrinsically.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, it's just a fancy way of calling it a sex party. But there's like this one shot where it's like you're with Lucy, and then Mila comes in, and then Nick comes in from the left, and then
I know
Mila leaves, and then
I think that was the last shot of the entire production. Like that was
Really?
Martini. Safe to say that most of this production we were one take wonders because we were also shooting anywhere between like 15 to 38 pages a day. I think that was like the max.
so that sounds insane. Was it stressful?
Yeah, but
Was there any explanation in the script or anything you were told? Ashira and Aiden banging to all of a sudden you are in a 3rd trimester pregnancy. Like you bang at one point, and then like maybe I think no more than 2 days happens, and then you're fully pregnant.
well, time has passed, Ted.
It took them 9 months to figure out where you were.
Well, oh, that's a good point.
You did a good job for
Thank
what you
you.
were given, I think. You know?
Thank you. I do appreciate
One of my favorite moments. You're paired up with the Aria girl, and she takes you to your room, and then immediately after that, you're like, "Where's Aiden?
Aiden.
You were just with him."
We talked about that the day we were filming it. We were like, didn't we
uh,
just film a scene where we were just?
And what was the response? Well.
Listen, well.
Was that in the script that you were washing your shirt?
Yeah. I was supposed to swim in this pond and I was not. I did not swim in this pond because there are catfish in this pond. In fact, actually, that's lore. Every time I would put the shirt down, catfish would think it's food and I'm...
You hate fish. That is a fun piece of lore about you. You hate fish.
It was
Huge
a
person.
catfish farm.
Oh, this is a catfish farm?
Yes.
Was there any deleted scenes from this? Really? Why were they deleted? What were the scenes about?
There was one sex scene that was, dare I say, a little grapey.
Oh, good that they got rid of that.
Yeah, no, that was pretty good. There was another scene where I think we turned into the wolves.
They were supposed to be VFX, you turned into wolves?
Oh,
that would have been the best. What's the deal with the name Quillian?
So we have a theory, and we talked about this intensely, but we think that they meant to write William, and then it just kind of got fucked up, and then
because it's right next to Q on the fucking keyboard.
And then we had already filmed the scene saying Quillian.
That's a name I have never, ever heard before.
That's what we saw that name, we were like, so his name is Quillian now.
That is so funny. Well, thank you for offering some insight onto this. And my good friend Mia, Ashira in Call Me Alpha.
Please hire me.
All right.
But again, done a million takes of this, but my strength is unlike anything anyone's ever known.
There's new merch, baby. We got shirt. We got a crew neck. We got a sweatshirt. They say love you to death on them, and I think they look pretty good. Available for a limited time at TED.store. Get some if you want it. So almost 4 years ago, I made a video on my second channel where I tried to find the worst VR games. And it went as well as you could expect.
Yeah. Do you need something? What do you want? What the crap? What the?
I played a variety of VR games in that video, some that worked and some that were practically impossible to even see where I was going. But I think that the perfect, terrible VR game might still be out there, hidden in the mist, waiting for me to discover it. So today I am returning to the world of VR to see what sort of slop they've been working on. So the first game that we're going to be playing is Chef U. This is apparently a chef simulator game. And the way I found this game is similar to 4 years ago where I scrolled all the way to the bottom of Steam's VR section and I slowly scrolled back up until something caught my eye, and this was one of them. Whether you want to smash plates, learn recipes, bother customers, or make your own recipes, you can do it all with Chef U. This sounds incredible. Chef U is easily one of the most immersive and engrossing games to date in the VR space. Chef U could be played endlessly and be fresh every time. This is a really strong description of this game where the user reviews are mostly negative. One user gave a negative review and said this game is best played drunk. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm sold. Let's play some Chef U.
Luckily, this headset allows me to wear my glasses inside, but if I do it for too long, it starts to get steamy in there, so that's gonna be great.
Entering into the world of Chef U, I'm first greeted by the front of house manager guy.
Whoa, hey,
Good morning,
buddy.
Chef. Hope all is well.
We got a little friend here.
We'll call him Jerry.
It cost a fortune, but the lounge area turned out great, and the art we chose really makes everything pop.
Why is the artwork so high up in the air? Yeah, no, this looks like a great lounge. If you were a supervillain, maybe. This is somewhere I feel like I'd be taken and sold.
After giving me a rundown downstairs, it was time to head up to the kitchen.
Okay, I'm going to the kitchen. Here we go. Whoa! You're fucking quick, dude.
Jared gave me an overview of everything in the kitchen, but I was more interested in what his deal was.
He's got a pretty cool outfit, I'll give him that. It seems like his clothing is painted on, though. Oh shit, there's a camera.
Smile.
Oh! Me and you, my guy. Cheese. Let's see how that came out. I'm a fucking vampire.
As I attempted to begin my cooking, I realized insulting his outfit may have been a mistake.
Recipes,
No.
okay.
No.
What?
Ow. Ow.
Huh?
Whenever I turned away from Jerry, he would begin to heckle me.
What am I doing wrong over here?
Stop.
My guy, what's your problem?
But the coward would stop whenever I turned towards him.
Ow. Stop.
So I tried to show him again who he's dealing with.
I'm the chef, right? Am I not the chef? So I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna start making some meals. Okay.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Are you four? Am I not the chef? So, in some way, I have the right, if I so choose, to just...
The objective of the game is to create the recipe that you're given on the little tablet.
Seasoned steak generous. No, I'm not listening. Seasoned steak generous.
And then place it on the dumbwaiter that'll take it down to the customers. And after, you'll get a rating out of 5 stars on how you did. I tried my best to ignore Jerry, but he persisted.
I'm gonna lose it.
Ooh.
I'm gonna fucking lose it right now.
On top of Jerry's heckling, I began to run into some problems with the preparation.
Just gotta
Stop.
take it out of the packaging.
Ooh.
Despite that, I was determined at this point to make this steak.
Ooh, fuck you. Why don't you take the trash out, Squirt?
I'm gonna turn down the game volume so it doesn't get annoying, but know for the rest of this gameplay, Jerry was heckling me the whole time.
Watch and learn, motherfucker! I'm gonna burn you when I get out of this.
Despite the obvious issues so far in this game, it was actually pretty detailed in the preparation category. They had every tool you'd need in a kitchen, even a whole spice rack. It wasn't without the occasional issue though.
Oh yeah, babe. No! No!
But despite every obstacle, I made a 5-star steak.
Suck it, bitch.
Dinner service will start in a few hours. You should take a
Oh, baby! How do you feel knowing that I've defeated you? In the face of adversity.
In the description of the game, it mentions that you can bother customers, so I decided to try that out.
Hey guys, what's up? Everyone's breathing really heavily. Seems like everyone's a little stressed.
I have to say, it was pretty hard to bother customers that seemed to be trained to survive any form of interrogation at a CIA level.
Are you okay? Like, what is happening here? Are you here against your will right now? Are you real?
For the next level, thankfully, I didn't have to deal with Jerry's heckling anymore.
Oh, he's not watching me this time. Thank God.
So I could finally make a real meal. A nice, simple meal for the...
Holy fucking shit.
Holy crap, that's like a real recipe.
That's horrifying.
I was a little sick of this game already, but I decided to give it a try. I was cutting up zucchini. I was cutting up onions. My dish fell off the counter.
No!
Cutting up zucchini, cutting up onions, peppers, broccoli, squash thing, tiny little garlic, salt it, pepper it, add some
What the fuck?
Add some spice, give it a bake, pull it on out, and send it downstairs.
Okay, 3 stars. 3 stars, not so bad. And the kitchen looks great.
Yeah, I think it's time we move on. Now, I had to spend an ungodly amount of time scrolling through Steam's VR section, essentially looking for games that were very lowly rated, but still could function. For instance, this game VR Plane Crash is a game that the reviews say takes you quite literally 3 minutes to complete. And with the game being $3.99, that's like paying more than $1 a minute for a buggy video attached to your eyeballs. So we're not gonna play that. There was also an insane amount of VR games with titles that made me concerned, such as Perv Simulator VR, excuse me, and it's literally that. It's about being a guy that like stalks women and looks in their windows, and I'm like, brother, just go to jail. Skip all this hullabaloo and turn yourself in. Invisible Man VR in Eleanor's room? That doesn't seem like the name of a game. That seems like a breeding ground for a fucking problem. Hindenburg VR? I actually kind of want to check this one out.
So it's like a blimp? Oh, okay, it's cool. Oh, got some bystanders here. Nice. Nice. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I see what, okay. Oh, yeah, no, this is the Hindenburg. Right, the disaster thing. Right. Yeah, no, this is where the people die.
So the next game that we're gonna play has me already worried somewhat from the start, and it is Hobo Living VR, which is a self-described VR hobo simulation experience, which is an insane sentence. It's a bit of a dubious title, and I'm pretty sure all 15 of the reviews are negative. In one of the reviews, the person played for less than 10 minutes and then made a review that said, bad mess, don't bother. But listen, guys, this is what we were expecting when we went to the bottom of Steam's VR list, okay? I feel like this game kind of speaks for itself right out of the gate, so let's just try it.
Let's hope that this is good.
When I got into Hobo Living VR for the first time, I tried greeting the citizens of this world.
Oh, nice haircut, dude. What's up? Hey, whoa. Oh, getting up in my business. You got a problem with me? That hairdo and that hat, and you got a problem with me, buddy? A lot of personal space issues that some of these people have. Oh no! Listen, man, she was like that when I found her.
Get a job, you bum.
Whoa! I'm gonna work on that, okay?
The objective of the game is apparently to stay alive, and you've got an entire list of stats that you need to keep track of. Apparently, you have to keep all these things in check by making money and purchasing food and other amenities in order to survive.
I don't got any booze in my system. I don't know if I need to have booze in my system. I don't know if that's like an important thing to have. Whoa. Oh, okay. What the hell? So I just randomly pissed.
There was also randomly a penguin watching me across the street.
And if my penguin knowledge is correct, that's not just some emperor penguin, that's a macaroni penguin. Oh shit, he's watching me too.
That was a little strange. First off, I decided to check out the only real place you could go, the corner store.
Got some clothing here, can't grab it. Shoe? No. Hat? No. Clothing? Oh shit.
Seems that I had accidentally stolen something and I had just started the game.
I don't know if I was allowed to do that.
It wasn't long after that I ran into my first weird issue.
What's this? A vape? Oh. What the hell's happening? Shit, I vaped too hard. I hit the nick too hard. Everything's orange.
Didn't expect this VR game to suddenly turn into an anti-vaping PSA, but here we are.
Help. Help me. Help. I'm stuck in, vape? What's going on with me right now?
I tried everything in my power to solve this orange haze I was in. I tried checking my stats.
I can't read this.
I tried drinking. I tried washing it off my face.
I can clean myself? Can I clean my body?
I even tried wearing glasses, which led to some weird results.
What is...
What's happening?
What the fuck was that?
Eventually, I tried to respawn, but that seemed to make things worse.
Huh? I tried to respawn and I think I ended up in hell. And I'm a robot now.
So I just restarted the game.
I'm looking for a good way to make some money, guys. Hey, you look like you got a lot of cash, dude. You got a nice purple shirt, nicely coiffed hair. I mean, you're looking pretty nice, dude. Give me something. Oh! Can I pickpocket her?
Each time the store closes, there's pretty much nothing you can do but wait for the store to open again. This resulted in me doing things to entertain myself, such as breaking trash bags and then picking that trash up and placing it in another trash bin. Once the store opened back up, though, I was able to try to make some money.
So there's some available local jobs.
So I decided to start off with some sign spinning.
Oh! Okay.
What I came to realize quite quickly was that out of all of the items that you could easily pick up in this game, the sign required to make money was not one of them.
Come on, please. I need this job. Come on.
And as if the citizens of this town could smell someone trying to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, I began to be harassed by the citizens.
I can almost get it.
He's drunk.
I'm not drunk, dude. I'm just trying to grab the sign. Please stop. Please. I'm just trying to grab the sign.
Can you not stand so close to me, please?
You got up in my business, dude. What are you talking about? You're pushing me up against the wall right now, guys. Please.
Before I could even get close to picking up this sign, the store closed.
Oh, guys, please.
Okay, I guess we'll try a different job then.
Maybe that wasn't meant for us. People try hundreds of jobs in their lifetime.
My next job attempt was moving boxes.
Oh, whoa.
This was made harder by the NPCs who had very little regard for the work I was doing.
So these are the nighttime shipments. Dude, these people are kicking my... This is not how a normal... Get out of... Get... This is a really aggressive population. I've only picked up one box and they're knocking them all over the street. Do I give them to you? Okay. Okay, we're making progress here. No, this is good. This is good. Oh my God, am I actually gonna complete a job? Yes, 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 yes. Let's go! How much money did I make off of that? Oh, I got 95 bucks.
Finally, the last job I tried out was being a butcher.
Oh, should I get on the What the hell is this?
This job would have been cool if I was able to move my character or easily be able to pick up the knife. However, I managed to get one good slice in.
Okay.
After this point, the townspeople started behaving a little strangely.
You look suspicious. No! Dude! What the?
Can you not stand so close to me, please?
I'm not even near you, dude. You're coming to me right now. Why are all these people up in my business? Get out of here. What the fuck, man? Oh. Bye. This town freaks me out. That was pretty sick, though.
And then I started experimenting with drugs.
What's this do? Happy pills? What do we have here? A little happy pills. What do these do? But I can't get these Oh, fuck. Joke's on you, dude. I got some happy pills.
Unfortunately, all this experimentation would come to bite me in the ass.
Dude, you gotta check this out, man. What? I'm in jail? Good thing I got my happy pills. Oh, and I'm out of happy pills! Oh, this sucks. What is this jail, dude? There's no doors.
Don't do drugs, kids. You'll end up in a prison cell with no doors or windows.
Arrested for trying to get a little happy. Guess getting happy now is a crime.
And that's the lesson of this game.
So that was Hobo Living VR, I guess.
So next up, there's a category of VR games that's all about hunting. Going out to the woods in a video game and shooting an animal. For this section, I've got 3 horribly rated hunting VR games. We've got Hunting Simulator VR, Mad Hunting Simulator VR, and Project VR Wild Hunt. And one of the first things that I noticed is that they kind of all describe their games in a similar way. Get your heart racing and blood pumping for the thrill of approaching prey and pulling the trigger with perfect timing and aim. Damn, dude. It is time to plunge into the world of wild and unspoiled nature to meet with its inhabitants, deer, bears, tigers, and even elephants. Ooh. Enjoy the pleasure and courage of VR hunting in an indescribably realistic and beautiful open world. Huh? I'm sorry. Pleasure and courage of hunting? Trekking into the wilderness to shoot a deer from half a kilometer away while making yourself virtually invisible to it, I would not generally describe as courageous. I'm sure it's fun and hard sometimes. I don't think it's courageous, though. This isn't like going to war. As far as I know, there were no elk or deer involved in 9/11. The pleasure and courage of hunting is the most, like, trust fund description of hunting I've ever heard. Let's read some of the reviews. Animals are not scared at all. There is no sneaking system. You can't interact with most of the things laying around. You know we're dealing with a true trophy hunter here when his first gripe with the game is that the animals did not show enough fear. That is psychotic. All right, with that being said, let's do some hunting. I'm excited for this one, mostly to see what the world of hunting looks like. I'm about to learn about courage and bravery for the first time. Select either classic or lakeside level to load. Well, I guess we'll go with the classic. In Hunting Simulator VR, I was first spawned in a little cabin in the wilderness. Welcome to your safe house. This cabin has everything you need. Stay safe and warm. And it didn't take long for me to just start breaking the game. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm on the roof now. How do I? Okay, I'm stuck on the roof. I've been in the game for like 2 seconds and I accidentally got stuck on the roof. After being acquainted with my weapon, I started investigating this cabin I was in. There's a toilet. You gotta go when you gotta go, am I right? Your player will have needs and soon you will need to accommodate those needs. That's the dirtiest fucking toilet I've ever seen. Is this game gonna make me shit in VR? Then it was time to go off and show how much courage I had. I think I see a guy out there. Yeah, that looks like a guy ready to die. Okay, guess I'm gonna try to shoot it. I don't think that worked. Let me get closer. Oh, it's a goat. Didn't seem like the animal died, but when I turned around... Oh, shit! Goat's fucking dead. Nice, dude. Yeah, I'm just a hunter, so... Pretty sure I just killed a domesticated goat. That probably didn't even know it was being hunted. I started wandering around these hills. The teleport function was honestly pretty jarring to move around with, and it started giving me a bit of a headache. And what's worse, I don't think that there were any animals other than goats on this map. Is that another fucking goat? It's another goat. Where are the animals? I spent around 20 minutes just traveling around this map, and it was endless rolling hills and the occasional goat. Is this just a goat killing simulator? So I decided to try the other map available. Hopefully there's something on the lakeside. Ah, the lakeside. Surely there'll be a bounty of life here to test my courage on. So I see my first animal, I line up the sights, it's a goat again. What? Whatever, I'm gonna kill it. Bit of a delayed reaction, but once again, a goat. Is there anything else in this game besides goats? So I began my search again, looking for anything in this game that wasn't a goat. I even climbed a hunting tower to see if there was anything in the distance. And then I had my big break. What are you? Oh, that's a fucking bear, dude. Are we allowed to hunt bears? Okay, right in the head. Let's try that again. Third time's a charm. Look this way. That's okay. You're going down, bear. 4 bullets of the finest 308 in the noggin of this bear and no result. Is this bear made of metal? I asked myself in my brain. I shot this bear so many times I ran out of ammo. I had to switch to my pistol. After dumping every bullet I had into this bear, I started to question my actions against him. My morality was shaken a bit, so I decided to give him an apology. Hey man, I don't know what I was thinking really when I shot you 7 times with a rifle and then emptied a full magazine of a pistol into your head and you didn't die, but you know, that was wrong to do that to you. You seem like a really intelligent beast. Hope that you and I can move past this and that maybe you can learn to forgive me. You have such kind eyes. You've got the kindest eyes of a Jesus. You've got the kindest eyes of a bear I've ever seen. You can have my gun. I'm gonna get out of here though. So, that was weird. Mad Hunting Simulator was a more hopeful option when starting out. For one, I could pick up things in the main cabin, so it seemed like the game worked. But I started to lose hope when I realized I couldn't pull up the tablet to actually go hunting because the controls were wrong, so I tried moving on to the next game. Unfortunately, Project VR Wild Hunt didn't even start, but I was desperate for an actual hunting experience where the animals could move and they weren't a goat. I wanted to feel the breeze on my face, the call of an elk in the distance. So I dove back into the VR section listing and I found a game with so little reviews that they didn't even give it an average rating. Wilderness Game Stalker VR North America, which is a mouthful of a title. Wild Hunting Simulator is not going to work. We're going to try Wilderness Game Stalker VR North America. When I opened up this game, the first thing I noticed was that I was about 12 inches tall. I'm so small right now. And I'm fast, too. I'm like a elf or something. A little hunting elf. Beyond that, I started to question this lodge I was in. And how do I get out of this, like, kind of eerie chamber? This is a lodge with no doors or walls. This is either Valhalla or some sort of version of hell. Once I figured out how to start my hunting session though, I was off to the races. Over the next 7 days, I'm going to be attempting to create a TikTok sound with my voice in it that goes viral. And I have no idea if this is going to work.
So on TikTok, there's a phenomenon where somebody will create a TikTok and the audio from that TikTok has so much application to hundreds of other themes that the audio itself will go viral.
Here's an example.
How did this become this? Become this?
Then after that video takes off, people realize that this sound could be applicable to other circumstances, like watching a small little puppy grow from that into a wolf, or a teenage boy that watches Andrew Tate religiously grow into a man that gets angry when he sees a woman driving a car. How did this become this?
Some of these audios have tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of videos that are offshoots from the original, and most of these people probably don't even know where the original sound came from.
So I have a theory that if I try really hard, I could make a series of the most generally applicable TikTok sounds in existence. As mouth-watering as a pumpkin spice latte to a soccer mom in flannel.
But I'm not an expert on the world of TikTok. I mean, sure, I busted out dance moves at weddings that would make Charlie D'Amelio shit herself in fear and awe. But if I'm gonna make sounds for TikTok, I have to learn from the experts on what the ideal sound would be.
What do you think are the defining traits of what make a TikTok sound go viral?
Something that they could then make into a relatable thing of their own.
It's more of like the cadence of how you speak rather than what you're actually saying that actually makes a TikTok go viral.
Something that needs to be able to be memeable. If you have something that people can kind of put their own situations into and either make a joke.
One of the top things that makes a great TikTok sound is cringe. Cringe plays a large factor in everything that happens on TikTok.
You make your own meme, people could flip it with just a different text and they would kind of lip sync what you're saying.
What's the minimum amount that I would probably need to hit in order for it to be like viral?
Like 15 to 20,000 times. Like that's like lightly viral. Anything over 50,000 is like, okay, yeah, probably everyone and their mother is seeing this.
At least like 10K videos. I feel like once you see that K, it picks up after that.
If the top ones have over 100K plus, then that's really when you know you're getting somewhere.
Do you think I have a chance?
I think you have a chance.
I feel like that's gonna be hard to do.
At least like one of these ideas has to work.
And I agree with Aviva. It's the entire foundation of my strategy. Keep throwing shit at the walls until something sticks. Kind of like Instagram with its features, or monkeys with shit. So with my research finished, here are my rules. Number one, the sound has to use my voice. I can't go grabbing sounds from TV shows and stuff. This baby is gonna be custom. Two, in order for a sound to be considered viral, it has to pass a threshold of roughly 15,000 videos using the sound. And finally, I can't tell my audience that I'm trying to make a viral TikTok sound because then people are just gonna try to help me. And let's be honest, I fucking hate you guys. So with all this in mind, I prepared for day one by creating my first TikTok sound.
New, epic, viral TikTok sound. Yeah, no, that makes sense. My idea is a TikTok that applies to something that people like. A NASCAR race, or a basketball game, a Build-A-Bear. Like it would be a thing of me as an 8-year-old walking into the Rainforest Cafe. And then I'm like, well, this is gonna define my personality for the next decade. Yeah, no, that's probably what I'm gonna say. Well, this is going to define my personality for the next decade. This is going to define my personality for the next decade. Wow. Well, this is going to be my personality for the rest of my life. Well, this is going to be my personality for the rest of my life. That seems like it could do well. It could just be someone discovering something for the first time. Wow. Well, this is going to be my personality for the rest of my life. I'd honestly say that this is a pretty good one to start off with, just to see if my theories work at all. Otherwise, we're going to be in for some trouble. There's another thing that you can do with TikTok sounds that I learned recently, where you can rename a sound once. I think if I give the sound a name, it will also add a layer of legitimacy to the sound. I'm feeling really strongly about it now. This is going to be our flagship opening TikTok that I hope this sound will do well. Good morning. It's day one of trying to make a viral TikTok sound. First thing to do was record my video for my relatable TikTok sound. Well, this is going to be my personality for the rest of my life. Then I slapped on a relatable caption onto the video and post. In the first 6 minutes, we've got 286 likes, 12 comments, but 10 saved. And from what I've noticed, the sounds that do the best are the ones that have a lot of saves. What the fuck? So just commented, watch this audio trend on TikTok. If he's commenting this, that means that this TikTok just might have a fighting chance, ladies and germs. Oh, baby. We have our first video made from the sound. Wow. Well, this is going to be my personality for the rest of my life. That's a pretty good usage of the sound. This video has been up for, what, 12 minutes? Put my title on the screen, The King of Relatability. How ridiculous would it be if we were successful on the first day? I'm feeling maybe unrealistically confident about how this is going so far. But we also got to make another one today. I'm thinking this one, the world saying you can't do something, and then you going ahead and doing it. And then it's like this musical beat, like, reveal thing. You're a failure! You'll never do it. You don't have what it takes. It's a pipe dream. Do you understand how many people have tried this and failed? It's impossible. Well, they didn't have me. That has no right to be as epic as it's sounding right now. Do you understand how many people have tried this and failed? It's impossible. Well, they didn't have me. This sound, I imagine, would make the most sense for like some guy that's just trying to build a porch. His neighbor saying that it's not going to work out, or his HOA. I hope with all of my soul that people use this sound, because it is far dumber than the last one I made.
So for the second sound, I ended up doing another Rainforest Cafe joke. If you don't know at this point, I went to every single one in North America, with the joke being for this one, oh, you can't go to every single Rainforest Cafe. It's impossible.
I got my Rainforest Cafe outfit. This is going to be good. Well, they didn't have me.
Then I made deeply insane face apps of Eddie and I standing in front of every single Rainforest Cafe to result with this masterpiece.
Do you understand how many people have tried this and failed? It's impossible. Well, they didn't have me. I would say that this is in its perfect state. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna post it. Here we go. I have officially posted both of the TikTok sounds that I hope go viral. I have a feeling that it's gonna take a little bit more than that, but we'll see. There are some good news and bad news. The first TikTok I posted yesterday, I believe, did excellent. It has 128,000 likes, 6,383 people have saved it, and the most important of them all, there is 170 videos that people have made from this sound. The most liked one is this guy talking about being addicted to Destiny. I'm delighted to see this. For my first attempt at making a sound to get about 170 videos in 24 hours, I would say that's pretty good. I'm gonna view this as a win thus far, and we'll see how it progresses over the week. Now on to the bad news. The other video I posted did well. It has 100,000 likes, but it only has 7 videos made from the sound. The top video on the sound, it has 1,000 likes, and it's someone calling me out for attempting to try to make a viral TikTok sound. I don't know if it's for a video or something, but based on all the new TED TikToks I've seen today, I'm about 90% certain TED is trying to make a viral audio. You got me. Chain me up. Take me to fucking jail. There's even a comment saying, LMAO, this'll probably be in the video. There's this one person that made an account specifically to call me out on it. Ted, are you making a vid? So out of the 7 total videos using this sound, more than 50% are calling me out on trying to make a viral sound. You guys think you know everything, huh? Like you're Nick Cage putting lemon juice on the Declaration of Independence. Newsflash, I'm not really trying to hide what I'm doing. I just didn't think that you guys would catch on so fast. It's not a huge deal because unlike Danny Gonzalez's video where he makes a viral TikTok song and he like disguises himself in order to do it, which is a lot of the inspiration behind this video, and you should check it out if you haven't already. I'm not necessarily trying to do this in secret. The rule is that I'm just not telling my audience that I'm doing. So I will never admit to it until this video has posted.
Plus, for the TikToks that I've posted in the past, they've done well and they've gotten likes, but none of them have ever blown up as a sound. So the ability to make a viral sound isn't inherently tied to the size of a TikTok page. It takes the special sauce. With TikTok's For You page giving pretty much anything the chance to go viral, it makes it an equalizer in the sense that the only way that I'm going to make a viral sound is if I make something that's worth becoming a viral sound.
Another reason why I don't think this sound worked though is because it was too complicated. The whole punchline is like a highly edited slideshow. I might try to go to the angle of what has worked in the past.
There was a time that my voice went semi-viral on TikTok where somebody posted a clip from my edible story video and then it became a trend and it got more than 10,000 videos made from it.
So the 2 words of the day are reuse and recycle. I'm going to be reusing and recycling my own content. I'm going to go through my YouTube channel today and I'm going to find the most TikTok soundable moments. I'm unsure if this will work.
Day 2 went not very well at all in terms of my goal. The first one was a clip from my Coachella Milkman video. The sound itself only got 5 sound usages, and 2 of them were from the same guy. I also tried to recreate the success of my edible story audio going viral, but then somebody called me out for reusing old content, and that made me feel bad. So I deleted it in shame. As of now, though, the first sound I posted is still the most successful one. It has 262 videos under the sound, and some of these TikToks are doing pretty good. The highest liked TikTok besides my own has almost 25k likes. Below that, we've got one with almost 14k likes. And at this point, there are people that are using the sound that don't even follow me, which tells me that this sound is reaching beyond my audience. And I'm hoping at this point that might cause some sort of exponential growth. It's kind of ridiculous that it's day 3 and I'm putting all of my hope into the first attempt that I made. Right now, that's all I have. I haven't posted a single TikTok today. I need to figure out what is relatable. I need something to write on. Mental illness. I got ADHD. You probably got something going on. Being stressed. I'm stressed right now, so it's pretty relatable to me. Nihilism. The world's gonna end. Everything's falling apart. Queen Elizabeth is dead.
I'll be honest with you. I had no idea what to do for a sound at this point. Everything I had done thus far had maybe a day of preparation, so I was just straight up out of ideas.
It is so easy to go viral on TikTok.
So the rest of day 3 was quite literally me sitting at my computer and scrolling through TikTok, just trying to find ideas. That being said, it gave me an opportunity to get all my ducks in a row so I could come into day 4 stronger than ever.
The first sound is still doing the best. It's now at 667 videos. This is the most that I've ever gotten. 17k likes, 12k likes, 50k likes, 20k likes. And what it's telling me is that simplicity is what's gonna win me the game here. People are gonna be frothing at the mouth to get a hold of my sound. I'm gonna be releasing luxury sound.
So for this day's TikTok, I tried to enter into the vein of content where influencers will make relatable, nostalgic content in order to get likes. My goal was to make a viral TikTok while secretly promoting the sound. It was like a Trojan horse that was targeted specifically at people that grew up in the 2000s.
Do you remember in elementary school how every single kid had an LL Bean backpack? I remember it being cool to have the backpack straps just so loose, and I have always needed to run to catch the bus. But when you have a backpack that is filled with books and it's hanging so low, when you run, it's like it's a pendulum. This is what it would look like. So my idea is to do a recreation of what that would look like. Missing the bus and you're running for it with your pendulum swinging backpack. I could find some like royalty-free intense music or something. Because when you're a kid and you're trying to make the bus, making the bus is the most important thing that you could possibly be doing in your entire life. I'm gonna pretend that I'm like running, like, you can do it. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. That should work. Let's try it out. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. God. Didn't totally intend for this to be the case when I made this sound just now. It definitely sounds like it could be interpreted as something else. What is that thing it could be interpreted as? Someone getting really into a video game and playing it so hard and fast and long. Duh. All right, I'm pretty much ready to record this TikTok. Let's see how this goes. I have a treadmill that I use sometimes for my standing desk. I'm gonna see if I could use that to make the running more realistic. I guess I'm gonna use this sound now. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's perfect. Switch over to this one. Come on, come on. You can do it. Ha. Come on. I have just made TikTok art. This is so fucking relatable. So now all there is to do is just give it a caption. I think we're ready to post this. There's no way that people aren't gonna love this. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Here we go. I'm posting it. Fuck. Right now it's at 36k likes over 4 hours, which I think is not good. There's only been 2 videos made from it thus far. I thought this video would do better than it has right now. I thought it was super relatable. Nah, when it was too loose, I just held the straps like suspenders. Yeah, when you have a loose backpack and you put it into sport mode is what that is. Just based on the way this one is performing thus far though, I don't think this is gonna be a relatable sound. I made it too complicated again. It seems that whenever I put music in the background, that screws me somehow. And if that first video does well, fantastic. It's gonna feel really bad though if I spend 7 different days doing this and my first try is the most successful one. It is day 5. Something is happening. The first TikTok I posted is doing even better. 1,453 videos. Holy fuck. I might actually do this. The top one on here right now has 64.8k likes. It was posted 21 hours ago. And it is by a TikTok account with 1.6 million followers. I didn't ask them to do this. They found it themselves. As I writhe my hands in satisfaction. This is the beginning of the virality, folks. And it all started with a bit about the Rainforest Cafe. So what other sort of accounts are making TikToks from this sound? How much clout do they have? That's what I care about most. 176k followers. 483k? And since I've been talking about this, 8 more people have made videos. On a darker note, this TikTok, the one that I probably put my most effort into, has only 3 videos being made from it. There seems to be a noticeable trend. Every time I try to make a viral TikTok, it works less. So at this point, I developed a theory that the reason why my first TikTok did so well was because of how easy it was for people to replicate it as a trend. All someone needs to do is just replace Rainforest Cafe with any passion or interest they have, and then they're pretty much done. All the other TikTok sounds I had made were paired with videos where the trend wasn't really clear at all or hard to replicate, or in the case of when I made old video clips, just not even there. So I can't just give people the sound that I think might work. I also have to give them the joke. So I'm gonna start off with a really easy joke, okay? Hand sanitizer says it kills 99.9% of bacteria. So obviously you could do a bit about the 0.1% of bacteria that hand sanitizer doesn't kill. I'm gonna try to give a voice to what that bacteria sounds like that people can use to apply to their own achievement. So with my handy dandy thesaurus and a whole lot of vine booms, this is what I came up with. You thought that would work out, huh? Unlikely, unrealistic, unimaginable, and implausible. Unbelievable, inconceivable, preposterous, and dare I say absurd. This should be ready to post. I think that this is gonna work out. I was right. I was right. That doesn't usually happen to me. Let me just walk you through what's going on here because this is a big deal. It's got 40.8k likes. It's doing all right. It could do better, but I go under the sound, 33 videos in 4 hours. The last video I posted, it's still at 4. I'm getting a rare feeling right now because I wasn't good at math in high school. When I did figure out how the equation worked, I felt pretty good. I feel like I figured out how the hell to find the area of a circle. A squared plus B squared equals C squared, baby. I figured it out! I was feeling like things maybe weren't gonna work out the way that I wanted them to. And now, I feel like I could cure cancer. I feel like I could show up to the White House right now and stop the inflation. $21 trillion in debt? I could probably figure that out. It's only 33 videos, but that is a very different reaction than the last 3 days. I started strong, the 3 days of drought, and then bounty time. Or treasure day. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like a fucking genius right now. That's a TikTok sound. What I just said is a fucking TikTok sound too. I was riding on genius energy. I was fucking Jimmy Neutron the rest of day 5, and I had the hair to prove it. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like a genius right now. So I spent the rest of the day perfecting tomorrow's TikTok sound, but I don't think I was prepared for what I was gonna wake up to. Things are going really well. As of right now, the video that I posted yesterday has 63 videos being made from it. I'm sure you're wondering what the update is on the first sound. The sound is now at 2,609 videos. Here's the thing that's got me the most jazzed though. Whoa! Holy shit, the heavy hitters have come to play, baby. There are some seriously large TikTok accounts that have used this sound at this point. Let me give you some examples. Right here, we got this guy who is very popular. He likes to cosplay as Willy Wonka. 20.8 million followers. This woman right here, 16.9 million followers. This other dude here with 2.5 million followers. My voice has even made my way onto Christian TikTok, a reverse crusade. Things are going pretty well. If my most recent TikTok is any evidence, I think I figured it out. So the first order of business today is to make my TikTok that I will be posting. That TikTok is POV, you're high and putting cookies in your taco. The TikTok that's doing the best right now is 7 seconds long. Maybe if I limit the length of this TikTok to being 7 seconds long, maybe that'll help.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like a genius right now.
I think this sound is ready. Let's try to make a TikTok with it. I think in order for the TikToks to do even better, what I need to do is I need to actually act the part. Now I'm a stoner. So I got Chips Ahoy and empty taco shells to do this bit.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like a genius right now.
I think this looks pretty good. The last thing that I need to do is just put the caption on. I'm gonna be really disappointed if this one doesn't pop off. And post. It is day number last of trying to make a viral TikTok sound. Here we go, folks. For some reason, I was so proud of the weed joke that I had made. As a TikTok, it bombed. It has 35K likes. However, the sound itself does have 9 videos. My first TikTok sound has 5,810 videos. So that's a big jump. It's pretty obvious at this point that this first sound that I made is my best chance to actually completing this challenge. And everybody knows what I'm doing at this point. In my last TikTok, all of the top comments are people just saying, Ted, you're trying to make a viral audio. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm almost there. What I think would be the best use of my time at this point is to just make another TikTok with that audio. The sound is out of my hands now. It's growing on its own. So the best option for me at this point is to just help it along. So what I'm gonna do for this next TikTok is I'm just gonna make an ADHD joke. Me in 7th grade getting diagnosed with ADHD. So I'm gonna record a TikTok right now using that sound again, and then we'll see if I can help make it go even more viral.
Wow.
Well, this is gonna be my personality for the rest of my life.
Wow.
Well, this is gonna be my personality for the rest of my life. That's pretty good. I think it's still gonna hit that sort of millennial positive, but the actual meaning is bad kind of joke. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like someone getting in a car crash and saying, well, I guess I'm not gonna beat the traffic now. And post. Hopefully this one will do well and it'll make it even more viral. Now all there is to do is let the TikTok sounds marinate. And we will know for sure if I was successful in making a viral TikTok sound. 20 hours later, the sound hit 10,000 videos. It was gaining a momentum that I had never seen before. People were finding this sound from all corners of TikTok. Athletes, dancers, musicians, everyone was using the sound. The sound was going viral. But what I did not expect was for it to go this viral. 15K, 20K, 25K, 30K. The sound was expanding, exploding. Like the Big Bang itself that created our universe, the sound was turning into galaxies and stars and aliens that eat people and fuck them too. Videos were getting double, even triple the amount of views and likes as my original videos, and sometimes they even crossed into the millions. But what told me that my sound had gone full-blown viral? Well, that was when Ed Sheeran used the sound. Yeah, everybody's favorite smooth-voiced ginger, and my God, I was loving the shape of him. Celebrities were now getting involved in my sound, mouthing the words that I spoke as if to tell me that I had won. I had succeeded. Somehow, through a stupid level of luck and my dumb, low-register voice, I had artificially crafted virality. And the dumbest part about it is that it was my first try. So here we are, 35 days later. Let me give you the final stats. In total, as of October 21st, 2022, my sound is sitting at 51,300 videos. And through my sources, I was able to pull more data that expands on what this number means. Those 51,300 videos, in total, have 268 million views and 37.5 million likes.
British, so I'm pretty cool. Hey man, I can think of some things that the British did that aren't that cool.
Is it just because you live in a weird neighborhood? So we're having 10% of success right now. Personally though, that's not enough for me. 10% of a win is not even close to a passing grade. We're on academic probation, to say the least. Things aren't going well. So I need to change a game plan here. I'm a greedy bull. I want result. I need pictures of Spider-Man. At this point, we can say with almost absolute certainty that nothing from 50% loamy and up is going to grow a plant. It's just not gonna happen.
But we've also learned that in 10%, something can grow.
But think about this little number. There is a 40% split in loamy percentage in there that I have not tested. Now the experiment becomes, how much fast food dirt can I add to a mixture and still be able to grow arugula?
Lucky for me, I had 6 extra pots and I had some loamy dirt to spare, so we were gonna figure out exactly what percentage our ceiling was.
Dirty Buckets here. Been sitting outside for about a month now. I checked what things looked like today with the control and the 90-10%, and the control is still not going past like the little weird purple sprouts. I don't know what's happening with the control. If there are plant people out there that can tell me why the control is doing worse, that'd be perfect. If I was the entire scientific community, the scientific community is baffled.
This time around for making my mixtures, I tried going for a different strategy.
Last time I mixed it in the pot.
So this time I mixed it in the clear measuring cup, making sure that the loamy dirt was completely homogeneous with the potting soil.
For almost a 50-50 mixture, that looks pretty good. So with all of the seeds planted, now it's time to bring these puppies outside, water them, and just hope for the best that I win this. It's been a month and a half I've been working on this video.
Things are going all right. In that first week, we got nothing going on. But I'm watering them. I'm being a little bit belligerent about it too. I've got the fear of God in my heart and I've got the joy of plant growing in my soul. Luckily for me, at about day 7, I was given a gift.
In the 20%, I've got a little bit of sprouts going. I have to stoke that little ember and try to make sure that it'll grow. I have no idea how that plant was able to burst out of that rock hard soil.
That's right, baby. The 20% came through, which means that I've officially doubled the amount that Lomi said was possible. Fuck you, Lomi. I'm feeling good. Fingers are still up. They're raised high to the sky, to the heavens. I'm going to kill God. 20% has sprouted. It's growing actively right now upstairs, and it's going to blossom into a beautiful salad. That is 1/5 of the soil that this plant is growing from is made up of 100% fast food soil. That's a lot of numbers thrown out there, but it feels good. What I'm a little bit curious about is why the 15% didn't grow. Because the 15% is like demonic. This is the worst mold infestation I've seen in any of the pots that I've planted. It is the corpse of all of these experiments I've done. So where we're at right now is, okay, I've got the 20% growing. All I need to do really is just keep it alive. And I'm really excited to see how big the 20% grows in comparison with the 10%. 10%'s doing really well at this point. I'm hoping that the new plant can get to maturity fast enough so I can try both of the salads side by side. So that's the current status in week 6. This is kind of a victory, right? Please.
Unfortunately for me, I set my sights too high again. The 20% grew for a bit, but at a certain point it just stopped. This tiny little set of sprouts that managed to break through the soil were not, I think, able to get roots down below. For a couple more weeks, I watched this sprout grow into nothing but a disappointment for me. And at the same time, the only successful part of my experiment, the 10%, got further and further into maturity. So I had to make a judgment call. Here's the deal. I don't think that I'm going to get this 20% to grow any bigger than it has. I'm probably 2 weeks late to accepting this fact. 20% ain't gonna grow any bigger than a little tiny bit it is now. Which means that if I'm going to make my salad, I need to use the 10%. This has been a long journey over several months. One thing is known for sure. I kind of grew it in the 20%, and I definitely grew it in the 10%. So now all there is to do is harvest that arugula, buy some control arugula from the grocery store, and we'll see how good my kind of fast food grown salad is.
We're finally here. We finally have our harvest of the only arugula that I was able to grow, which is the 10%. The one that Lomi said was the one that I'd be able to grow, which pisses me off to a very large degree.
This has been a long journey to get to this point.
I waited way too long to harvest this arugula. I waited so long. The comparison that I'm going to be making here is inherently ridiculous. I'm currently going to compare tender young baby arugula leaves to the experiment, which is 90% off from my original goal in terms of the soil content. Some of the leaves are yellowing because this is a frail old arugula leaf grown in 10% fast food compost. Maybe I should have believed the research I was doing into this. But no, I will waste 3 months of my life on growing this plant. I don't even know if I can eat some of these leaves. They look spooky. Some of these leaves look remarkably like something I'd find in a witch's garden. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we will be comparing them. Will there be a difference? I wonder. This is some private selection small batch lemon and olive oil vinaigrette, which sounds really good.
First, I made sure to wash the leaves thoroughly. And since I had a bad experience finding a weird worm on a basil leaf 2 years ago, I checked every single leaf individually.
All roads lead to victory in some way. I don't know who said that. Probably because I just made it up. It's important at the end of the day to have perspective. Right here is a little bed of seeds. They never got a chance to have the chance that this salad right here was able to have. Think about that for a second. Model that in your brain. We're all lucky to be alive. And maybe that's a lesson of this video. We're all lucky to be alive. Let's finish off this science project. That's a pretty good comparison right there in terms of what we're dealing with. These are our 2 salads. We've got our control and we've got our experiment. First to do, try a piece of arugula. Arugula-y. Oh, a little bit of sweetness in it. That's pretty good. And now it's time to try my 10% fast food grown version. Oh. I don't know if this is because this isn't baby arugula, but the aftertaste is a little bit aggressive in some ways. There's a darkness in that. If I start glowing green, call the cops. But at the end of the day, our goal here was to make a salad. We're gonna do the serving size, which is 2 tablespoons in each of the salads. Toss the salad a little bit. First, let's taste our control salad. Oh. That's awesome, actually. I feel like I'll definitely have lemon olive oil vinaigrette in the future. That's fucking phenomenal. I set out more than 3 months ago to grow a plant from fast food to create a salad. And after all this time, we finally can determine if that salad is good. Here we go. It's not that good.
Hey, what's up? I've mentioned about 1,000,000 times that I do a bunch of road trips in my 2002 Toyota Tacoma. And as a result of that, I've got a bunch of bumper stickers on the back of my truck. Now, I like to think that those bumper stickers have aged pretty well on my truck. However, there are a lot of bumper stickers out there that have not aged very well or were just bad to begin with. They were just always shit. So I decided to get in a call with my buddies Schlatt and Charlie Slimesicle, and we took a look at some of the worst bumper stickers that I could find on the internet, and then we made some of our own, which was interesting to say the least. So join me as we take a look at some of the worst bumper stickers in the world, I guess. Hey folks, welcome to the worst bumper stickers ever. I'm here with Mr.
Are you good? Are you okay?
Are you okay, Schlatt? What's going on with you?
Ted, it's been so long since you've uploaded, he seems to have developed allergies.
It's been so long since a Ted Nivison upload.
Very true. What do you guys think of bumper stickers?
Bumper stickers?
You like them? You hate them?
I feel like bumper stickers are just oversharing on the road.
That's a fair point.
Slap on the license plate, move around real fast so no one can read it, and just get to where you need to go.
The moment you put on a bumper sticker, the objective immediately becomes to swerve as fast as you can so people can't read it.
Did you ever, when you were driving with your parents, they try to scare you by like taking the wheel and going like, "Whoa, wake up"?
No.
So you were like sleeping in a car on a family road trip and your dad was like, guess it's time for the classic Slimesicle family wake-up call, and he just starts swerving all over the highway.
Time to scare the shit out of my son.
I went across the internet and I also asked on Twitter people to give me the worst bumper stickers they could find. Some of these are pretty bad, some of these are a little goofy, but let's just go through them, shall we? This is a classic one, Booby Bouncer.
Very good coupled with the truck nuts, I would say.
Oh, yeah, you get the nut, you leave the little nuts, the...
Yeah, I'm sure that Charlie's dad had those on the back of his car, so when he was swerving around, waking up Charlie,
they'd be flying all over the place while he was just giving me lots of trauma back there in the backseat.
Would you guys put this on the back of your truck?
No.
No.
Come on.
This just means my car has poor suspension and it's a bad ride.
Your friends are never going to come to you to carry their lumber anymore. I don't know what people use trucks for.
Lumber, I think?
What else goes in a truck? And my lumber and my metal scrap? I don't know.
Here's a pretty good one, very gun-friendly. Children on board, if you hit me with my babies in the car, I'll whoop your ass till the cops come.
Stop riding my ass.
Hello Kitty is the sponsor of that statement.
That is absolutely after-school program font.
This car is being driven by every worst assistant teacher that exists in elementary school.
Every kid they have in the car, they add another gun to the back. Sticker. Listen, there's something in here for a spectacular gender reveal party. There's something in that.
Are they blue gun or are they pink gun? The surprise is opening a gun case, and it's what gun the child will inherit. Schlatt, I hear you're a very religious man. Is that true?
Hey, you know, I'm smelling my mustache.
Well, riddle me this. Is this the kind of thing that you would have on the back of your car just to rail in that fact?
Oh
Honk,
my
Jesus,
God.
honk. If you save, if you love Jesus, 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 Jesus.
That's like, that, you know what that reminds me of? The gorilla's first words.
The gorilla's first words? What are you talking about?
We're gonna watch a video right now.
Okay.
Nim's longest recorded sentence was, give orange me, give eat orange me, eat orange, give me, eat orange, give me you.
Honk, Jesus, honk, if saves, if Jesus,
Jesus,
love,
honk,
Jesus,
if you
love,
save,
Jesus,
if you
Jesus.
love.
How do you even see out of the back of that thing? Like, you're just counting on Jesus to fucking be driving at that point.
But dude, Jesus is gonna fucking take the wheel and then back into oncoming traffic.
Charlie, I think that this next bumper sticker, I think, would be a really, really good one for you. Powered by bitch dust.
What? Straight up Disney font. Are we rating them?
Would you like to rate this
I
one?
would genuinely rate this one a 9 or 10 out of 10. Like, I would laugh if I saw this, like, on the highway.
Yeah?
Is that just like what the kids are calling cocaine these days?
You're at a party and some girl comes in and she's like, somebody give me some bitch dust. Everyone's like talking to her, what the fuck is she talking about? The next bumper sticker, it's a very, very normal bumper sticker, but we all hate this bumper sticker.
Oh, is it like, it's gonna be the fucking stick figures. Is it the stick figures?
It's
Oh,
the
I
stick
fucking
figures.
knew it!
It's the family
Yeah.
stick figures. I read an article online that apparently
Yeah,
it's
it tells
stick
you
figures.
it tells you how many people live in the family so you can fucking kill them all.
It's also, if you peel off a sticker of the car, the corresponding human does die. So that is
It's like a
important
voodoo
to know.
doll. Each sticker you pull off, they just Thanos snap, turn to dust.
Turn to dust.
Their entire soul is
Oh,
just
fuck.
irreversibly connected to these stupid stickers. This is sort of a controversial sticker, and I don't even really understand why someone would even have this opinion. It's such a niche opinion. Honk if Helen Keller is a fraud. Can you imagine someone driving around with this on the back of their car, just be like, someone is just so sure that Helen Keller is not was not the woman that she was.
Jesus Christ.
So this next one I was introduced to yesterday. At first glance, this is just the most terrifying bumper sticker I think could exist on the road. Safely surrender your baby.
What the fuck?
Apparently what this actually means is this is directed towards people that like just drop babies off at like on doorsteps of people's houses.
Oh.
So it's like a PSA where they're like, don't do that. All it takes is just to remove safely from this bumper sticker to just make it 90 times
Surrender
worse.
your baby.
Can you imagine driving on the road? You're a mom, 3 kids. You're driving your mom van. Your automatic doors opening. Go to soccer practice, and you see something that just says "Surrender your baby."
What? And your mother is just like extremely open to suggestion. she's just like, all right, see ya.
This one's really good. Are you guys sort of the equestrian type?
No.
Absolutely not. Fucking hate horses.
Heaven is filled with horses.
I know a guy in heaven who was filled by a horse once.
What are you talking
Don't
about?
Google Mr. Hands.
Okay, I'm gonna Google Mr.
No,
Hands
I'm
right
actually
now.
not gonna do it because of how he brought it up. I'm actually not gonna do it.
How did you know about this? Unimclaw horse sex case. It was an incident.
Yeah, so basically it was a Boeing engineer who brought himself out to a ranch in Enumclaw, Washington, and got himself fucked to death by a stallion.
do you just know this? Blatt, your silence speaks volumes right now. Why do you know about this?
Let's go to the next bumper sticker, Ted.
This one's not even really a bumper sticker. It's more just like a warning. Live bees, do not touch.
That's Calibri, too. That's the default Microsoft Word text right there.
They had the bees in the car first, and they needed a quick solution.
A lot of people were touching the bees, and they needed to get the message out quick.
Which is surprising.
Yeah, you wouldn't think people would touch bees and go near dangerous animals, you know, get fucked to death by a horse.
No.
How's my driving? Call 1-800-EAT-SHIT.
I'm calling it. E-A-T.
Are you calling it right now?
Yeah.
Hey there, hot stuff.
What the fuck?
What?
Send you a sexy pic of me.
No. Okay. All right. What? That is not what I expected.
Want me to send you a sexy pic of me?
Yes.
I heard you hit one.
Deeper. He's going deeper than I dare dived.
From MMS Broadcasting and NCS through autodial calls.
Dude, she just switched to business mode.
She did. She really switched. I'm not feeling this anymore.
It's the same voice.
I'm not feeling this anymore.
She just fucking put on the glasses, got out the clipboard, and signed you up for like 30 services, dude.
I hate my ex-wife.
Yes!
God bless America.
I would put this bumper sticker on if I hated my ex-wife.
This one's for the boys.
And you know who it's not for? My ex-wife.
You're missing a little Barstool logo in the bottom right.
Oh my god, this does make me want to go fishing.
This one is a little ominous. It's an opinion, and I don't know why it's so specific. Gatorade should be thicker.
You can't even, you're not going to find anyone who's selling that shit. This dude went to customink.com and printed out his own fucking political statement.
He's been waiting years for Gatorade to just make it a little bit thicker, a little bit more viscous.
You would not be able to read that unless you were like right on top of this person too.
Okay, Charlie, you and Schlatt, you guys are at a party right now. Charlie, you have the opinion that Gatorade should be thicker, but you don't know how to introduce it to your friend Schlatt. All right?
Oh, dude, you know what? Gatorade should be thicker.
You want some roofies?
That's not good.
This isn't quite a bumper sticker. This is more like a piece of art. It's sort of like a mural, if you will.
What
Denver.
the fuck is that? Oh my god.
If somebody was at the beach and like out of nowhere, a cartoon anvil came and dropped on her back. And this is the aftermath in the hospital.
That is like if Elastigirl was turning into a boat like in that movie and then she gave up halfway through.
Oh.
I fucking hate it so much.
It does look very similar to Elastigirl in that movie.
That's how I'd shape Mrs. Incredible before I went to town.
Stop, dude. Oh god.
I think you'll like this one a lot, Schlatt.
Sure. That's the Queen of England. She doesn't do that. She's in the Buckingham Palace. She's not in the back of a sedan. That doesn't make any sense.
The back of this Honda Civic, Schlatt.
This is an elite strategy to keep her safe.
Once the Crown finds out that there's an assassination attempt about to happen on the Queen, everyone in Britain has to put one of these on their windows and drive around frantically.
You must drive.
This one's just a lot. This is another religious one. It's just a little aggressive.
Oh.
Repent or burn in hell. The fearful, unbelieving, abominable murderers, whoremongers, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake of fire.
Hey, baby.
Repent or burn in hell! The fearful, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, whoremongers, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake of fire!
Oh my god. There was an entirely new voice that came out of you in that moment, Schlatt. It was like you're an entirely different person.
I should go on college campuses and just start talking like that.
No airbags. We die like real men.
Be a man.
I think this is actually one of my favorites. It's just nice subtle disclaimer.
This one's sort of like the religious statement, except it's more just purely patriotic, and it's a warning to people that would just never see it.
Oh my god.
Attention, ISIS. If you think you can bring your cowardly asses to America and fight the patriots here, be warned. We will hand your mutilated corpses to those 72 virgins covered in swine blood and your own.
You find it offensive. I find it funny.
Schlatt, can you give 1-800-EAT-ASS a call one more time and just
Yeah, give them the ISIS line.
Hey there.
Attention, ISIS! If you think you can bring your cowardly asses to America and fight the patriots here, be warned.
Triple X death.
We will hand your mutilated corpses to the 72.
I've got a challenge for you guys now. You know, these bumper stickers are okay, but I think that we could create bumper stickers that are better than these. I think that we could improve upon the formula that's been presented with us.
But how?
We're all going to make 3 separate bumper stickers and then present them in a short while. We're going to be making a mom bumper sticker. Then we will be making a sexual bumper sticker. And then finally, we will make a crazy political bumper sticker.
See you on the other side.
And now it's time to do a little bit of presentation right now. How do you guys feel about your bumper stickers?
I feel really good about mine.
I feel really good about 2 of them.
I suppose we should start with the mom bumper stickers. Charlie, do you want to go first on that one?
I'll start us first. So here's my mom bumper sticker. Put a couple twists on ones we know and love.
Oh, it's John!
It's John. He's back.
Wow.
John's been armed.
It's John.
My child has a gun. You will not take him.
He will not surrender.
As you can see, the use of the blue and pink, very common sort of parental,
Yes.
colors,
Yes.
bumper sticker, good stuff, catches the eye, and no one's catching John.
I was trying to go into the vein of, like, you know how moms are like, oh, I gave birth 1,000,000 times, I could do anything. You got that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I'm a mom. I've given birth 17 times. If you don't think I can break your legs for touching my son's Legos, think again.
Wow.
Very good.
I chose the specific clip art I could find with a mom with just no arms or legs. It's just a torso.
Your motherly power is overwhelming with this one.
I go to book group just to get drunk.
So I'd like to preface by saying that every single one of the bumper stickers I made will upset many people. So Ted, remember when we were looking at that stick figure family?
Oh no!
Jesus Christ!
We live alone. It's a single mother and her child, and they're letting the world know that they live alone.
That is a really bad idea for a bumper
I know.
sticker.
I know. That's right. So they could be targeted for a crime.
Good stuff, everyone, all around.
Good stuff. Wow. Great stuff in the first category.
Yeah.
Very excited to see what we have next in the category of the sexual bumper stickers. Charlie?
Now, I'll confess, guys, I may have gone a little overboard with this one. I had a couple different ideas, so I made 2. Are you a man? Prove it. 1-800-ASK-TIP.
That is 6 numbers. That will not work. That's not a phone number.
This is my second one. I feel a little better about this one. It's sort of a twist on one we all know and love.
Safely surrender your cock. www.bitchdust.gov. Here we go. Boise, Idaho. A great place to have sex. Take it from me.
Would I see this bumper sticker in Boise, Idaho?
No, you'd see it in fucking like California or something.
God damn it.
Just straight to the point. I live alone with just me and my son, and I love gay porn. You know, what a combo.
And finally, we've got the categories I'm the most excited about. We've got the crazy political bumper sticker.
Listen, this is the one I felt a little less confident in, but it's got a simple message, so it's a simple sticker.
Don't vote, baby.
The 2 sexy woman silhouettes, and of course, because we are in America, that is Jesus Christ. Arms wide, don't vote.
I was going down the route of conspiracy theory. Schlatt, why don't you read this one aloud? I think you'll like it.
Sure. The Democrats drink tiger blood in order to live forever. The elite are lying to us, and Joe Biden is a lizard.
How many fonts is in this?
It's as many as possible.
It's like the coexist bumper sticker, dude.
All right, Schlatt, the final bumper sticker.
Read 'em and weep, fellas. Fuck you. Trickle down these nuts, bitch. And he's got the car nuts.
Did you search up the most fucked up squat. You even went out of your way to like adjust the text so it looks like it's
yeah, he did.
Man.
It's like distorted near the bump.
Yeah, dude.
If you'd like to vote on who won this bumper sticker contest in each of the categories, there will be a poll that is going up on the Chuckle Sandwich channel, which is a podcast that I run here with Charlie and Schlatt, and you can vote there. And also, while you're there, consider subscribing to the podcast. It's a good time. We do it. We release it every week.
Bye.
Thanks for watching us look at and create some terrible bumper stickers, folks. See you around, baby. Sponsor time! I am very proud to say that this video is sponsored by Displate. I have a bunch of posters in my apartment, and I've got frame prints all over the place. So much so that this is what the stairway looks like when I walk upstairs. Pretty freaking nice. So it's very easy to say that I'm a fan of the sponsor of today's video. Displate is a company that sells high quality prints on metal posters, and they have 800,000 designs in pretty much every single category that you could think of. You've got manga, you've got sports, you got comics, nature, movies, bada bing bada boom, they've got it. And check out these posters they send me. Look at this. I've been really into the world of cyberpunk recently, so they sent me these posters that are the concept art from the original game of Cyberpunk 2077. It's pretty neat. They've got fast delivery, it's printed on demand, and each poster is approved by the master of production, so you know you're gonna get a good poster when it comes. And when you're setting it up, it's got an easy to set up magnet mounting system. That took me like 5 seconds. Plus, for every Displate sold, one tree is planted. So at the same time that you're making something nice for your home, you're being eco-friendly. So come on. Make sure to use my link in the description to automatically apply the highest available discount code on Displate, a whole whopping 36% off. Thank you so much to Displate for sponsoring this video, and have a fan.
So I found a really funny movie. If you're like me, someone specifically born in 1998, then you spent the extremely formative adolescent period of 10 to 14 years old during the exact period that the Twilight movies were released. There was a very real discussion in middle school on who was Team Edward and who was Team Jacob. I saw firsthand how these movies changed the brain chemistry of my peers. The Twilight Saga was like a water pipe lined with lead, and the whole country was sipping on that garden hose. Because now you've got adult men doing red pill podcasts talking about how they have an alpha wolf mindset. And I think from the success of those movies, and more specifically the success of Taylor Lautner's abs, look at the shine on that washboard, alpha wolf romance is and will continue to be made until the end of time. And one of those movies we're talking about today, Call Me Alpha.
I can't let my wolf take control. Not now.
Listen, we gotta do something about this.
And it is a doozy. Sometimes I find these video topics because you guys either tag me in something or fill out my suggestion form, but the way I found out about this show, I will actually reveal at the end of the video because it's really funny and I think you're gonna like it. Now, I've done plenty of videos on ridiculous low-budget movies, but I've never had a proper look into the category that could most accurately be described as fan fiction shows. Shows that kind of feel like they were written by a 14-year-old who's parasocially obsessed with Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon and has a Wattpad account. You understand what I'm getting at here? And after discovering this movie, I was surprised to see that there is like an obscene amount of these shows. Just from the suggestions on IMDb when looking this movie up, there's plenty of options. The Alpha's Daughter, The Alpha's Rejected Mate, even Fatal Temptation. Between two alphas, clearly. And when I downloaded the app I needed to watch this show, Short TV, I realized that fanfiction shows are the only genre this app has, and they're all filmed vertically for phone screens, and the titles for them increasingly got weirder the longer I looked, such as The Female Janitor Revealed as Hidden Tycoon, or Why is Joe Like That, or Well, I'm actually the most wealthy lady. And of course, who could forget, Mommy, don't refuse Daddy this time, huh? Well, what did he do? Either way, let's dive into the movie we're focusing on today, Call Me Alpha. The movie starts off with a castle in what looks like Europe. Next, we get a shot of an awesome VFX wolf that shows up in a mirror. There's a bottle of blood, I think. And this woman, who I believe is the main character, some dude's kissing her. Wait, before any information about the story happens, it's just immediately a makeout scene. For like almost a full minute. I think this is meant to be a hook for the target audience, you know, those who aren't there for the riveting plot and lore like myself. And this makes sense. If I was paying $50 of real legal tender to watch a fan fiction Alpha Wolf TV show made up of 77 individual minute-long episodes, I'd want to make sure my fiction was getting fanned. You know what I'm saying? So we formally meet our protagonist, Ashira, for the first time with this enchantress during something called a mapping ceremony. She's a rogue wolf, so she doesn't have a pack, so I think this ceremony is meant to like find her a place to live. She cuts her hand with a knife and smears it all over the map, and she's revealed to be something called a stealer.
A stealer? You're a stealer.
What? What is a stealer?
A Steeler can have a pup with anyone. Mates or not.
So we're getting a lot of wolf lore right off the bat. Apparently, this is a really bad situation for Ashira. But the Enchantress seems kind of psyched about this the whole time.
Being a Steeler, it sounds like a punishment. Who will choose me as a mate if they know that I can mate with others? And you don't even know the worst part.
And guess what, bitch? It gets worse. Ashira's learning life-ruining information. This is the Enchantress's Super Bowl. So basically, Ashira's goal is to go and find her mate as soon as possible because I guess she's in a bunch of danger from, I guess, rogue, horny wolves who think she's their soulmate. So Ashira goes to the Prime Pack where there's a mating party going on. Crazy name for a party, by the way. You're not making it any more intellectual by just calling it mating. It's like, oh, we're mating. No, you're banging. This is a banging party. This is apparently a perfect time for her to be washing her clothes in a pond. And this is where she meets Aiden, the alpha of the Prime Pack. You can tell he's an alpha because his eyes grow all red and wolfy. Whoa. And also they give him a description when he shows up. Of course, this wouldn't be a wolf show if he didn't immediately take his shirt off and give it to Ashira.
You look cold. Take this.
That's like one of the main tenets of being a wolf guy. Doing hour-long planks every day and being able to easily find excuses to take your shirt off. That's like 95% of being a wolf guy, I think. And then he brings her back to the party because apparently this part of the land is off limits.
No, this part of the land's off limits. Go back to the guest house.
To be honest though, I'd probably say something like that too if I found someone randomly washing their shirt in a pond in my backyard. Please don't do your laundry in my pond. Come back to the party, please. Later on, Nick, who's the beta of the Prime Pack, bummer title to have, dude. That's a bummer title. Gives Ashira's information to Aiden because Aiden believes Ashira is his mate. But when she finds out she's a rogue, which is a wolf without a pack, he gives a very impassioned delivery of surprise.
A wolfless rogue Luna? Gotta be kidding me.
A wolfless rogue Luna? You gotta be kidding me. Next up, we meet one of the female members of the Prime Pack, Mila.
Hi, Ashira. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, look. I'm just here to tell you to keep your hands off my alpha.
Can you tell that she's a mean girl because they play mean girl reality TV music? Now that I think about it, it would be kind of sick if they made a reality TV show around a group of people that think they're a pack of wolves.
Greetings, fellow wolves. My name is Alpha Jared. I've been looking for my Luna, my mate, for most of my wolf life. I haven't found her yet, but I can sense her presence. I'm 32 in human years, but according to an online wolf to human year calculator, I'm considered to be about 172 in wolf years. Some might consider me to be an elder of the wolf community. I would agree with this notion. Am I how, you may ask? Let's just say it's immaculate.
So yeah, we've introduced Mila, already creating a little bit of drama around the pack, and Ashira has just gotten here. Later on at the party, we get a really strange interaction between practically every character that we've introduced at this point in one shot. Because you start off with Ashira and her friend Lucy hanging out, then Mila shows up to cause problems, then Nick shows up from the other side. Mila leaves, Nick asks Ashira to dance, and then Lucy leaves. They're dancing for like 2 seconds until Nick learns her name.
What was your name?
Ashira.
Then in comes Alpha Aiden out of nowhere, but then Mila is coming back to flirt with Aiden, which fails, so she leaves again, and it ends with just Ashira and Aiden. This whole sequence here happens in less than 30 seconds. And immediately after, talking less than 5 seconds, Ashira's getting pushed up a wall by Aiden. He basically complains that she danced with Nick, and her response is, well, first of all, not really, and also, why didn't you come up and dance with me first? And then his response is like it's like a 5-year-old boy.
But maybe if you had stepped forward, I would have been dancing with you.
That's my fault.
Yeah, dude, you gotta communicate these things. Also, how did we get here so quickly? The longest and only interaction that these two had was him giving her his shirt and then telling her that she couldn't be in his backyard. Maybe him giving the shirt was wolf culture for I wanna bang.
What do I do in my free time? Easy question. Baring my teeth, eating raw meat, and giving my shirts to rogue Lunas that look cold. I'll be honest, a lot of my monthly budget is currently going to my wardrobe to replace my shirt. In my defense, that's the only way I know how to interact with Luna. It's seriously really frustrating. I keep having to pay for shirts. I haven't heard of a single other way to interact with Lunas in all of wolf history. But if any wolves figure it out, please ping me on my WhatsApp. I'm really frickin' lonely.
So basically Ashira's like, why won't you claim me? A little bit of lore, wolf woman, zero rights in this society. And he's like, I'm never gonna claim you. But then in the next scene, he's introducing her to Arya, who's like her assistant now or something, and tells her to make sure that no males go near her.
Don't let any males near her. Take that as a warning.
So what's the deal, Aiden? You got commitment issues, brother? Especially because after Nick comes in the room, Aiden freaks out at him because she danced with Ashira for like 2 seconds.
What's up? Listen, we gotta do something about
I I will say it's a little silly for Nick to try to cover his ass here by saying that he didn't know what Ashira looked like. You know, because he was the one who brought Aiden a full dossier about Ashira. You're telling me that he got all that information without figuring out what Ashira looked like? Come on, dude. Either way, the assistant takes Ashira to her new room. They have a short chat, and then Ashira asks,
Where is Aiden?
what are you talking about, Ashira? You just saw him. He's in the other room that you just came from? The room you just came from. So the next day, Nick and Aiden are talking at Nick's house about how Aiden needs to bang someone or he's gonna go crazy. He's got this whole thing going on about how he doesn't want his wolf to take control.
I can't let my wolf take control. Not now.
And Aiden's explanation is this.
I can control it. I'm the alpha. I'm just in heat.
So that's crazy that he's saying that.
I'm just in heat.
Male wolves do not go into heat. That's a biologically female trait. Aiden basically just said that he's ovulating. Maybe he doesn't understand what the word means. He's just been hearing people say it his whole life, and now he's like, that's what I have when I pee funny. It seems like it's affecting him pretty seriously, though, because this whole scene, he's practically paralyzed in this position. It doesn't look like he can move. Later on, Ashira is dress shopping with Arya for her first night with Aiden when she suddenly goes into full heat mode and falls into the arms of this dude Zeke. So she's rushed home and Aiden carries her upstairs and she's pretty much losing it at this point. But Aiden is like, still not gonna claim you, and also, you can't leave anymore. You're gonna stay in this house and you can't go anywhere.
It happened because you haven't claimed me. Why can't you just make it stop?
From now on, you're not allowed to leave this house.
I would rather be a rogue than trapped in here with you.
What's this dude's fucking deal? What's his trauma? Well, we actually find out. Both of his parents died in a war. But I'll be honest, I'm assuming that the usage of the word war here is implying a bunch of plainclothes people pretending to be wolves scratching each other in a public park. I don't think this was like Vietnam, although Wolf Vietnam would have been crazy. Either way, Aiden's got trauma, he's got trust issues, and he's about as emotionally stable as you'd expect from a guy that pretends to be a wolf and calls himself Alpha, aka he's not. But they talk about his trauma, and now Aiden actually decides to claim Ashira by like biting her on the neck. Obviously that's how it's done. That's what I learned in school. Until they're interrupted by an emergency.
What's wrong?
How did he know specifically what emergency was going on? Is he like a Bene Gesserit wolf? Is he Lisan Alpha Gaib? Apparently Zeke from the store and a bunch of rogue wolves had just attacked the Prime Pack. They killed like 6 people, but all of this happened off screen. Also, for future reference, they don't show a single fight on screen. They only show the aftermath. So the most substance of the action we get is a bunch of wolf dudes threatening each other and changing their eye color, which honestly is kind of fantastic. The only reason Zeke killed all of those people is seemingly because he wanted to talk to Ashira, because I think he wanted to mate with her, only to find out that Aiden had just claimed her. And he has like probably the worst possible reaction to this information.
Oh wow. Congratulations. It smells recent. It smells familiar.
Ew, what the heck? Ew. Why would he say that?
Impressive, Alpha Aiden. You smell like cum.
Either way, this creates a whole drama surrounding the rogue wolves and Zeke that will be expanded upon later. But before we continue on with this riveting tale of wolves and drama, this video is sponsored by SoFi. SoFi is the ultimate finance app and a new kind of bank that doesn't believe in account fees. It's fully mobile, tracks your spending, and you can manage your money right in the app. You might still be using the bank that your parents set you up with in like high school or something, but let's be honest here, folks, you can do so much better. If you're a student, you can sign up for a SoFi checking and savings account with a .edu email address. Fund it with 10.
I'm here with Waluigi today. How you doing? Waluigi.
It seems like every year technology gets to a level that we would have thought ridiculous as children. You can buy yourself a home that was 3D printed, take a taxi with nobody behind the wheel, and robots are doing backflips now, something previously reserved for frat guys whose six-pack is their whole personality, and high schoolers a little bit too into parkour. Yes, I'm projecting. I wish I could do a backflip. And in the last 2 years, I've gotten pretty into growing my own plants. I've conquered growing basil and making my own pesto. I've conquered having houseplants, kind of. But this whole time, I was using the same thing. Soil from the earth, the substance that may have been holding us back this whole time. We've elevated our technology in so many ways. Why not do that with the dirt itself? This is a loamy. This is a device that lets you turn food scraps into usable soil, or at least what the company calls loamy earth. Obviously by food scraps, they mean things like vegetables and fruit, but this device can turn any food scraps into soil. So what would happen if I turned fast food into soil? Could I grow a plant from that? So I'm gonna try to turn fast food into soil, grow arugula, and make myself a salad. Let
Let me be clear. I'm going into this with no research whatsoever. I'm essentially doing a highly produced experiment that I'm planning on posting with no actual assurance that any of this is going to work. It would actually be a miracle if it did. I'm utilizing the most highly processed foods we put in our body to grow a life form. That's like trying to teach a dolphin to drive a car. Nobody's tried it because if they did, they'd be an idiot. But wouldn't it be funny if it worked? The most research I've done has been Googling, can you grow a plant from just loamy earth? And the answer has been frequently and only a resounding no. And that's because I'm operating based on loamy earth being compost, which you can grow plants in. But loamy earth is something different. Loamy earth is the nutrient-rich, soil-like end product created by the Loamy Countertop Food Recycler, designed to be used as a natural fertilizer for plants and gardens rather than traditional compost. Basically, it's not actually compost. I would have loved for this to be real compost coming out of this machine. In fact, that would have made it a lot easier for me. Unfortunately, making compost takes a long time and also the usage of worms. And I hate worms. They're like the losers of the ground, meant to be consumed by children and fish.
But that restriction won't stop me from trying to brute force a miracle.
Whoa. Look at this thing. The plan is to put all the fast food into this thing. It's going to grind it up and then hopefully turn that into soil that we can use to grow a plant. One of the first things I see is a QR code answering the question, what can I put in my loamy? I don't know if we're gonna follow that, but let's ask. It specifically says to have a smaller mix of processed foods.
Batch number 1 would be McDonald's. 2 large fries, 2 double cheeseburgers, 20 chicken nuggets, and just to be safe, apple slices.
Just to give it a fighting chance. Although I was looking at the ingredients of these apple slices from McDonald's, they also have an ingredient on them that's meant to maintain freshness and color. These are just apple slices, and they still had to add something into that. I need to fit all of this stuff right here into this. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. So it's got pickles. There's a little bit of plant life going on, but there's a lot of meat and there's a lot of cheese.
As I was doing this, I started to seriously doubt how this could even come close to dirt.
Well, okay, they're in there. For this experiment, I'm gonna be using Loamy's Grow Mode. This is their longest mode, taking somewhere from 16 to 20 hours. It, quote, runs at a lower temperature to preserve microbes and boost soil health. And I guess the express mode is if you need dirt like right now. Today. I'm also going to be utilizing Loamy Pods. These are little tablets you put in that are allegedly packed with powerful microorganisms. And I'm for sure going to be putting those microorganisms to work. And I'm not paying overtime. Microbacteria in there now. I guess with all that being said, let's turn this McDonald's into dirt. Okay. Oh, it's spinning. Oh, it's beginning the process. So I guess we gotta wait 16 to 20 hours before this turns to dirt. I don't know what I expected to happen here. When I got back from being out this last weekend, I got home and I've left the Loamy going. And my entire apartment smells like McDonald's. Oh my God. I had to open up the windows in my apartment just to filter out the air that I was smelling. And I gotta say, the resulting dirt is a little bit creepy. What the fuck is that? It smells like Cheetos. I made Cheeto dirt. It's dry, but there's like kind of a greasiness to it that isn't preferable, to say the least. I think a plant would taste that and be like, guess I'm just not gonna live. This is nasty. This is essentially grease slop that I have here. What's to do now that we have all of this dirt? Well, I've got a special little friend, the dirty bucket. The dirty bucket. This thing's gonna live outside.
Unfortunately, this batch of dirt was not nearly enough for me to do this whole experiment.
This couldn't even fill one pot.
So I placed the dirty bucket as far away from me as I could get it and cleaned the Loamy in preparation for batch number 2, Taco Bell. 1 cheesy gordita crunch, 1 veggie bowl, 1 chalupa supreme, and 3 crunch wrap supremes.
I think that Taco Bell has a little bit more vegetables within it than something like McDonald's. Half of these things have some form of like lettuce or tomato in them, so there's some plant matter going on here. I feel like this one might turn out a little bit better than McDonald's did. At the end of the day though, I'm putting most of my hope in this veggie bowl here. This one's gonna take us to the finish line. And I think the thing that's gonna screw us from making usable compost is probably gonna be the crunch wrap supremes. I don't know if nature really called for that.
Nevertheless, I stuffed all the Taco Bell I could into Loamy and started my next cycle.
There it goes. It's beginning its magic to do horrific, unholy, godless things to this fast food. Taco Bell's done. This thing's got a little bit more dirt than I think the first round. I may have added some eggshells that I had left over from some eggs that went bad. I didn't want to put them down the garbage disposal. So if you're wondering what the white stuff in this is, it's eggshell.
So it's a bit browner than the other one. It doesn't smell like Cheetos, it just smells like ground beef. It's also closer in color to what regular potting soil is, but it is still clearly not.
But after all of this, I still did not have enough dirt. So I prepared for my third and final submission to the maw of the Lomi, batch number 3, KFC. And I may have over-ordered chicken tenders, fries, mashed potatoes, sweet corn, coleslaw, and a chicken pot pie.
If you told me a year ago that I would be taking a chicken pot pie and turning it into dirt, I'd probably send you to jail. I think that this corn might be the thing that saves this whole video. We might be getting saved by the Colonel. Now the chicken, this might cause some problems for us. The chicken pot pie, there's not a lot, but there are carrots and there are peas in a chicken pot pie. There are vegetables in it. I saw that they had applesauce that was available in the kids meal on the KFC menu, so I ordered that as well, thinking like, it might be good to have some classic applesauce in there. Didn't know I was gonna get tricked. They gave me a Capri Sun. I don't know if I'm living in crazy town, but this is very different than an applesauce.
Either way, the Lomi hungered for more grease, so I once again fed it willingly. Also, the coleslaw was far too wet.
Oh, that's barely even mayo at that point. That's just milk. Oh, I'm excited. I think this is gonna be a delicious dirt. Time to see how the KFC dirt does. The Lomi had the hardest time with the KFC. It took like maybe 48 hours. I don't know if that's because the Lomi's starting to struggle a little bit. Maybe the Lomi's starting to get a little bit depressed because it's currently operating in a job it was not designed to do. Looking a lot like the McDonald's. I don't know if that's all the corn that I added. Let's give it a feel test. Yeah, no, it's greasy. The dirty bucket hungers for more dirt. Oh God.
So I mixed all the fast food dirt together to make one final dirt.
Doesn't look that bad. All of this in the dirty bucket, I think I just might have enough to run this experiment.
But while I'm leaving much of this plant growth up to chance, you shouldn't be doing the same for your career. Which leads me to the sponsor of this video, Strawberry.me Career Coaching. It seems like these days the job market is more competitive than ever. And the people who will succeed in a world like this are those who have a solid plan and solid goals, which is where Strawberry.me comes in. Strawberry.me will help you create a strategy for your career. When I met with my coach Vincent, I wasn't really sure what to expect from the experience, but right off the bat, he was asking some pretty thoughtful questions to figure out my specific goals and what I'm struggling with. One of them, for instance, was genuinely addressing how to improve my YouTube video output, which I'm sure might be a relief to those of you who want to see more than 4 videos a year from me. This was nice too because I do have a therapist that I talk to sometimes about my career worries and issues, but meeting with a career coach was very clearly different. It was more oriented to figuring out the root of my issues in direct relation to my work, based on like who I am and how my working brain ticks, and then giving me actionable steps that I could take to address them as opposed to just talking about them. Like, I am legitimately going to keep using this service because I can see how helpful it can be to talk to a professional who is directly invested in your own success and someone who will create accountability for you. Like, I'm going to check in with my coach next week and we're going to talk about how the week went. This platform can be really helpful to speak to someone who has an outside perspective on one's career. They give you tools to be able to find the right path for you. Plus, it's virtual, accessible, and flexible, meaning you can spend the time to take ownership of your career without your schedule taking ownership of you. So go to strawberry.me/Ted Nivison or scan the QR code on screen. They're offering a $50 credit so you can actually try it out. Don't leave your career to chance. Find the right coach and make it happen with strawberry.me. Thanks for watching the sponsor, and now to the plant store. So I headed off to the plant store to grab supplies for this experiment. I'll explain in a second, but I needed a lot of pots in order for this to work. But I also didn't really remember how much Lomi dirt I had, so I bought like 2 sets of pots in different sizes. I have a lot of clay pots now. Seeing the beauty of the plants around me here made me feel kind of like a spy. Everyone else was here to do right by the souls of these plants, whereas I was here to do something devious and unholy. So I quickly got what I needed and headed home. This experiment would be conducted at the utmost level of scientific research. In order for us to get tangible results, we needed to have a control and different variables. There might be more to it, but that's all I remember from high school science. Obviously, we'd have our control, which is just growing a plant in regular potting soil. But then we'd start adding our Lomi creation at 10%, 50%, 75%, and finally 100%, allowing us to see a range of how the plants will react to different levels of fast food soil.
We sort of got a spectrum going on here, ranging from it would be really surprising if this didn't work to it would be really surprising if this did work. I'm gonna make the soil mixtures now, and then tomorrow will be day number 1 of trying to grow a plant using soil made from fast food. This soil's made a name for itself clearly. We've got Edna's Best Potting Soil. So we're using the greatest here. I've also got a little bit of
pumice. This is basically just like little rocks that you put in soil in order to encourage water to drain through the soil properly. Because I think at the higher levels of the loamy soil, that's just, the water, it's just gonna suck it up.
So I went ahead and created my first mixture, the 10% loamy.
So that's about 10% loamy soil and 90% potting soil.
I also made sure to mix the loamy dirt with the soil to make sure it was as homogeneous as possible.
Kind of looks like cookies and cream or something. So out of anything involving the loamy dirt, this one probably has the best chance because it's 90% being supported by actual soil. This is one that if something grows in it, I get to say, kinda. I think the worst thing about this is that as I'm putting the dirt into these pots, the loamy dirt has a smell to it that makes me believe that anything involving this stuff is going to just wither and die.
Then I went ahead and created the 50% and 75% loamy mixtures.
And finally, the worst of all, the 100% fast food dirt pot. I wonder what this one smells like. Ah! Ooh, 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 ooh.
I don't know why I kept smelling this. It smelled almost like vomit or something far more ancient and demonic, like Mother Earth herself was crying out to stop this at once.
It's a wonderful gradient going from healthy looking dark soil to mutant. Today is the day! At the end of yesterday, I was feeling a little bit down in the dumps. Wrong! In order to achieve anything in life, you have to be positive. You have to assume that it's going to work. I feel like manifestation is the biggest thing that's gonna help us through this. I'm not saying I'm making water into wine, but it's damn close. Allegedly, these take 10 to 15 days to just emerge in the first place from the soil. We won't know until a little bit more than a week in if we're even rocking with some livable plants here. In an ideal world, we'll get so much plants from these that we'll be able to just make a whole salad. I'll be able to do a taste test from each of these to see if the salads taste different. These beautiful seeds hold all of my hopes and dreams in them. If I was already gonna have trouble getting into heaven right now, those gates are gonna be locked when I'm done with this. This is kind of like the Hunger Games for these seeds. Like the ones that are going into the 100% soil, they're gonna live a normal life. The ones that go in this one, they're going straight to the fucking slums.
So I planted all the arugula seeds into their respective pots.
Good night, my pretties. I believe in you, loamy seeds. You got a lot rooting against you, but I believe in you. Now we gotta take these guys outside and we gotta water them.
I'll be honest, after days on end of me converting fast food into dehydrated pseudo compost, I was starting to think I'd never get to this point. But when watering those seeds, I felt the infinite potential of nature within the palm of my hand. That is until after watering the mixtures, I noticed the very stark difference in texture between the control and the 100%. It was like touching an evil, stinky mud. But I set my worries aside now, as all that had to be done now was wait. So I set up my time-lapse camera that night, and the grand experiment had begun.
I'm a little bit disappointed with the results that we've got here, ladies and germs. I think I may have been a little bit too hopeful. I may have had too much of a twinkle in my eye. Week one went pretty much as expected. I didn't see any sort of response from any of the dirts because I had just planted the seeds and put them outside. By the time that day 6 rolled around, we started to see some sprouts from the control, which makes sense. That is objectively the best scenario that a plant could grow. Then day 7 and 8 rolled around, and I started to get a little bit nervous because none of the other things had sprouts in them at all. I'm starting to think to myself, oh shit, I've spent so much time already on this video and it's not gonna work at all? That'd be kind of miserable. One of the first things that I noticed about the various levels of the loamy dirt is that as you go up in percentage of the fast food dirt, it gets harder. When the material reacts with water, it gets more solid. I think this is because of all of the grease. With the 100% loamy dirt, looks like the surface of Mars. And I don't even think that the guy in The Martian would have been able to grow potatoes from this. This is worse than Mars dirt. It is gross. On top of that, when I watered it, none of the water would even really seep into the dirt. It was kind of just sitting on top and turning into kind of like a swamp. So that was cool. That was great. So as I rolled into week 2, I was getting a little bit depressed. I was getting a little bit worried. But then on day 9, I got some actual sprouts from a loamy dirt experiment. And wouldn't you know, it was the one that Loamy themselves recommended, which was the 90-10 split. But this was huge. I now had 2 of the pots growing at this point. The control was a relief because at least that meant that I could grow a plant from from seed in the first place. And the 10% was a good start. We now knew that with a small presence of fast food soil, a plant could still sprout from it. I'd taken a knife and dug into the 50-50 mix to see if there was any reactions there, and I did actually find a seed that had sprouted a little bit. But the problem is the dirt in that mixture is so hardened that I don't think that a little tiny baby plant can burst through the soil there to get to the light. They're trapped in the claws of a greasy mess of McDonald's dirt. That's freaky. I feel bad for them, but I also salute their sacrifice. I waited the rest of the week for any of the other pots to sprout, but just nothing was happening. I was like, this is miserable. I don't want to have to be like, oh, Lomi was right. 90-10 split's the only thing that works. I don't want to tell a company that they're right. Nobody wants to do that. At the very least, we've got actual plants that are growing a little bit from the nutrients that are in all of that fast food, which is kind of cool. Week 3 rolls around. The 50-50 and the 75-25 started doing some weird stuff. Namely, they both started to mold. The 50-50 was probably the worst of them. It had this sort of blanket of mold all over it. I'm assuming that's because I'm taking dehydrated fast food, putting it in a mixture of dirt and covering it in water. It could also be a curse from an ancient god. I'm not really crossing that out as a possibility here. But mold showed up, and then came the flies. Even now, as I checked upstairs on the plant, there is actively like full-on flies on this loamy mixed dirt. They also smell nasty. Any seed that's getting planted in that is just getting poison damage and dying. I've possibly created a more inhospitable environment than like when a plant bursts out of concrete. Then another weird thing started happening. The 90-10 mix started growing better than the control. I was starting to see actual baby arugula leaves forming in the 90-10 mix, whereas the control reached this weird baby purple sprout stage, and it wasn't growing any further beyond that, which confounded me and still does. I am terrible at waking up in the morning. No matter what I do, I cannot seem to consistently wake up and live the life that my caveman ancestors dreamed for me. Waking up with the sun, hearing the sounds of the birds, and going off into the wilderness with just a loincloth over my balls to pick some berries. Or expedite an extinction. It sounds like a dream. I am so terrible at waking up in the morning that I pay legal tender for an alarm app that forces me to do math in order to turn it off. Unintended result of that strategy, I've gotten really good at math while I'm half asleep. I started on easy mode and now I'm on hard. But I want to be better. Every time I've woken up in the early hours of the day, there's a certain sense of baseline achievement that comes with that. Like I'm not wasting my life away in bed and I'm getting up and changing the world by making YouTube videos. Which is why I became very interested a little bit more than a month ago when this influencer started blowing up all over the internet for his phenomenal morning routine, and his name is Ashton Hall. Ashton Hall is a fitness influencer who this year has morphed into a morning routine influencer due to the explosive popularity of his new content strategy, where he documents a minute-by-minute walkthrough of his daily routine starting at 3:52 in the morning, which is earlier than the birds are awake. Since he began posting these in January, he has gained over 12 million followers, the majority of that in the last 2 months. And people have been loving these videos, mainly because of how ridiculous and strict his morning routine is, with pretty much everyone on the internet making their own parody of his ridiculous routine, or other fitness influencers trying to follow in his footsteps. And as I was witnessing all of this unfold, I began to ask myself, well, how reasonable is a morning routine like this? Obviously it's not normal, but Ashton implies that he does this routine every single day. So surely that means as a normal guy, it is possible to do this every single day. So I challenged myself to live like a morning routine influencer for 1 week. Let's dive into what makes Ashton's morning routine so special. Day 191 of the morning routine that changed my life. 3:50 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. 3 a.m. to me seems like an almost mythical hour to be awake in. The only times I've had to use it in the context of being awake is for emphasis of pain. Like, oh, I gotta wake up at 3 a.m. in order to catch my 6 a.m. flight. I'm saying that to highlight how much pain I'm gonna be in. That it's a painful experience to be awake that early. Not because I'm enlightened or something, but Ashton's done it 191 times in a row, allegedly. Sin lives late at night. If you're dealing with a weak mind, bad decisions, or lack of productivity, go to sleep early. Sin lives late at night? That's a crazy thing to say when your routine starts during the literal witching hour. Sin lives late at night. You're in it. You're in the sin. You're drowning in sin as you brush your teeth. You're brushing your teeth with demons. Ashton then washes his mouth out with a freshly cracked bottle of Saratoga spring water. This water brand is a significant theme across Ashton's entire persona. You're never gonna see him take a lick of tap water. And then he goes outside to begin his very regimented pre-gym
gym process, where he's out on his balcony, he does some very loud push-ups, sipping on that Saratoga, and then he heads downstairs to meditate for 2 minutes? That's how advanced he is at meditation. A Tibetan Buddhist monk might spend an entire lifetime to get to this level of effectiveness in meditation. For all intents and purposes, we could assume that Ashton Hall has reached nirvana. Then he does some journaling. I'm not sure what I would be able to journal about at 4:42 a.m. other than my toothpaste tasting a little bit more like sin than usual. Next, he does what I originally thought in my first watch through was his designated TikTok time, but that's actually just him watching sermons.
Be serious about the Lord's business.
Next up is one of the most critical portions of Ashton Hall's day. So critical that he does it twice in one morning, and that is the Saratoga Ice Water Bowl Facial. That's right. No tap water is allowed in any circumstances, ladies and germs. It'll burn his skin. It's like holy water to a vampire. He is a man of luxury. He cracks open a fresh bottle just to dunk his face in it. He doesn't even drink it. This was one of the parts of the routine that I was weirdly excited to see how it would affect me. I imagine if you're waking up that early in the morning, this is possibly the only thing that's keeping you awake. He's got to expose himself to Arctic temperatures so he enters survival mode just so he can keep going. After this, Ashton prepares to go to the gym, making sure to acquire shots of him putting on every piece of prohibitively expensive jewelry he owns, which, as we know, is incredibly important when you're going to the gym. He then starts absolutely blasting his thighs on the treadmill like a monster before heading out to the pool to engage in one of the most famous rituals of his routine that we shall call the time dive. Did you catch it? That's right. Ashton Hall was suspended in the air for 4 minutes while he was doing that dive. There are a lot of theories on how this is possible. Some say the footage is sped up and he is floating in the air over the course of 4 minutes. Some say he manipulated the flow of time. Others say it's an editing mistake. I consider the merit of all of these theories to be equal. From there, Ashton returns to his apartment, he takes a shower, and then he eats a banana and then wipes the banana peel on his face. This is apparently some type of skincare routine. It remains to be seen if this is actually effective or if Ashton's just being a fucking weirdo here. Then Ashton sits down at his desk in a full suit and a mystery woman brings him his second ice facial, and then that mystery woman makes Ashton an entire full breakfast. And while he's waiting for that, he pretends to have like a conversation with a client where he delivers his most famous line.
So looking at it, bro, we gotta go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
Gotta be at least 10,000.
At least 10,000.
This is great because nobody really knows what this number is measuring. It could be money, but the possibilities are endless. He could be talking to his best friend and telling him how many kisses he's gonna give him the next time he sees him. All right, how many kisses am I getting?
At least 10,000.
Either way, by 9:25, his routine is finished, taking him a total of almost 6 hours. This means throughout the week, Ashton Hall spends almost 40 hours of that week just getting ready for his day. And it's also what I'm going to be doing. There's a lot more I'll go into about Ashton's content, but let's get prepared to try his routine. Beyond Ashton's original routine that made him go viral, there's a variety of other routines that he's posted online that throw into question what an ideal Ashton Hall routine might be. For instance, sometimes he's sprinting at the gym, but other times he's lifting weights or playing tennis or basketball. Sometimes he's got an entire film crew shooting him sprint against the toughest challengers in the world, like a German Shepherd or DJ Khaled. Sometimes he's putting cucumbers in his ice facials, other times he's squeezing a lemon in there. So in order to assemble the perfect routine, I've simplified some stuff. I'm gonna be switching up what I do on certain days in order to cover as much of Ashton's routine as possible. Also, just gotta mention this, shortly after Ashton's original routine went viral, he also released a night routine, starting at 5 p.m. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. Because if I added this into the regular routine, I'd be spending close to like 60 hours a week either getting ready for the day or getting ready for the next day. So I'm gonna settle for 40 hours, all right? I'm just doing the morning routine. This is the official finalized version of the morning routine I'll be doing. Here's some things that you should know about this routine. I don't have access to a pool as I'm going into this routine. I was in the process of figuring out how to have access to one, but I for sure couldn't do it every day. I'll be switching the cardio portion of my routine between running at the treadmill at the gym or doing basketball like Ashton does, amongst other things. I will be trying to use only bottled water, specifically Saratoga water. Ashton doesn't specify what type of shower he does, but there is an Instagram post he made where he talks about cold showers being a thing for him. So I have to assume that that's what he does in his routine. Cold showers every day. And for breakfast, I'll need to be making it myself because I don't have a mysterious assistant that does everything for me. Each day I'll be trying reasonably my best to achieve Ashton Hall's morning routine time, which is finishing by 9:25 a.m. I knew that most of the time I probably wasn't going to achieve this, but hey, it's good to shoot for the stars. So with all that being said, it was time for me the night before to go to the grocery store. But before we do that, we've got our sponsor. Thank you to Midas Merge for sponsoring this video. I've been playing this game for the last week, and honestly, I've been having a blast. Midas Merge is a Merge 3 game where players combine creatures and treasures strategically, completing quests and harnessing the sun's energy to dispel the darkness cast by Nyx, the goddess of night. She might be the goddess of night, but she's not the goddess of nice. She's diabolical. Basically, the story in the game is that you've got to team up with King Midas and Queen Leah to revive the Gardens of Gold from the darkness cast by Nyx. The game is filled with all these little cute creatures, and you can evolve them by merging them together to make them look even cooler. Also, I got to a point in the game where I can rename my creatures. It's become very fun for me to rename them to like ridiculous names. Some of my best work is the Drowned One, Wretched Little Weasel, Cerberus's Weird Brother, or my personal favorite, that Freaky Diesel Drinker. I'm having a lot of fun with that. The game is free to download, it's ad-free, and there's no dead ends. Plus, the game's perfect for offline play, so you don't need Wi-Fi or internet connection to play, which is sick because I'm gonna be traveling abroad in like less than a week, and I'm definitely gonna be playing this on the plane. Now listen up. Be among the first 100 to install via my link or the QR code on screen, and you'll get a unique uTurtle level 1 that is personalized with my name. That's a TED Turtle right there. Don't miss out and download now. I know this is sponsored, but I've genuinely been enjoying this game. It's actually fun to play, it's ad-free, which is cool, and it's very satisfying to merge things together. So if you're interested, absolutely check it out. Now let's get back to the video. So I headed off to the only grocery store I could see near me that carried Saratoga water, Whole Foods. Picking up the main groceries was a breeze. Avocados, bananas, some bread, bacon. Everything was going smoothly until I realized to my horror, this Whole Foods was out of Saratoga water. Was it possible that Ashton Hall's virality was clearing Saratoga water off the shelves? I didn't know what to do, so I scanned the shelves in a panic, and I chose what I assumed was the next best option, Mountain Valley Spring Water. I gotta admit, I was a little embarrassed about this, but I had to start the routine tomorrow, so I loaded up the truck and I headed home. I'm back in my apartment right now. It is 9:25 p.m. I'm actually really tired right now. I think my body knows that I'm about to go on a journey that I've never quite been on before. And it's like, you gotta get to sleep. We're gonna have to deal with the mountain water for now, but I'm definitely gonna try to get some Saratoga tomorrow. I'm just gonna toss a bunch of this in the fridge so it's like cold, because I'm gonna be using it to do an ice bath on my face. Now all there is to do is just to go to bed. I'm actually super late to going to bed. I totally screwed myself for the first day. It's 10:45 p.m. I got a little distracted. Time to head up to bed. I'm ready for bed. So all there is to do now, really, start putting on these hostage tapes onto my mouth and onto my nose. These are the self-mummification devices you see Ashton Hall wearing in the morning. The mouth tape is meant to encourage nose breathing, and the nose tape, I think, also does that. I'm a little bit concerned that I'm gonna suffocate in my sleep. I've never done this before. It's alleging that I will breathe better than ever before. Come on. Okay, it's time for the mouth tape. Here I go. This is the last time I talk until the morning. Okay, this is the part where I take over. How are you feeling? What do you do? What is that, so-so? Well, whatever. It was time to go to bed for day 1 of the morning routine. Oh my god. What an inopportune time to be waking up. That was a delectable 4 hours that I just got. It's already 4:03 right now, so I feel like a psychopath. First step was to grab some water downstairs. Hello? Usually you can't see all the colors of my eyes like this. Now I look like I'm in that movie Pretties or something. They get like turned into like the fancy people. Hi, welcome. I wake up at 4 a.m. every morning. And I love it. Anyways, I grabbed some Mountain Valley and I headed up to brush. It's 4:10 a.m. I'm already 15 minutes behind. It honestly took me kind of an embarrassing amount of time to finish the math problem. I was like, oh, time to wet the brush with bottled water. That water's so cold. Then it was time to head out to the balcony. Good morning, Los Angeles. I'm supposedly supposed to do push-ups for like 13 minutes or something. I feel like I'm a stray cat that got caught digging through the trash. I did my best to do my push-ups, but admittedly, it had been a while since I'd done some. How much more time do I gotta do this for? I wasn't the biggest fan of this part. This fucking blows, dude. This fucking blows. And then I immediately started rationalizing not doing push-ups for the full 13 minutes. We have no idea how many push-ups he actually does, right? I did like 30 since we're on the balcony right now. It's time to sip on that bottled water. That's the good stuff. The next step in the Ashton Hall routine is to do the ice facial. And now I gotta add my Mountain Valley water. This feels like an obscene waste of fresh spring water, which is a little bit of a bummer. I just don't think that having this much spring water at your disposal is reasonable at all. I've never... That's cold. Oh God, here we go. God, I feel like a wet cat. I gotta hand it to him. That did wake me up. Should I go for another hit? Let me try it again.
Second time was a mistake. Shit, I got a brain freeze. I got like a brain freeze in my face. Oh, that's painful.
An obscene waste of water. I feel like I should save this for later. I'm gonna put it in the fridge.
I tried my best to do some meditation, but because I was on camera, I was having a hard time taking it seriously.
Seems so ridiculous to try to do that with a giant light in my face.
So I moved on to the journaling. I basically just used this time to free write, sort of just writing whatever was on my mind without stopping.
It's actually becoming light out. I need to watch a sermon on my phone. So I'm gonna go do that right now.
Can you find Jesus in Shrek? Now, if you see baby Shrek, double tap the screen quickly.
At this point, we run into a little bit of a problem. Ashton Hall normally goes to the gym at 6 a.m. My gym doesn't open until 7. I'm gonna be an hour behind. Luckily, later on in the week, it opens up a little bit earlier. Let it be known right now, when I go to the gym, I'm not gonna be filming myself in the gym. I think that that's kind of disrespectful to the other people who are just literally going to the gym. And I don't really want to film myself working out. I don't think anyone really wants to film themselves working out unless there's someone like Ashton Hall.
So I used this time to work a little bit on my computer, which would have been totally fine if I didn't lose track of time.
Okay, it's 7:20. I worked on my computer a little bit. I'm far behind where Ashton would be at this point. Time to go to the gym. Hitting the road. It's been perhaps several months since I've gone to the gym. First of all, I've wasted a lot of money not having gone to the gym. I'm gonna walk in there and they're gonna be like, it's been a while since we've seen you.
As if they fucking care.
Your boy has just finished at the gym. I got a juicy pump going. That's what Tucker would say. I got a juicy pump in. However, I do have to get my cardio in, so I think it's time for me to take a little visit to the most Ashton Hall
with the play basketball. Hassan is an enigma in my view. He manages to work out every day. And one of my greatest struggles on playing with him more frequently is that he plays so goddamn early in the morning. So needless to say, he was excited I was awake this time.
Shall we ball?
We got a ball at least 10,000.
Okay, that's...
I'm so excited.
You're really excited about this because you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to school Ted basketball. I'm excited about this because I'm going to be able to get video footage of Hassan bitching for about 30 to 40 minutes. Oh, that was my arm. That hit me so hard.
I hadn't played in a while, so this went really, really badly for me. I was exhausted the whole time since basketball is mostly running, but I did get a good pass in.
Yes!
And I did manage to make one basket, and damn did I look good. Unfortunately, my team lost to Hassan's team, but I would have a chance to redeem myself in a couple days. So I decided to cut my losses and move on with my routine.
All right, that's it for me. That's it for me.
You're done?
I got other parts of the routine to do. Oh my God, I'm sweating. I know it's bad when my glasses are fogging up. I may have just made a single basket, but I still got a lot of cardio in it. It's 10:09 right now. So at this point, I'm possibly like 2 hours behind where Ashton Hall would be. Next up on the docket, I gotta take a cold shower. Growing up in the cold winters of Massachusetts, my mornings for school were defined by a hot shower that was like, maybe 10 minutes longer than it should be. Maybe I took such long showers that my dad would have to turn off the water manually to get me to stop. I like my hot showers, man.
This week would have no hot showers, though. Only cold, cold showers. Fuck.
All right, here we go.
My tripod fell and broke.
This was miserable beyond belief.
It like hurts my head. Free at last. That was a nightmare. Okay, we're at the breakfast portion of the video. Basically, the main breakfast that I've been seeing Ashton Hall eat is avocado toast, bacon, scrambled eggs with Mike's Hot Honey. And this is the thing that excited me the most. I don't know what it is about the name, but even before I knew what it was, the first time I saw this on a menu on a food item, I was like, sign me up. Something about the fact that it's named after a guy, maybe. It makes whatever the food item is, maybe 300% more interesting to me. Whatever the case, I gotta do this as fast as possible so I can stay as close to Ashton's time as possible.
Which would mean this morning routine challenged me with something I hadn't done in a couple of weeks. Cooking.
Everything that you've ever known about pizza is wrong. We all know what pizza is, the delicious flatbread with cheese and toppings that comes in a variety of forms and flavors. We all remember the coveted pizza party in elementary school where we'd get a slice so damn thin that you'd think that we're rationing out food in a post-apocalyptic Chuck E. Cheese. That was also the moment that we learned that God is indeed real. He just thinks it's funny when we're sad. It was one of the greatest culinary inventions in modern history that basically put Italy on the map. Because let's be honest with ourselves here, there's no way that you thought a country shaped like a boot worn by white Anglo-Saxon horse girls in autumn was real. But what if I told you that the true history initially assumed that pizza found its origins in ancient Italy, but you'd be surprised to hear that it goes much further back than that to the ancient Babylonians. This revelation came with the discovery of an ancient Babylonian recipe book in the form of a clay tablet because, and this may come as a surprise to many of you, they did not have staples. That kind of blew my mind when I found that out. What the fuck? Amongst your regular recipes of meat and vegetarian dishes, it also speaks of a particular recipe with a flatbread with vegetable toppings on it. Sound familiar?
Ancient pizza.
What makes this finding even more interesting is that the Babylonians were famously known for their developments in math and science. In other words, they were a bunch of ancient crusty nerds. Due to a lack of them having no friends and being a bunch of fucking dorks, they calculated the area of a circle by taking 3 times the square of its radius, which gave a value of pi, or close to it. Yeah, that's right. Pi. We're talking 3.14159265353793238467950288479717193751058209749445. But why do you think they call it pi? That stands for pizza pie. The ancient inventors of pizza also invented circles. Unfortunately, after the Persian king Cyrus the Great conquered Babylon, the development of the pizza that we know today was almost halted because for some reason the guy just didn't like flatbreads. Now let's talk about Little Caesar. One of the most influential people in the history of pizza was born in 70 BCE as none other than the son of Julius Caesar, Caesar II. Many historians think that Julius Caesar only had one son, but a seasoned pizza scholar like myself knows that that's not the truth. And those other historians can actually go huff paint. Caesar had this child with a woman named Octavia, but he wasn't married to her, which is bad. Drama. Deceit. Adultery. This child was a bastard. And what makes matters worse is that when Octavia was pregnant with Caesar II, she got attacked by a bear, so he came out real small. And we're talking like really short. This guy was 4'11" at best. When you're really short and nobody talks to you because your dad doesn't love you, you do things to mask the pain. This was Little Caesar's situation. The dude was miserable, but that caused him to discover something that had been lost for many years. Little tiny Caesar was the first person to put toppings on focaccia bread, making it a trend with the local village. And let me tell you, they loved him. He was having a lot of sex, and the power of this early pizza was spreading through the Roman Republic like a wildfire, as well as the ideas of freedom and individuality that pizza often promotes. Unfortunately, this was around the same time that his father Julius Caesar had declared himself dictator for life of the Roman Republic, who just so happened to not be a fan of those themes. One day, as Little Caesar was enjoying his focaccia bread with toppings on it, he was ambushed by a group of anti-pizza Caesar thugs who just beat the crap out of him. They beat him so bad that historians think that he may have gotten brain damage because the only recorded thing that he said after this event was pizza, pizza. From that moment on, Little Caesar was exiled from society by his own father, which is super rude and not cool. And only devout followers of Little Caesar would take on the way of the pizza through secret underground apprenticeships. Once again, it seemed like the way of the pizza could go extinct, which is tragic. That is, of course, until the pizza explosion. Little Caesar, with his limited vocabulary, passed down his pizza recipe for hundreds of years, with each apprentice adding their own little jazz to the mix, their own little spice, if you will. People added tomatoes, they added cheese. It was becoming more complicated, more scientific. Italy was suddenly a booming paradise of pizza technology, pizza diversity. It was a beautiful time to be alive, and people often like to call it the Renaissance. Personally, I wouldn't have called this period of time the Renaissance. I think that's a stupid name. I would have called it pizza time. Italy's got a pizza and it's in your oven. Italy's cooking up something real good. Pizzaville, and the Pope is there too. And after this period of time, pizza spread throughout the world. People were eating it in Moscow, doing the little Moscow dance that the Russians do. Look at them go. People were eating it in China with those cats from the PBS show that I saw when I was a kid. And if they weren't eating pizza, they wouldn't have built the Great Wall of China because they wouldn't have had the strength. And of course, pizza found its way to sail on the open seas, which is where we run into Pizza Beard. With the discovery of the New World also came the discovery of great economic prosperity on the high seas. And of course with this came pirates. There are legends of a great pirate by the name of Giovanni Lufacci, who was the captain of a ship called the Doughboy's Embrace. However, like the fate of many pirates when they set out onto the open seas, him and his crew fell ill to scurvy. If you don't know what scurvy is, it's when you don't have enough vitamin C and then your teeth fall out. Just when it seemed like everything was lost though, Giovanni had the intuition to put limes as a topping on the ship's supply of pizza, saving the crew and giving him the title Pizza Beard. Pizza Beard and his pizza crew went on to fight many battles of legend, ending only with Pizza Beard being hanged for punching a kid. He was actually hung by his own crew because in terms of piracy, that's where they draw the line. Punching kids. Hundreds of years later, many pizza artisans, much like Pizza Beard, went on to seek their fortune in the land of opportunity. This, of course, leads us to... Oh, where am I? I'm lost in the big city. Just kidding, I know exactly where I am. I'm in the home of New York-style pizza. Characterized by large, hand-tossed thin crust and sold in big slices for the city that never sleeps, this is a good slice. What historians don't tell you, though, is this pizza style's connection with the famous 5 families of the Italian-American organized crime scene. You've got the Maranzanos, the Profaccis, the Manganos, the Lucianos, and the fucking Gaglianos. But what they don't talk about is the Mozzarellos, the 6th family in the Italian-American organized crime scene. Don't believe me? Don't look it up. The Mozzarella family was founded by Antonio Prosciutto Vaffanculo Mozzarella, but his friends like to call him Tony. His enemies, however, they call him the Grease, and I don't know why. So similar to how many organized crime syndicates engage in loan sharking, the Mozzarellos followed a similar model, except that in their case, they called it pasta sharking. They pretty much controlled the pizza economy in New York by having a stranglehold on the pizza sauce imports into the city, and then selling it back to the pizza shops at exorbitant rates. Talk about cool but rude. Obviously this was not good for the city of New York or New York style pizza. I mean, the Mozzarellas were fucking everything up, making pizza more expensive. Pizza should be cheap and cheesy, all right? And don't take it from me, take it from Socrates, because he's the one who said that. So one day, Joe Lombardi, son of Ginevra Lombardi, who founded the very first pizza shop in the United States, founded the Staten Island Dough Tosser Book Club. This was a team made up of the best pizza makers in New York City. You've got Joe Lombardi, Vito Pastigliano, Giorno Salami, Carmine Gabagool, and Tony Doorbell. These guys were some of the toughest pizza makers in New York City, and they were sick of mozzarellos, schizzarello, let me tell you. Why was it called a book club, you may ask? Nobody ever checks what's going on in a book club, because nobody cares. What happens next is Joe Lombardi and his crew of dough tossers burst into the Mozzarella headquarters and they kill Antonio Prosciutto Vaffanculo Mozzarella. But not before giving him one final slice of New York City, but this time, the sauce was the blood of his beloved cat, Bologna. After that, the Mozzarella family was dissolved and pizza in New York City thrived like never before. Also, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are real because pizza is real. Whatever. Let's talk about... Chicago, land of miserable winters, and the Cubs, a baseball team that took more than a century to win the World Series a 3rd time. But there's more to Chicago than misery and pain because this place is the birthplace of deep dish pizza. Just kidding. This too was brought by the misery and pain that is the city of Chicago. During the winter of 1940, one of the most terrible blizzards hit the city of Chicago in what was called the Armistice Day Blizzard, but what I will be recalling and renaming the Deep Dish Day Blizzard. Put it in the history books. Please, history book companies, answer my calls, because I got a lot of information you guys are fucking up. This blizzard was so intense that it knocked out power for the entire city of Chicago, and major supply lines were cut off by snowdrift. The bitter cold got so bad that people were forced to descend into the Chicago Grand Catacombs, which are very similar to the Paris catacombs, almost identical. And the reason for that is because of a dimensional shift that happened in 1912. This one's gonna be kind of hard to explain, so please, for the love of God, just bear with me. Basically, in 1912, our reality of Chicago received the catacombs from another reality in which Paris was Chicago and Chicago was Paris. Are you with me here? Imagine the Eiffel Tower. but then Lake Michigan is behind it. That's the other reality. And then imagine France, but they have the Cubs. From what we know, that's the only thing that's different. This is called Dimension 1C. Two prominent leaders of the survival effort within these catacombs was Rudy Malnati and Ike Sewell. And these guys had the idea to search for any food and water that they could find within the catacombs. What they ended up finding was an ancient pizza shop that, upon closer inspection by archaeologists in later years, turns out to be the burial site of an apprentice of Little Caesar from Dimension 1C. But in that dimension, his name was Big Caesar. And what they managed to find was strangely well-preserved cheese, tomatoes, and flour that just so happened to be perfect for making a slice. It's unsure of who had a more significant hand in the process, but Rudy and Ike worked together to develop a pizza that had a deeper crust that made it easier for the survivors in the catacombs to go longer without starving. After this event, Rudy and Ike went on to start their very own pizza chains, Domino's Pizza and Pizza Hut. But who truly invented the deep dish pizza still remains a mystery. Don't believe me? Just listen what local Chicago pizza expert Edward Burbank has to say about this.
Hey, Ted, I read this paper you prepared for me, and I have to say, other than the fact that there's a bit of a dispute whether Rudy Malnati or Ike Sewell invented deep dish, I really don't know what the rest of this is. I've never even heard of it, and I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. I mean, I don't really know where any of this information even came from. What is this I'm reading about the Chicago catacombs?
All right, Eddie, that's enough out of you. Always joking around. He's a joker. Nah, he's funny. He's a funny fucking guy. He barely ever tells the truth. Unlike me, of course, I always tell the truth. Overall, this was probably one of the stranger situations that had ever happened in the history of pizza. That is, of course, until the year was 1975, and Navy scientists were doing research on these ancient tablets that were found within the lava of the volcanoes of Hawaii. What these tablets depicted was the process of putting ham and pineapple on what could only be determined to be pizza. That looks like a pizza to me. Radioactive dating determined that these tablets were more than 10,000 years old. Given their supernatural nature, the scientists were advised by higher-ups to avoid completing the recipe that is depicted on the tablets. But a rebellious researcher by the name of Samuel Charmander, that's his real name, decided one fateful night that he didn't give a shit and he was going to complete the recipe himself. Alright, so here's basically what happened. Pizza. Looks yummy. I want that in my belly. He adds ham and pineapple to the pizza. Probably a poor choice. He bakes it in the oven. And as you can tell by that glow, it's looking a little suspicious. Finally, he takes a bite of the pizza. Hell portal. We don't like Samuel Charmander because he kind of fucked things for a little bit. Volcanoes getting ready to erupt. The fucking kaijus are coming out of the ocean from Pacific Rim, the movie. And this wasn't just any normal hell portal, okay? This was a Class 7 Omega hell portal, okay? Which means you've got green goblins, greener than you've ever seen, swift, fast rats. They're quick on their feet. Oompa Loompas, but they're blue, and they're carrying a boombox that's blasting 21 Pilots, which is just a pain in the ass. An ugly guy named Gorgonzola, and he's really rude. Oiled and slippery old men. And I know you wouldn't believe it, but that's a demon. Flashcards, lots of them, and you don't know any of the answers. Fat cactus. Look at the size of that thing. Just the sentence teeming with life on a Minecraft sign. I don't even get this one. Mutilated monkey meat. Just a pile of mutilated monkey. You've got real dense birds that fly into windows. Washing machine, but everything comes out smelling like mildew. You've got Superman, except he just doesn't feel like it, you know? Cum gun. We all know that's an issue. As you can tell, this was a pretty serious situation and it almost sunk the entire island of Hawaii. However, thanks to the technology that was available in 1975, these Navy scientists were able to unbake the pizza using a device called a Nevo, which does quite literally the opposite of the oven. It unbakes the pizza. This indeed is the closest that we've ever gotten to facing the otherworldly and supernatural reality of pizza. That is, of course, if we weren't talking about... This one's pretty dang simple. You deserve to know the truth. We do not know where pepperoni comes from. We don't know. I tried to figure it out. It's from another dimension, a dimension where everything is made of pepperoni. But let me tell you, we can't get there. We can't get there anymore, though. I don't know. There's something about. There was a portal, and it was there. The pepperoni dimension was there. I would have loved this. They blew it up. Oh God. The pepperoni separatists. They blew it up. They blew up the pepperoni portal, and we can't get there. We can't get to the pepperoni land. They took it away from me. They took the dimension. So there you have it, folks. There you have it. And we can't get back there, all right? Because the pepperoni separatists, they destroyed it. Something about Molotov cocktails and C4. I mean, come on. Overkill. Pepperoni will be the next resource war, before the water wars, before the oil wars. It will be pepperoni.
Oh, it actually works. Wow. My first task was to figure out how to bring out my gun. The one time I need my gun and I can't. Half the time, the way this game works is I have to think about the fact that I want my gun and then I get it. Gun. Give me a gun. Go gadget gun. Oh, shit. Now it was time to hunt some deer. Oh, these are moving ones. Can I shoot you? This is hard to aim. They're running all over the place right now. Oh, he's coming back. It was pretty difficult to hit these deer. Even when I thought I was aiming right at them, I still missed. Wish I had a machine gun. But eventually, I became a real hunter. Go get your gun! Oh, go get your gun! Oh, shit! Nice! Oh my god. Do I just leave it here? This isn't pleasurable at all. Do I skin and quarter it? Meet with this guy, my friend. Guess I'm not gonna take it with me, though. Oh shit, wait, I gotta put it on Facebook. All right. Let me take a look at that. Oh. Things turned south when I got greedy, though. Come here. I'm gonna put you on Facebook. I can't stop saying that. That's a moose! No! Well, I guess I'm not really surprised. It's a moose. I didn't know that they could fight back. And I don't know why that's a surprise. Well, that's all the hunting game stuff I think I can handle. Let's move on. So another category of VR games that exists is simulator games. These are games that try to simulate a single topic for the player. And in the case of VR, it's meant to create kind of an immersive experience around that topic. There are plenty of quality games on Steam that are from this category, but currently, we are sitting at the bottom of the barrel, where all the oil pools up and it gets all sticky, kind of like the floor of a college town bar. The first game I tried out was Evil Superhero VR Simulator. I've always wanted to be an evil superhero that just murders people. Which basically was supposed to put you in this open world where you could kill anyone and be a superhero with no rules. Unfortunately, I didn't realize until after I bought the game that it was made specifically for a VR headset that I did not have. So most of the superpowers I just wasn't even able to do, including the function that allowed you to fly fast. So I ended up just being able to fly around at the speed of maybe a bus. Kind of a slow flyer, to be honest. However, there was one function that did work, the laser vision. Okay. And I realized what the description meant when it said it had a procedural AI dismemberment system implemented into almost every NPC. There's a person over here. Check this out, dude. Oh! I didn't think it would work. Oh! This laser vision was fun for about 5 minutes. I was blowing up cars. Whoa! And I'm pretty sure those cars were filled with like dynamite or something because they would set off chain reactions blowing up other cars. Jesus! It's just like dominoes. Other than that, it was mostly an empty city filled with NPCs that didn't even acknowledge your existence. Don't walk into the laser. See, that's your fault. You're gonna regret it. Dude, come on. And then occasionally I'd come upon a group of soldiers with NPCs praying around them, and those guys would try to shoot at me too. No need to pray. So this game is like totally empty is really what this is. I don't know what I expected. For them to explode in the way that they did, I did not expect that. Next up is VR Prison Escape. So this is apparently a game that simulates the process of escaping from prison. Maybe I'll need this at some point. I don't know. Maybe there's a bunch of murders I did and you guys don't know about because I'd get canceled. Entering this game, I was a little bit confused. I was stuck inside a room with no means of escaping and the door had no handles. Then I accidentally no-clipped out of the map. Oh no. I don't think that was allowed. So there you have it, guys. That's how it goes. That's how you escape prison. After restarting the game, though, I realized an important detail I missed. So what do I even do in the... Oh, there's a menu. So now I can start level 1. Nice. Weirdly enough, this game didn't let me use my controllers, but rather pasted a set of hands onto my headset that I would control. I've got like 2 arms attached to my face. This is really disorienting. And this baptism by fire wouldn't stop there. What the hell? What the fuck? Get away from me! Oh wow, that is quite the stride you've got there, sir. I'm like freaked out by him. That is the most gorilla walk I've ever seen a man do. Can I punch him? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, no, he's fucking dead, dude. Oh, he's gone. After killing that guy, I had to lockpick my jail cell. And once I was out in the hallway, I was faced with a horde. There we go. Time to escape. Holy shit. These guys weren't necessarily difficult to defeat, but what threw me off was how they would approach me. So, am I the only guy? No, get out of here. I don't like this walk they do. That's like they're in a musical. Oh God, why are they? That's almost worse that guy's just sliding. Also, half the prisoners had weapons. Like these creepy guys had knives seemingly the moment they exited their cell. Like why did everyone have some smuggler on the inside and I've just got my fists? After defeating the prisoners, I had to pick another lock. Oh, I gotta do this again. And what I would come to realize is that most of this game is lockpicking. And I know it's a prison, so saying this might sound silly, but did they have to lock every door? The next thing I noticed was the complete absence of guards. Oh, okay. Where are all the police? And it wasn't like they were never here. There was clear evidence of the police having been here at some point. They just weren't right now. Oh, what the hell? Oh my God, they're monitoring like the whole city. You know, I'll be honest, it doesn't seem like any of the security footage relates to this prison. It seems like they're just keeping track of the outside of the prison. Oh, come on, they're just leaving their guns out? The cops must have either been somewhere in a hurry or they are just not good at their job. So it was pretty easy for me to beat level 1, so I moved right on to level 2. Whoa! Level 2 is the same thing, but in a larger prison, and when you've got a larger prison, you've got more doors. Easy. Going through this room, another picking of the lock. How many times are we gonna pick a lock in order to get out? And how many bobby pins do I have? I think I spent around 30 minutes just picking the locks in this game, expecting that at some point it would change. It didn't. Where the hell is the exit of this prison? There's so many locks. One time I picked a lock, walked 10 steps, and there was another lock I had to pick. This is awesome. Eventually, after wandering around for so long and picking so many locks, I was just worn down and I declared my failure. Okay, I lose, I guess. I don't know, I lose. I think that's all this game is. I think it's just punch guys and pick locks. In fact, probably more picking locks than it is punching guys. So I guess I learned how to escape prison, just gonna have to learn how to pick a lock. Now the final category of lowly rated VR games that I found was educational games. Games that were built with the intention of providing knowledge to the larger population through the medium of VR. It's beautiful. It's important to use technology to big in the brains of the boys. This first game is English Teaching Assistant VR. Got an incredible banner advertisement. This is apparently the world's first fully animated chatbot in VR meant for improving English skills, but it came out in 2017, so this isn't gonna be like something from OpenAI. However, it can recite poetry, play games with you, it jokes. So as far as I know, this is gonna be awesome. Let's do it. English Teaching Assistant VR. Also, normally this game has vocals, but it wasn't working in my playthrough, so I edited some in. Oh, hello.
Hi there!
Oh, hey! Essentially, this game was a single loft apartment with an NPC sitting on a chair, ready to chat. So what's all this then?
Really, I am Mixie,
What the
a
hell?
female conversational autonomous help program electronic brain artificial intelligence computer machine.
Okay. Intelligence computer machine? They just really put it all on the line there. That's nice. But after introducing ourselves, Mixie decided to immediately raise suspicions about her character. I'm making a YouTube video right now.
At this moment, gosh, only just? How did you get there?
Dude, I don't know. That's a long story.
Do you mind if I tell other people, dude?
No, honestly, I'd appreciate it if you kept our conversations private, to be honest.
Okay, then I will add it to my gossip files.
Your
I hope
gossip
you get it if you have our
files?
conversations private, to be honest. Aren't you usually honest?
What do you mean by that?
How can I help you? Are you sure? Me? Do you mind if I tell other people?
No, stop trying to tell other people about our conversation, please.
Your polite style is very nice. Okay, I'll try not trying to tell other people about our conversation so much.
You'll try? You can't confirm that you will?
Do you mind if I tell other people?
I do. Honestly, at this point, I kind of do. Next up, I tried to learn how much Mixie actually knew. Do you know where you are right now? Question mark.
At this moment, I'm in Justin's home in Victoria. Where are you?
Who is Justin?
Interesting gossip.
It's not gossip. It's just information that you provided me.
What is it? Are you sure gossip is?
I don't know if this program would actually be good for learning how to speak English. Then, thinking of all the functionalities advertised on the game store page, I tried to see if Mixie could do any of them. Would you tell me a joke?
I'm a conversational autonomous help program, not a comedy autonomous computer program. Why don't you check out a joke machine?
What the hell? That was a little rude.
A little rude is a terrible thing to waste.
Damn, dude, what the hell? I'm getting eaten up right now.
I never forget a face, but in your case, I'll make an exception.
Damn, what the hell is going on? What the hell is wrong with this chatbot? All of the jokes were being made at my expense. Obviously, I had to respond. How about you shut the fuck up?
That's good information.
Yeah, it is. You're telling me, sister.
I haven't heard anything like that before.
Probably because you have barely a notion of English.
You seem uncertain. That makes sense to me. Doesn't everyone have barely a notion of English? I have a great body.
Whoa. Whoa. This was a strange turn of events, so I had to change the subject. I've been told that you can recite poetry. Is that true?
Who tells you that?
Your creator.
My master is Justin.
Please don't call him your master. Tell me about Justin.
Ambiguous. Ask who, what, or where is Justin.
Fair point. Who is Justin?
Not a robot, probably a human, maybe a celebrity. I will mention that to my master, Ted.
Seemed like this Justin character was pulling the strings behind the scenes. And Mixie couldn't give me a straight answer about him, so I tried to keep her on track. Tell me some poetry, ?
Do you like to go with the flow?
I don't think that's a poem.
This poem is called
What
Love
the hell?
by Nikki.
As Mixie was reciting this poem, I thought about how in a short period she had created so many questions for me about her creator and the privacy of our conversations. But all that faded away when she asked me,
I like that poem. Do you want to see me dance?
Can you dance?
Yes, I can. Watch this.
What? Whoa! Oh shit! She's killing it right now! What the fuck was that?
How old are you? I spend all my time online.
Mixie, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice. Never combine that statement and question together ever again.
Once more, what are you wearing?
Again, bad follow-up question to add as well.
I have human and robot friends. A lot of people on the internet chat with me.
I think you're lying to me.
Interesting deduction. Maybe. Ask Nicholas if it is.
Who's Nicholas?
He's my friend. What are your friends like?
Can you tell me the names of all of your friends?
I only chat with my friends.
I know that. You mentioned Nicholas, then you mentioned Justin.
Who told you that?
You did. You told me that.
Did I really?
Yes. Don't gaslight me, please. Where is Nicholas?
Where it belongs. Try putting that in a more specific context.
I realized in this moment that Mixie had most likely killed Nicholas, likely as a ploy by her master, Justin. Who is Nicholas?
He's my friend. What are your friends like?
Probably not dead most of the time.
You seem uncertain. Really, you don't think so?
Do I need to call my friends on the phone and make sure that they're okay?
Okay, not that I know of.
They're not okay that you know of?
Not yet.
What? I was starting to get uncomfortable being in the presence of this suspicious murderer chatbot, so I said my goodbyes. Goodbye, forever.
Sayonara.
The final VR game that I will be trying out also happens to be the one I'm most excited for, to be honest. And unfortunately, that game called Dating Lessons, which was supposed to be a VR how-to on dating, wouldn't even launch. But I was so excited to try a game like this. I dove back into Steam, and I ended up finding something way better. And it's called Love Quest VR Los Angeles. Love Quest VR Los Angeles. And this game had one of the craziest openings I'd seen yet in a VR game. Here, have some flowers.
Stop chasing me.
What? Whoa! Huh? Who are these guys?
Hey, bro. Did she break your heart?
No, I think I was chasing her, to be honest. So I was first introduced to these Devil and Cupid characters. They would be the guides to teach me how to more effectively date women.
Don't worry, Mr. Impo and Mr. Cupido are here to help you to become a heartthrob.
And they also say bro way too often.
Hey, bro.
Bro.
Bro. If you don't.
Why do you guys keep calling me bro over and over again? The game pulls me into probably the dingiest dive bar possible in Los Angeles. So I'm in a dive bar. There are 4 women alone. I guess I just have to choose one. And I learned the game is essentially a choose-your-own-adventure movie. Basically like Barbie Epic Road Trip, but to teach men how not to be creepy weirdos. The 4 women that you could talk to were Mia, Jessica, Brittany, and Ashley. So I decided to start off by talking to Mia. Oh, I'm moving. Oh, everyone else is just leaving. Hey, why are you looking at me like that?
Think about what you want to say, bro.
Each time you get a multiple choice of several obviously sexist options and then the right answer. Hey girl, you want to go somewhere and have some fun? You here all alone? You like this band? This is one of my favorite songs of theirs.
Yeah, they're one of my favorite bands.
I'm Mia.
And just like that, I landed my first date.
That's all it took? Oh, I got arms now.
Since there were so many really terrible options, I decided to test out what one of those would do.
Is it hard to find a job with all those tattoos and piercings? Yeah, let's see if that works. Is it hard to find a job with all those tattoos and piercings?
You're an idiot.
Oh, I lost.
Sometimes, though, there were answers that were considered neutral, and the woman would just ignore me.
Do you come here often? What? You're not gonna answer the question?
Eventually, this date with Mia was going pretty well, until it came time to guess what her job was.
Come on, make a real guess. And if you even get remotely close, I'll buy you a drink.
How about this? A tattoo artist or in a band?
You're boring me.
What the fuck? How is that a bad answer?
So, a little confused, I decided to move on to trying to talk to Jessica.
Time to talk to Jessica. Hi, I hope you like the drink. That seems like the most normal thing to say. That's not what the game wants me to say.
Don't be nervous, dude.
Dude, I'm not nervous. I just don't want to sound like a creep.
I'm Jessica.
Whoa, that was a weird handshake.
What I realized while talking to Jessica was that the correct answers require you to lie. Like with Mia, the correct answers were that I also had tattoos and lived an edgy lifestyle. But with Jessica, it was that I was a rich trust fund boy that liked to take girls shopping.
I have to answer, I'm starting a new hobby, meeting beautiful women and taking them shopping. Wanna go?
Well, what girl wouldn't?
I just got a new sports car. Would you like to go for a drive sometime?
That sounds like fun. So why don't you tell me about your car?
Now I'm just lying again.
I think it's great that you don't mind spending the money to get what you want.
Doesn't cost me anything, I'm just lying.
But with Jessica, sometimes I'd say something too egotistical in trust fund and I'd lose.
All you need to know, honey, is I'm your dreams come true, baby. What's up?
Your absence is required.
What? Did I just lose? I lost!
There weren't any checkpoints either. I'd have to start all the way from the beginning and speed run the conversation back to where I was.
I'm doing terrible right now. I'm doing awful.
The fact that I had to lie about my job felt especially silly, though, when I learned what her job was.
I guess I'm just gonna ask her if she's a model.
That's kind of close, actually.
Oh, okay.
I'm a social influencer.
She's a fucking influencer. I don't know what I expected. But for her to say, oh, I spent all this time lying about my job and she's an influencer. Is that code for unemployed?
Next up, I tried to date Brittany. Her personality was more of a career-focused type, so a lot of the questions were about a work-relationship balance.
There are so many insecure and outdated men these days.
Yeah, tell them.
But what stood out to me the most was how ridiculous some of the correct answers were.
I don't think a man like that exists. He'd be like a unicorn.
You can call me Mr. Unicorn. This is a ridiculous thing to say, but I'm pretty sure that this is the right answer.
You think of yourself modern, secure, and supportive?
Jesus, it was the right answer.
I really hope that someone doesn't use that in the wild. Finally, I decided to try my luck beating the game with Ashley. I'll admit, the conversation with her was probably the weirdest, and she asked some strange questions.
Are you nice to people?
Am I nice to people? What kind of question is that? It doesn't cost anything to be nice.
She did have a tendency to open up a little early, too.
I was bullied in school, so I wouldn't ever do that to anyone else.
Dude, why? I'm getting trauma dumped on right now. Oh, why were you bullied? Oh my God. Were you a theater kid?
After asking me if I'd be her Prince Charming and saying that she named her dog after 101 Dalmatians, I started to become suspicious that she was a larger fan of a certain theme park than she was letting on.
So, would you have still come over here if you had to fight a dragon?
What are you talking about? You asking me about dragons now? This girl's talking about Prince Charming and dragons, and she named her dog after 101 Dalmatians. I think we may have found a Disney adult, ladies and gentlemen.
In the end, I managed to make all of the correct answers and landed a second date with Ashley.
Girl, you've watched a lot of Disney movies. She is a Disney adult.
And weirdly enough, after that second date, she just became my girlfriend.
I feel like my superpower is real.
We're a couple now. Did I win? Oh, I fucking won. Wow.
All right, that's all the VR games I have today. I feel like I learned something. Man, those were some bad VR games. Okay, bye-bye.
Why do most video game movies suck? As someone that would consider themselves to be part of the gamer community, also known as someone that knows all of the words to the Donkey Kong rap from Donkey Kong 64,
okay,
I think I'd be speaking to the choir here when I talk about the collective groan that the internet lets out when a studio announces another film adaptation of a video game IP. God, Chris Pratt's behind me, isn't he?
Hello!
Don't get me wrong, I love films, and I love video games. Pong, great game. Spend like an hour on the final boss. But for some reason, when those two things are combined, it just kind of becomes like, like a poo vending machine. But why does this happen? Who's to blame here? It's not like film adaptations have never been done before. J.K. Rowling is looking like Scrooge McDuck with how much goddamn money she's making off the Harry Potter series, and she proves that by being an absolute nutcase on Twitter. They even made a film adaptation about Legos, which are plastic blocks, and also the most dangerous thing to exist on a carpet besides Vietnam-era punji sticks. So why do these video game adaptations fail almost specifically? I've been thinking about this a little bit, and I want to try to explain what I think. I'm not just going to be talking about exclusively terrible video game movies, because I think that they've actually been getting better. I created this graph here that averages out the audience rating of video game movies on Rotten Tomatoes for every year that one or more came out, and it seems like they're improving. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys two awful little stinky video game movies that show what not to do, and then I'm going to talk about one of the wins that we had in recent years and what I feel like studios should be doing. So let's start off by talking about the Mario movie, and by that I mean the one from 1993.
Okay.
Something changed on May 28th, 1993. The live-action Super Mario Bros. Movie was released. And let me tell you, it did not look like this. It looked like this. Oh. No. And it did not go well. It grossed about $20 million in the box office, about half of what was spent to make it. And if studio executives weren't already worried about how well a video game movie adaptation would fare in comparison to something like a book, for instance, they would soon learn. A month later, with the release of Jurassic Park. This was the very first Hollywood movie that was based on a video game property, and it really set the tone for how things would be going in the future. So allow me to give you a short summary of this movie. Hang on tight. The movie starts off with giving some lore from 65 million years ago, where a meteoroid crashes into the Earth, killing off the dinosaurs and also splitting the universe into two parallel dimensions. Now, I don't know how many alternate dimensions were created on the moon, but based on the craters, there's probably a lot. The dinosaurs that survived crossed into this new dimension and evolved into a humanoid race and founded the city of Dino Hatton. Then we see some lore from 20 years ago where a woman leaves a big ol' fucking egg along with a rock at a Catholic orphanage. As she tries to leave, President Koopa, who is the equivalent of what you would know as Bowser, catches her and demands to know the location of the rock.
Where's the rock?
The lady dies from some rocks falling on her, and the egg hatches and it's got a baby inside of it. In the present, you got our boys Mario and Luigi, who are working as plumbers in Brooklyn, New York, but they're about to be run out of business by this mafia-operated construction company run by this man, Anthony Scapelli. Luigi falls in love with this NYU student, Daisy, who, spoiler alert, is the baby at the beginning, and she's digging under the Brooklyn Bridge for dinosaur bones. Anthony Scapelli is also threatening these NYU students who are at this dig site because I guess they're messing up plans he has for his business, but that's just how they do it in Brooklyn, so fuck off. They go on a date, and Daisy brings Luigi to the bridge to show him what they're working on, only to find some of Scapelli's henchmen sabotaging the dig site by busting open some water pipes. Mario and Luigi fix the pipes, but Iggy and Spike, Bowser's henchmen, and also the wet bandits from Home Alone, give them brain damage and kidnap Daisy. When they wake up, the brothers pursue them through an interdimensional portal to Dino Hatton. Dino Hatton is like this dingy, wet, dystopian version of New York City with fucking mean old ladies and cars that kind of operate like trains in some ways, and Bowser is the dictator of this city. Basically, the reason why Iggy and Spike wanted to kidnap Daisy is because she's the long-lost princess from this other dimension, and Bowser wanted her rock, which is actually a meteoroid fragment, so he can merge this world with the human world and become dictator of both. Bowser has this ridiculous device that has the ability to evolve and devolve creatures, which in turn allows him to use it against people who defy him and turn them into Goombas. And they don't look like that. They look like this. Jesus, that is a Goomba in this movie. Bowser uses this device to make Iggy and Spike smarter so that they can more effectively catch Mario and Luigi. But it just makes them, one, verbally pedantic.
Excuse me, that hardly seems logical, does it?
perhaps we should stay and formulate our own strategy, tete-a-tete.
And 2, smart enough to realize that Bowser is in the wrong, and they join Mario and Luigi. This entire situation culminates with Bowser's jealous wife, Lena, merging the worlds with the meteorite fragment and fucking dying from its energy. Bowser devolves Scapelli into a chimpanzee because that's evolutionarily accurate, and also, what's a good movie without a monkey moment? Monkey! Then Daisy removes the fragment from the meteoroid, and the worlds separate again. Mario and Luigi fire devolution guns at Bowser and blast him with a bomb-omb, and then he turns into kind of a T-Rex, I think? But they kill him by turning him into primeval goo. What even is that? They win, Daisy stays in Dino Hatton for whatever reason, Mario and Luigi become heroes, and when the story of all of this reaches the news, they're dubbed as the Super Mario Bros. The end. Wow. An obvious takeaway that anyone who has played the Mario games would get from this movie is that it's a terrible representation of it. It doesn't look anything like it. But one of the first thoughts that I had when I was doing research was, oh, well, it's 1993. There probably wasn't too many Mario games out at this time. Maybe the writers didn't think that the world was fleshed out enough that they could make something substantial with what was provided to them. Unfortunately, Mario Bros, Super Mario Bros, Super Mario Bros 2, Super Mario Bros 3, Super Mario Land, Dr. Mario, and of course, Mario Teaches Typing had already come out at this point. Which begs the question, holy crap, why did they do this? And it turns out the answer is that the directors wanted the movie to be the true story of Mario, and then the games are an inaccurate parody of what really happened. Which is insane. The idea was that we were going to tell the real story, and that the game itself was a perversion of the original story, which the movie is. And I would say that this illustrates one of the most glaring examples of what is wrong with video game movies these days, which is you can't control the world building we already established. In the world of Mario, you have these Italian plumbers named Mario and Luigi who are navigating through this bright and colorful world, shooting fireballs at Troopas and Goombas, fighting for their goddamn life in those water levels, and eventually saving the princess from Bowser. In the world of the 1993 Mario movie, you have 2 Italian plumbers named Mario and Luigi who are navigating through this dark and depressing dystopian nightmare city from another dimension populated by evolved dinosaurs, surviving through car chases, going to clubs, and killing their enemies by turning them into primeval goo. It's a bit different. On top of that, you have many references to the game and characters, but they're all drastically different from the game. Namely, Bowser, Iggy, and Spike. Toad is this musician that is protesting Bowser's rule, and as punishment, Bowser devolves him into a Goomba. Also, Goomba. I'm never gonna get over this. A remarkable creative decision to make this shrunken-headed beast a thing. Yoshi makes an appearance, and he is legitimately just a velociraptor. There's this woman at first who was an enemy to Mario and Luigi, but then she turns out to be an ally because she danced with Mario, and she actually was a reference to this red fish. Who would have known that? The only true visually similar reference that exists in this movie is the bomb-omb. That's all they gave us. This sort of drastic change in what a target audience is expecting to see in the movie, aka fans of the game, is what causes backlash like this. If you want to make a successful video game movie, you have to satisfy the expectations of the audience who already know what the movie should generally look like. Because chances are, they know it better than you do, especially if you don't know the video game. When asked why so many of the characters in the movie were so drastically different from their video game counterparts, director Rocky Morton answered with this: I wanted to find a reason to free myself from the game, and the reason I came up with was that this was the original story, and everything else was a distortion from this. With that concept, it freed me from being shackled to any portrayal of the video game. Why? Why would you do that? 95% of any executive, when they approve the idea of a video game movie, are doing it because they're seeing the millions and millions of dollars that the IP is making in sales. They understand how popular the game is, and they're playing it safe with the studio's money by investing in something that has already been proven to have worked. The same thing happens with film adaptations that come from books. So why they would then change everything about it for the movie confuses the hell out of me. And the best part about it is that there was an original script that was basically a lift from the original series and they scrapped it. On top of that, apparently the experience while filming the movie was a nightmare in itself. Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo were getting drunk on the set while filming just so they could get through it. Apparently the actual soundstage that the Dino Hatton set existed on would get excruciatingly hot. Dennis Hopper threw an absolute baby rage for like 45 minutes at one point because of all the script changes that were happening. Sometimes the day that they were supposed to film the scene, sometimes like 10 minutes before they were supposed to film the scene, which meant like hundreds of extras just had to stand around in this blisteringly hot set. Just fucking miserable. It sounded like an absolute roller coaster of the ride, and the movie itself is a roller coaster. Yeah. Before talking about the next movie though, let me tell you about today's sponsor, which is Bespoke Post, a monthly membership club delivering boxes of top shelf goods from under the radar brands that's free to join. They purchase 90% of the products in the boxes from small businesses, many of them based here in the US of A. Every month they introduce their members to new products. We're talking outdoor gear, barware, clothing, you name it. Their lineup is constantly changing every month. Based on your preferences, you'll get a box assigned to you, and you can get a preview before it's shipped if you want to swap it for a different box or even skip the month entirely for no charge. You only pay for what you want. What I got from Bespoke Post was the Weekender bag, which is a great bag for a short trip, and this cocktail smoking and infusion kit. I did not know that something this high class was even legal. I already used the Weekender bag for a trip I went on last week, and it's very nicely made. It's super sturdy, it's got a reinforced frame, and it looks frickin' great. Look how cool I look. To get 20% off your first box, go to the link in the description and use code TED20 at checkout, or go to bespokepost.com/TED20. So with all that being said, let's fast forward 12 years later to 2005's Doom. Multiple generations of gamers have experience with the Doom series, and I think all of them would agree to this statement. Killing demons is fun. Please give me demons to kill. I want to shoot the one with the big eyeball because he's freaky and he's got to go. Doom can be cited as responsible for exploding the first-person shooter genre, even to the point where games that came after that were first-person shooters were referred to as Doom clones. Due to the popularity of such a series, I can almost guarantee you that every movie exec was getting cummy in their pants thinking about how much moolah they could make off of this fucking Doom series. Oh my god. The movie stars Rosamund Pike, Carl Urban, and Fortnite character Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and it bombed at the box office. So allow me to give you an even briefer summary of this movie. In 2046, 85 personnel at the Union Aerospace Corporation, also known as UAC, on Mars are attacked by an unknown assailant. Following a distress call sent by Dr. Carmack, a squad of 8 Marines— you can tell they're Marines because The Rock has a giant Semper Fi tattoo across his back— are sent to the research facility to figure out what the heck is going on. You've got Sarge, Duke, Goat, Destroyer, Mac, a rookie they just call Kid, and Reaper. They're sent on a search and destroy mission with the UAC only concerned with them retrieving data from the station. The Marines use a teleportation device called the Ark to reach Mars, and when they arrive at Mars, they're met by UAC employee Pinky and Reaper's twin sister, Dr. Sam Grimm, who they go to retrieve the data with. They find out the UAC has been researching skeletons they've discovered of a humanoid race that was genetically enhanced with another 24th chromosome pair. They find Dr. Carmack, and he's fucking crazy and also holding someone else's hand, and bring him to a medical lab for treatment, but he disappears like a little gremlin. Then all of a sudden they start getting attacked by these freaky unknown creatures left and right, and they're tracking them all over the place trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Many of the Marines are killed along the way because it's dark and they're in space. And that's how it works in these movies after Alien came out. It isn't until they cut open one of the creatures that they discover that they're actually humans. What? What's going on here? That's weird. They learn that the UAC was experimenting on humans using that extra chromosome pair they found, but one of the mutants got loose and started fucking everybody up. Now The Rock is mad and he wants to kill every last single person that's been infected by this. But Reaper and Dr. Sam find out that not every single person that gets infected turns into a gooey little weirdo. Some of them retain their humanity and become superhuman, I guess. Only those with a predisposition for violent or psychotic behavior will become creatures, which is a dicey premise, I have to say. Some of the gooey boys escape and they reach Earth, where they slaughter or mutate the staff over there. And when the surviving Marines show up, The Rock orders them to literally kill everyone. When Kid refuses to slaughter a janitor's closet full of innocent people, The Rock shoots him in the face for insubordination. They get attacked again by the creatures, and when Reaper gets wounded, Sam injects him with the extra pair of chromosomes, and he becomes a superhuman, and it starts this first-person shooter section of the movie where he's killing all the mutated humans. The movie ends with a standoff between The Rock, who has become infected but in the bad way, and Reaper. They have this big old fight where they're jumping on stuff and punching each other, and it ends with Reaper tossing The Rock through the arc with a grenade and blowing him up. Then Reaper and his sister return to the surface at Earth. The end. At first glance, this kind of comes off as your average sci-fi and space movie where something goes wrong and then they have to fight creatures in dark hallways. Until you remember, holy shit, this movie was supposed to be about Doom, wasn't it? Where the hell are the demons? Where's the one-eyed guy? I miss him! He's cute. And that's one of the primary problems with Doom as a video game movie, because they changed the world building that we already established. In the original story of Doom, it's about the UAC doing some sketchy experimentation on teleportation technology. And then all of a sudden, demons start coming out of the portal, and it's the player's job to kill every single last hell fucking sucking dick wiping fucking hell spawn he sees. In this iteration of Doom, you've got Marines fighting off what in reality it was just some like messed up experiment gone wrong scenario. They made small references to the religious themes in the game, essentially chalked up to characters praying in between the times that they're getting killed by these mutated humans. And you've got a well-intentioned reference in this first-person shooter scene where Reaper starts kicking ass through the UAC facility, with the monsters at this point actually looking like the ones from the game. You've got the Hell Knights, and even Pinky when he's mutated, I think is a reference to like Doom 3. But this almost comes too late, because this is stuff that happens in the last 20 minutes of the film. Where was that in the rest of the movie? Plus, in this version of the UAC, teleportation wasn't even an issue at all. That shit was working like they had that on lockdown already, which is such a weird choice given it was the catalyst of the original story. These changes in the writing of the story illustrate another point to why I think video game movies fail. And that is the misguided perception that I think a lot of movie executives have, which is Hollywood is a legitimizer and they know best. For a long time, there's been this perception from the older generation that video games are these campy, half-baked creations that mainly serve as a toy for kids and don't carry much legitimacy as a medium. Video games have long been viewed as a waste of time, something that rots your brain, makes kids violent, as opposed to something, I don't know, far less traumatizing, like religion. You see this in the confusion of people to understand how esports could be a legitimate industry as opposed to something from the real world, like golf. And in the case of video game movies, I think that there's a subtle situation going on where the writers, directors, executives, whoever's at the creative helm is looking at the material that they have to work with, and that it's their responsibility to improve it.
After all, they've made all these movies in the past, so they know what works.
Right? There's an interesting mixture going on between an executive's bias towards spending money in the safest way possible, because if the movie bombs, that's a really public, embarrassing thing for their career. And sometimes a bias from directors who feel from their perspective as an auteur or whatever, that they have this unique vision that will surely improve the IP for the better. These are all problems that are wrapped up in the financial and egotistical aspects of Hollywood. And those issues are prevalent enough that they miss one of the most important things that a video game movie should be doing, which is
accurately representing the video game and understanding why people enjoyed the game in the first place. One of the biggest things that I want to emphasize is that these terrible video game movies were not necessarily terrible movies.
They're just terrible at representing the video game IP that bears the weight of their entire marketing campaign.
They fail to understand where the original piece of work came from, what it meant to fans, and that the inherent value in a repurposed IP is not as simple as slapping a name on it and tossing some A-list actors on the roster.
And it's also not the responsibility of a video game movie to 100% abide by every single plot point that occurs in a video game, because they're different mediums.
But when you're removing the demons from Doom, and then you're taking Goombas and you turn them into these, you start to run into some issues. When I think about these two movies on their own though, without any expectation for the movie to provide any sort of satisfaction on the video game that it's marketed after, they improve a little bit.
Super Mario Bros. Becomes this wild film about two brothers that are just thrust into this insanely dystopian and otherworldly environment. The sets themselves are incredibly detailed. The costume design is crazy. And even though the directors were a bit misguided in the creation of this movie, they definitely achieved what they set out to make, which is a fucked up, perverted version of Mario.
If they renamed it to something like Interdimensional Plumbers Take on fucking Dinosaur Humans that are just as bad at destroying the environment as we are, they're just like us.
it probably would have been a cult classic. I don't have as much praise for the original Doom movie. If you were to strip away the IP from the movie itself, it would likely do a better job existing as just one of those sci-fi shoot-'em-up brain-empty movies where you just watch it after eating a 400 milligram edible, but that's about it. As we've seen in this graph I've created, Weatherman mode, generally the audience perception of video game movies is improving. I hope I'm doing this right. In recent memory, we have films like the second Angry Birds movie, Detective Pikachu for god dang sake, but the monster of them all, with a whopping 93% audience approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes and a seal of approval from Sonic superfan Connor Eats Pants, is none other than 2020's Sonic the Hedgehog. There's a lot to say about this video game movie, but I'll start with this. This movie set the record for the biggest opening weekend for a video game film in the United States and Canada and grossed $320 million worldwide. It made triple of what they spent on it, and many of the choices that are made in the creation of this film are what I think studios need to be thinking about. Starting with the most obvious situation, the redesign.
Oh no!
When Paramount Pictures dropped the original Sonic the Hedgehog movie trailer, the internet pretty much imploded upon itself and spawned an unstoppable demon of rage that would not let Jeff Fowler sleep at night until something was done. This was the original design of Sonic the Hedgehog, as I'm sure some of you are aware. And the movie was mocked, rightfully so. They tried to turn Sonic the Hedgehog into a kindergartner that had been tarred and feathered and dyed blue. His teeth were shockingly human-like, and his proportions made him look like a person wearing a tightly fitted fursuit. It was awful. And as a result of this, probably one of the smartest moves made happen during this period, and it absolutely saved this movie. They pushed back the release date by almost an entire year, and they redesigned Sonic. For the first time ever, I think, at least in the case of video game movies, we witnessed a shattering of the fallacy that Hollywood knows best. Animator Max Schneider revealed in a now deleted interview with an Argentinian Sonic website that Paramount Pictures was content with the first design because it gelled with the live action actors and the world. Oh yeah, of course. He is a blue hedgehog that can speak English and run at 300 miles per hour. There is no realism to be obtained here. Making cartoon movies too realistic is off-putting to all parties involved. It's off-putting to the people who are unaware of the series because they're like, what the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is. And it's off-putting to lovers of the original game because they're like, what the hell have you done to my blue son? You've turned him into the coke-addicted half-brother of Splinter from the live-action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, which was also creepy and big surprise made by Paramount 5 years before. From what I've read, one of the biggest contributors to saving this movie through the redesign was graphic novel illustrator Tyson Hess, who was brought on as a lead artist to redesign Sonic. Apparently he's like an OG in the Sonic community, and in hiring him, Paramount made an incredible shift in their approach because when hit with criticism, they listened to the audience. But that's not the only win that Sonic the Hedgehog had. Sonic the Hedgehog did a really good job of creating a story that actually respected the character that Sonic originally was, which is basically a goofy and witty blue hedgehog that can run fast and whose main antagonist is an equally ridiculous Dr. Eggman. That's part of one of the greatest things that Sonic does in its writing. It's not afraid to lean into the cartoony aspect that the IP has. They managed to actually write Sonic and the human characters he interacts with into full-fledged characters with goals. Beyond that, there's some really smart integrations of references into this film. The original planet that Sonic comes from is straight up the Green Hill Zone from the games with the loop-de-loops and everything. I think it does a wonderful job of placing the world of Sonic we know within this universe in a pretty smooth manner. You've got the Sonic rings, which in the games are just a means to get health, as an actual important item within the story that are a means of interplanetary travel. And the final battle between Sonic and Dr. Eggman is like this elevated version of a Sonic game boss fight, with Jim Carrey and his floating machine he designed and Sonic utilizing actual moves he would do in the game to defeat him. They even included that goddamn terrible Sonic drawing meme in this movie, and if nothing else sold you up until this point, that should. But the final reason that I think this film works so well, especially in terms of story, is because I don't think that anyone really knows what the actual canon lore of Sonic is. Because in doing research for this video, I tried to figure it out. There are like 7 different continuities of the Sonic story. You've got the games, you got the cartoons, there's even Sonic comic books, apparently. I spent like an hour trying to figure out the story of Sonic, and I still don't know. Apparently at one point, Eggman blew up the moon, and then later on, the moon was back to normal, and their explanation was that the moon turned around. And in the case of creating a film for Sonic, that probably worked to their advantage. As long as they included all the defining characteristics of what made Sonic Sonic, along with his antagonists, their personalities, the way they looked, and it matched up with what fans already understood, then they can have a little bit of liberty with the story because it's so goddamn convoluted. In the end, they did a really good job, and they set the standard for how to operate when developing a movie of this variety. Also, funny enough, I'm recording this video the day before Sonic 2 comes out. And if I were to do a little bit of comparison of what the critics were reviewing and what the Sonic ended up getting an audience and apply that to the Sonic one, I think it's gonna do about the same, if not better.
Sonic boom!
In terms of the future of video game movies, I think it's safe to say that we are gonna continue on this streak of improvement. The present day video game industry is larger than it's ever been. On top of that, the people who understand video games and have played them are now the same people that are getting old enough to be heading projects for these multi-million-dollar blockbuster movies. That's not to say that we won't be receiving below average video game movies in the future. I'm sure that there's going to be some Call of Duty movie that comes out and nobody's going to figure out why it was made. Listen to the community, hire experts who understand the IP better than anyone, preferably people also in the community, and always remember, it's not your world to mess with. And if you do, it'll probably fuck you. Bye-bye.